92 days of continuous meditation, and in that moment, something fundamental shifted in the cosmic balance. The power that had been building through his cultivation base suddenly became active, no longer potential, but realized. His meridians, expanded and refined through months of acceleration, now carried forces that would have destroyed any normal cultivator's body. He stood slowly, becoming aware of the war only gradually. Information flooding in through the CDF system, through the connection he maintained with his territories. The empire was beleaguered. Millions were dead or displaced. The military situation was dire. 3/4 of the administrative infrastructure had been destroyed. The organized celestial assault had pushed his people to the brink of survival. But something had changed while he meditated. The power he now contained was not merely a quantitative increase. The integration of cosmic energy, the synthesis of collective consciousness techniques, the absorption of knowledge from the spiritual codex, all of it had transformed into something new. He was no longer a lower realm cultivator who had ascended to near celestial levels. He was something else entirely. The power flowed through him not as an external force to be controlled, but as an expression of his consciousness itself. When he moved, reality seemed to organize around his intention. When he breathed, the cosmic forces acknowledged his presence. Yin Xinhua departed the void's cradle and moved toward the northern front where Xuan Mohan had established primary command. He did not travel quickly. Speed was irrelevant when power was so complete. He simply walked, and reality seemed to bend around him as he moved. Time became malleable in his presence. Space compressed. The journey that should have taken weeks was completed in hours. Xuan Mohan felt the approach. The celestial lord, supreme in his 7,000 years of cultivation experience, sensed the disturbance in the cosmic order and understood immediately that something unprecedented had occurred. He gathered his generals, his elite warriors, his own aura of celestial power, preparing for what he somehow knew would be a confrontation beyond anything his military campaign had anticipated. The two met on a scorched plain where a battle had occurred days before. The bodies of the fallen still lay there, a reminder of the cost of celestial ambition meeting human desperation. Xuan Mohan was a figure of terrible beauty, his form seemingly carved from celestial light, his power radiating outward in waves that made the air shimmer with distortion. He appeared as something beyond human, a being composed of refined essence rather than flesh. Yin Xinhua, by contrast, appeared almost human. There was no great display of power, no aura of cosmic might to announce his presence. He simply stood, quiet and still, waiting. His form was composed but present, grounded in physical reality in a way that made him seem almost more real than Xuan Mohan's brilliant manifestation. "I have waited 7,000 years to face a being of true power," Xuan Mohan said. His voice carried harmonics that made the ground resonate. "Finally, the council sends me worthy opposition." "The council sent you as a soldier," Yin Xinhua replied. "I meet you as something else." The battle began without further preamble. Xuan Mohan launched into an attack that would have devastated a normal opponent instantly. A strike that combined 7,000 years of refined technique, flowing through a body enhanced by celestial power itself. The spell work was immaculate. The execution was perfect. The intent was absolute. Yin Xinhua met the attack with a simple gesture. His hand moved, and the flow of cosmic energy inverted. Xuan Mohan's own power was redirected, turned back against him, forced to clash with itself. The celestial lord's expression shifted from confidence to shock as he felt his attack eaten by his own deployment. The follow-up came swiftly. Yin Xinhua advanced, each movement economical and precise, drawing from the integration of thousands of combat experiences stored within the CDF consciousness network. He had fought countless times through the experiences of his soldiers and generals. The knowledge integrated into his muscle memory, into his instinctive response. He moved like someone who had fought 1,000 battles, who understood the flow of combat at a level that transcended thought. Xuan Mohan recovered from the initial surprise and escalated. He wove formations of power, created barriers of crystallized cosmic force, attempted to trap Yin Xinhua within spaces of distorted time and gravity. Each technique was sophisticated, each one a masterpiece of celestial cultivation refined over millennia. And each one failed, not because they lacked power, but because they operated on different assumptions about how reality functioned. Xuan Mohan saw himself as separate from power, a being who wielded cosmic force. Yin Xinhua, by contrast, had integrated power into consciousness itself. He did not wield the cosmic energy so much as exist as its expression. When Xuan Mohan created a barrier, Yin Xinhua simply passed through it by existing as something that transcended physical space. When Shuem Mohan attempted to distort time, Yanxinqua remained present in all moments simultaneously, unaffected by temporal manipulation. The battle lasted 40 minutes. At the end, Shuem Mohan knelt, his power depleted, his techniques exhausted, his 7,000-year mastery insufficient against something that had taken only 4 years to achieve. "What are you?" the Celestial Lord asked, genuine wonder in his voice. "The future," Yanxinqua replied. "Your time is passing, Shuem Mohan. The celestial hierarchy you serve will not survive the next decade. Neither will you, if you continue to resist." He did not kill Shuem Mohan. He could have, easily. Instead, he simply stood aside, allowing the Celestial Lord to flee back toward the boundary between realms. The message was clear. "I am so far beyond you that your life or death is immaterial. I allow you to leave because my attention is elsewhere." Shuem Mohan's retreat was swift and absolute. The invasion forces, suddenly bereft of their commander's presence, dissolved into chaos. Units that had been advancing with coordinated purpose suddenly scattered, each commander attempting to decide whether to continue an increasingly hopeless campaign or withdraw. Within days, the invasion had stalled entirely. Within weeks, the celestial forces had retreated completely, fleeing back across the boundary with casualties so heavy that the Eternal Accord Council would spend months reckoning with the cost of the campaign. The war was over. The Empire had survived, and the balance of power, globally, had fundamentally shifted. Chapter 65. The Realm Integration Initiative. The victory over Shuem Mohan shook the celestial realm to its foundations. Word spread quickly through celestial channels that a lower realm cultivator had defeated one of the Eternal Accord Council's generals without even requiring a full transformation of power. The implications were staggering. The lower realms were no longer a problem that could be managed through military force. They were developing something that transcended the conventional hierarchy of power. For Yanxinqua, the immediate priority was recovery. The empire had been devastated. Entire regions needed to be rebuilt. The population, reduced by nearly 40% through casualties and displacement, needed to be stabilized and reorganized. The economy, based on sustainable growth and trade, had been converted temporarily into a war-based subsistence system and needed to transition back to something approaching normal commerce. But even as recovery began, Yanxinqua understood that the old strategy of defensive consolidation was now obsolete. He had demonstrated power that exceeded celestial expectations. The Council would not attack militarily again, the cost was too high. But that meant the threat would transition to other forms: political isolation, economic pressure, cultural subversion, intelligence operations. The only viable response was offensive expansion. Not military expansion, but territorial expansion through integration, economic engagement, and the demonstration that his system actually worked better than celestial hierarchy. Yanxinqua outlined the plan to his core advisors in a war room that was being reconstructed even as they spoke. "We integrate 5 new secondary-tier realms within the next year. The process will be primarily diplomatic. We have proven military superiority, so we do not need military subjugation. We offer integration, protection, and access to the CDF system's benefits. Most will accept." Lu Fenghui, now deeply invested in the economic aspects of the empire, presented the resource requirements with characteristic precision. The integration of new realms would require massive investment in infrastructure, education, and the establishment of new administrative centers. But the benefits were equally clear: new resources, expanded trade networks, and crucially, population growth that would expand the CDF system's power output exponentially. Current economic projections suggest that if we can integrate realms with a combined population of 1 million, our total system output will increase by 340%, Lu Fenghui explained, displaying economic models that showed resource flows and power accumulation patterns. More importantly, the distributed nature of the CDF system means that each new realm strengthens the entire federation. Each new population center adds redundancy, makes us harder to damage through localized strikes. The first realm to integrate was the Crystal Reach Confederation, a territory of master craftspeople whose technological and artistic capabilities were renowned even in the celestial realm. The population was just under 200,000, and they were initially suspicious of Yanxinqua's offer. What could the lower realms provide that was superior to celestial patronage? They had been integrated with the celestial system for thousands of years. The celestial realm provided protection, resources, cultural exchange. Yanxinqua's answer was direct and delivered in person, in the central square of the Confederation's capital. Autonomy. You integrate into our system, and you maintain self-governance. Your crafters continue their work, But now they have access to markets across all 10 realms instead of competing for celestial patronage. You thrive because your talent is valued, not because you serve a hierarchy that hoards resources at the top. Under the celestial system, your best craftspeople eventually leave for celestial realm, seeking greater opportunity. Under our system, they remain, creating here, building here, enriching the place they call home. The decision came down, finally, to a vote. The Crystal Reach Confederation's leaders put the integration to their population. The vote was not unanimous, but it was decisive, 71% in favor of integration. By the end of the year, 5 new realms had joined: Crystal Reach, the Starfall Dominions, the Emerald River Kingdoms, the floating cities of Meridian, and the Granite Peak Stronghold. The new population was just over 1 million additional souls. The Empire's total population exceeded 3 million. The CDF system's efficiency increased dramatically. Resources that had previously been wasted on redundant administration were freed for productive use. The CDF system registered the expansion with a notification that carried more weight than usual. Multi-realm nexus established. Territory configuration, 10 integrated realms. Population, 3.1 million. Resource extraction optimization, plus 340%. New authority available. Primordial Lord rank. Requirements: 5 million population, spiritual breakthrough. Cosmic alignment ritual. Yen Xinqua stood in the newly expanded war room, looking at the map that now showed 10 distinct territories woven together by trade routes, cultural exchange, and the unified consciousness of the CDF system. The map itself was beautiful, not a representation of conquest, but a demonstration of connection. Lines flowed between realms, showing resource flows and population movement. Color gradients showed the harmony levels of each territory, with the darker colors representing zones that still required governance attention and lighter colors representing areas of high contentment and stability. In 4 years, he had done something that the Celestial Realm had taken 10,000 years to achieve: created a multi-realm federation where the majority chose to participate because participation was genuinely beneficial. The economic data supported this conclusion. Living standards had improved across all 10 realms. Death rates had declined. Birth rates had increased. Literacy rates were climbing. Access to cultivator training had expanded to include talented individuals from all social strata rather than just those of noble birth. It was not perfect. There were frictions, disagreements, and regional conflicts that needed constant mediation. Some of the newly integrated realms chafed against the requirement to contribute resources to the collective defense, viewing it as a burden rather than a reasonable expense. Others questioned whether the benefits of integration outweighed the loss of traditional sovereignty, the right of each realm to make decisions independently without consulting the broader empire. In the Granite Peak Stronghold, a faction of traditionalists actively worked to undermine integration, conducting a campaign of cultural resistance aimed at preserving the realm's distinct identity against what they viewed as homogenizing imperial influence. But the empire did not crumble under the weight of these complaints. Instead, it adapted, creating mediation systems where representatives from each realm could voice grievances and demand changes. Dispute resolution mechanisms allowed for conflicts to be addressed through consensus rather than imperial decree. Democratic processes, a concept from the CDF system extended to political governance, allowed for legitimate grievances to be heard and productive responses to be developed collaboratively rather than imposed unilaterally. But it was sustainable. It was, he believed, actually improving the lives of the people within it. The metrics supported this assessment. The empire's economic output had increased 340% with integration of the 5 new realms. Population stability had improved. Violence had declined. The systems that had taken him years to develop, education networks, trade protocols, conflict mediation mechanisms, were actually working, proving that his theoretical understanding of how societies functioned was reflected in reality. Mailwan joined him in the war room, still bearing the marks of the recent conflict. A thin scar crossed her cheek, evidence of a close encounter with celestial combat magic, a scar she had elected to keep as a reminder of what the victory had cost. She studied the expanded map, then turned to face him. 4 years ago, you stood on a peak overlooking 4 realms. Now you oversee 10, and I can feel you already thinking about the next ones. There will always be a next one, Yen Xinqua replied, until the entire cosmic order is restructured or I run out of available realms to integrate. The expansion is not driven by ambition, at least not entirely. It is driven by necessity. Every additional realm strengthens our position, makes us harder to destroy, provides more security for those who have chosen to live under our system. That will require more than conquest, Mei Luan said quietly. It will require you to become something you fear becoming. And what am I afraid of becoming? A tyrant, she answered simply. Not like Zixin or the council, who hoard power, but a tyrant of ambition, someone so focused on reshaping reality that the people living in that reality become secondary to the system itself. The observation struck deeper than any physical blow could. Because it was true. Yin Xinhua could feel the truth of it in how he now related to the territories under his control. They were not merely populations to him anymore. They were resources, consciousness units to be optimized, power sources to be drawn upon for greater goals. When he made decisions about resource allocation, he thought of them as data points on a distribution curve. When he ordered military deployments, he thought of troops as unit strength values rather than individuals with families, hopes, fears. When had that shift happened? When had he gone from seeing people as individuals to seeing them as components of a larger system? Had it been gradual, or had there been a specific moment where he had chosen efficiency over empathy? He took Mailwan's hand. How do I prevent that? You don't, she replied. You accept it. And you accept that this acceptance is one of the trials spoken of in prophecy. The trial of will. The choice to continue knowing what cost it carries. Chapter 66. The betrayal of Shi Rang. The discovery came through the intelligence network Liu maintained. A network so extensive and detailed that nearly nothing happened in the empire without her eventually learning of it. She brought the information to Yin Xinhua in encrypted form, her fox-like features grave with the weight of what she was about to reveal. Shi Rang has been secretly meeting with council operatives, Liu said without preamble. The meetings occur at a sealed location, always late at night. He transfers tactical information in exchange for payment and, more significantly, protection for his family. Shi Rang, the rebel cultivator who had sworn loyalty in the empire's founding. The man who had stood beside Yin Xinhua through early crises. The figure who represented the possibility of redemption, of enemies transforming into allies. The loss of trust was immediate and crushing. How extensive is the betrayal? Yin Xinhua asked, his voice controlled but carrying the weight of betrayal. At least 17 major military operations were compromised, Liu replied. The council knew our troop movements, our tactical plans, our resource allocations. Without that intelligence, we would have suffered significantly fewer casualties in the recent war. He has also been providing information about our cultivator training programs, our resource extraction methods, our administrative structures. Bring him, Yin Xinhua said quietly. The confrontation occurred in a private chamber, away from the palace's public areas. Yin Xinhua sat calmly while soldiers brought Shi Rang in, still uncertain about why he had been summoned. The chamber itself was deliberately chosen for its psychological impact. A meditation room where important decisions had been made, decorated with symbols representing the empire's founding principles. The moment Shi Rang saw the evidence displayed, records of meetings meticulously documented by Liu's intelligence network, transcripts of conversations obtained through careful observation and magical recording, financial transfers showing the council's payments for services rendered, his face crumpled. He seemed to age 10 years in a moment. The burden of hidden guilt suddenly made visible. How long? Yin Xinhua asked, his voice controlled and without anger, which made the question all the more terrible. Since the beginning, Shi Rang replied, his voice breaking with genuine anguish. Since I first joined you, the council blackmailed me. They threatened my family, Yin Xinhua. I have a sister, nephews, nieces I have never met because they were hidden from me when I was forced into the Shadow sect as a child. The council found them, tracked them, and threatened to kill them if I did not provide intelligence about your operations, your plans, your military capabilities. I was trapped between loyalty to you and love for my family. I chose my family. That was my sin. Yin Xinhua felt the weight of the betrayal, but more significantly, he felt the weight of Shi Rang's genuine despair. This was not a man who had chosen disloyalty. This was a man who had been trapped between loyalty and the survival of family. The emotional devastation was evident in every word. Why not tell me? Yin Xinhua asked. You know what we do with enemies of the empire, but you also know that I do not execute those who come to me with truth. You know that I believe in redemption, in second chances. Why not trust me with this burden? Because I was weak, Shi Rang said. I was not strong enough to resist the council's pressure, and I was not brave enough to admit it to you. I chose cowardice over honesty, and that was the greater betrayal. Mei Luan, standing in the shadows, made a sound that might have been a sigh. Zhao Chun, present as a witness, looked at Yin Xinhua expectantly. The choice was his. The empire would accept whatever judgment he rendered. Shi Rang was despised now, revealed as a traitor. Execution would be clean, just, and final. No one would question it. In the old empire, The choice would be simple. Sure, Rang had spied, had sabotaged operations, had caused deaths through his betrayals. Execution would be just, clean, and definitive. But in the empire Yin Xingque was building, the choice was different. He stood, walked to Sure Rang, and placed a hand on the traitor's shoulder. Your family, Yin Xingque said. I want you to describe them. Every detail. Where the council has them hidden, what they look like, everything you know. Sure Rang provided the information with clarity that came only from love. The description was detailed enough that Lirue, once equipped with the details, could track the hidden family within days. They were held in a sealed facility in a tertiary realm, separated from external contact, but alive and well-treated, at least physically. The children had been given education, food, basic care. The council was maintaining them not out of kindness, but as leverage, living insurance against Sure Rang's continued cooperation. I am going to have them extracted, Yin Xingque said. Secretly, without the council's knowledge. Once they are safe in our territories, you will make a choice. You can accept exile. I will give you resources and a new identity, and you will be free to build a life away from empire politics. Or you can return to the council as a triple agent, feeding them false intelligence while actually working to undermine their operations. Why would you offer me that choice? Sure Rang asked, bewildered. The man clearly expected execution. The offer of alternatives seemed incomprehensible. Because holding your family hostage is exactly what the council does, Yin Xingque replied. I do not wish to become them. I would rather free your family and offer you genuine choice than bind you through coercion or kill you out of convenience. The extraction took 2 weeks. Lirue's network located the sealed facility, and careful timing allowed for the family's removal without triggering alerts. The sister, nieces, and nephews were brought to the imperial capital, reunited with Sure Rang in a moment that left no doubt as to the genuineness of his attachments. The man wept openly, holding his sister for the first time in his adult life. Sure Rang chose to become a triple agent. But word leaked, somehow, through channels that Yin Xingque could not fully trace, that the MC had turned Sure Rang into a double agent. The council learned not just of the betrayal, but of how Yin Xingque had manipulated it, extracted family members, and inserted a spy into the council's own operations. The revelation accomplished something unexpected. It demonstrated to celestial observers that Yin Xingque was not merely powerful, but strategically sophisticated in ways that transcended military might. It also, however, created a question in the minds of his own allies and subordinates. If the MC could manipulate Sure Rang, could he manipulate them? If the MC could play the council as thoroughly as he had, what was to prevent him from playing them? The question hung in the air, unspoken but present, creating a subtle distance between Yin Xingque and those closest to him. For the first time, Yin Xingque saw doubt begin to surface in the eyes of those closest to him. The question was implicit in every glance. If the MC could manipulate with such sophistication, if he could turn a traitor into a weapon so effectively, what was to prevent him from doing the same to them? What was to prevent him from using his power over the collective consciousness to control and manipulate even those he claimed to trust? The poison of doubt had been introduced into the empire, and while it would not destroy what had been built, it would slowly corrode the foundations of trust that made the entire system possible. Chapter 67. The secret is out. The truth of Sure Rang's triple agency spread through both celestial and lower realm channels with the speed of a plague. Council operatives who had been feeding him information suddenly realized they had been feeding false intelligence to their own leadership. Lower realm citizens, hearing that the MC could turn a traitor into a weapon so thoroughly, began to question the nature of his rule. Yin Xingque did not deny the operation. In a public address to the empire, he explained the situation with brutal honesty. The address took place in the newly restored Grand Amphitheater, packed with tens of thousands of citizens watching in person and millions more viewing through communication orbs. Sure Rang betrayed us. That is truth, Yin Xingque said, his voice carrying weight and authority. But the betrayal was not freely chosen. It was forced by celestial coercion. The council threatened his family, held them hostage. I offered him a choice: exile with his family safe and granted protection by the empire, or service with his family secure and brought to safety within our territories. He chose service. That choice was his own. And yes, through his service, we gather intelligence about those who would destroy this empire. That is war. That is survival. He paused, allowing his gaze to sweep across the assembled crowd. Those who find this morally unacceptable are welcome to leave. I will not force anyone to remain in an empire they believe is unjust. Those who wish to depart will be granted safe passage and resources sufficient to establish themselves elsewhere. I offer this not from weakness, but from conviction. An empire built on forced loyalty is an empire that will eventually collapse. I would rather rule a smaller empire of willing participants than a larger empire of resentful subjects. But the address did not settle the doubts. Instead, it crystallized them. For the first time, voices emerged in the empire questioning whether Yin Xinqua's system was genuinely built on freedom or whether it was just a more sophisticated form of control. The intellectual circles engaged in fierce debate. Scholars published treatises analyzing whether the CDF system was a true democracy or merely hidden despotism. Cultivators questioned whether their advancement within the empire was genuinely earned or whether they were being shaped toward predetermined roles. If the MC could manipulate a traitor so thoroughly, creating a triple-agent situation that was so sophisticated that the council itself was fooled, was everyone potentially being manipulated? If the system valued collective consciousness above individual choice, was there genuine freedom or just the illusion of it? These questions circulated through the territories, creating a crisis of confidence in the empire's fundamental structure. Luo Feng, a charismatic immortal cultivator who had been gradually building a following in the empire's outer territories, gave voice to these doubts. The Phoenix sect, as he called his growing movement, articulated a philosophy that stood in direct opposition to the CDF system. Power flows from self-cultivation, Luo Feng declared in public sermons at the Plaza of Convergence. True strength comes from individual will, from the pursuit of mastery. But this system tells people that individual power is secondary, that collective consciousness is the goal. It is a beautiful slavery. The chains are made of shared prosperity instead of direct force, but they are chains nonetheless. The words were seductive because they contained truth. The CDF system did subordinate individual ambition to collective benefit. It did require that cultivators accept limits on personal power accumulation for the sake of systemic stability. For those who had been conditioned by traditional celestial hierarchy to believe that power was the highest good, that argument was compelling. Within months, the Phoenix sect had grown to several thousand followers. Within a year, it had spread to multiple realms. Its expansion was not through force, but through ideology, through the simple argument that the empire system was just another form of domination. Yin Xinqua watched the movement grow and understood that he was facing a challenge he could not simply overcome through power. This was an ideological conflict, and you did not defeat ideologies with weapons. Weapons only proved that force could suppress dissent. They did not prove that the suppressed ideology was false. Chapter 68. The Phoenix sect emerges. The Phoenix sect's formation was rapid but deliberate. Luo Feng, once a minor immortal cultivator, had experienced both the celestial system and direct observation of Yin Xinqua's CDF methodology. He was intelligent enough to see the genuine strengths of both systems and honest enough to articulate the genuine weaknesses of the MC's approach. Individual cultivation is being suppressed, Luo Feng declared in a sermon at the Plaza of Convergence, a neutral ground where celestial and lower realm travelers often gathered. The strongest cultivators are encouraged to tie their advancement to collective need. Those with the greatest potential are asked to limit themselves for the sake of those with less potential. How is that just? His argument was structured, logical, and built on a genuine reading of how the empire actually functioned. The CDF system did indeed require balancing individual advancement with systemic needs. Cultivators who might have pursued personal breakthrough were asked to contribute resources and effort to regional development. Those who might have become celestial immortals were sometimes asked to delay personal cultivation for administrative duties. Yin Xinqua's response was not to suppress the Phoenix sect. Instead, he allowed the movement to flourish and, more controversially, engage directly with Luo Feng in a series of public debates. The first debate occurred in the Grand Amphitheater at the capital, with thousands in attendance and the entire empire watching through communication orbs that transmitted the event in real time. The amphitheater itself was packed to capacity, with people standing in the aisles and hanging from the upper tiers. This was something unprecedented, the MC and a prominent dissident engaging in genuine philosophical debate rather than conflict. The event had been scheduled weeks in advance, and there was palpable tension in the air. Some in the crowd had come to see Yin Xinqua crush his opposition. Others had come hoping to see the MC's assumptions challenged. Most had come out of genuine intellectual curiosity, eager to hear both sides articulate their positions with clarity and passion. The format had been agreed upon in advance: opening statements, direct exchange of philosophical points, audience questions, closing statements. No moderator beyond a timekeeper who would ensure neither participant exceeded their allotted time. The simplicity of the format was intentional. It allowed for genuine engagement rather than theatrical performance. Luo Feng arrived first, ascending the stage with the bearing of someone confident in his position. He wore robes that marked him as a spiritual leader, simpler than celestial garb, more refined than lower realm clothing. He moved with the grace of someone who had spent thousands of years in physical cultivation, each gesture economical and precise. Yin Xinhua arrived moments later, dressed in the formal wear of an imperial administrator. The contrast was deliberate, Luo Feng presenting himself as a spiritual teacher, Yin Xinhua presenting himself as a governmental figure. The message was implicit. This would be a debate about fundamentals, not about authority. You claim freedom comes from individual power, Yin Xinhua said to Luo Feng. But I ask, freedom from what? If you are a cultivator in the traditional celestial system, you are free to pursue power. But that freedom is an illusion. You pursue power only because the celestial hierarchy has trained you to believe that power is freedom. You are enslaved to ambition before you are enslaved by law. And your system does what differently? Luo Feng replied. It trains people to believe that collective consciousness is freedom, that connection to others is the highest achievement. It is a different slavery, but slavery nonetheless. There is a difference, Yin Xinhua continued. In your system, the majority suffers so that the minority can achieve power. In my system, the majority thrives because the minority forgoes unlimited personal achievement. Both are structures of subordination, but one sacrifices the many to enrich the few, and the other sacrifices unlimited enrichment of the few to ensure the many can survive. But that is precisely the tyranny I oppose, Luo Feng said, his voice carrying genuine passion. You would force the talented to accept limitation. You would force the powerful to accept responsibility. That is not freedom. That is conscription. The debate continued for 6 hours, circling through every major philosophical disagreement. Neither participant convinced the other. But something remarkable happened. The audience, hearing both arguments articulated with clarity and passion, began to understand that these were genuine philosophical differences that could not be resolved through force. The questions were not empirical but axiological. Not which system works better, but what is the proper relationship between individual and collective good? Some listeners found Luo Feng's argument more compelling. Others found Yin Xinhua's philosophy more just. But most came to understand that both contained truth, and that perhaps the solution was not to choose one entirely over the other. Yin Xinhua, after the debate, made a public statement that surprised many. Luo Feng is not my enemy, he declared. He articulates a legitimate critique of my system. I do not expect everyone to agree with collective consciousness principles. I only ask that those who disagree do so openly and honestly, not through hidden conspiracy. The Phoenix sect may continue to grow. It may recruit from among my people, but it will do so through argument, not infiltration. And if, ultimately, more people choose Luo Feng's philosophy over mine, then perhaps I was wrong. The statement accomplished something that direct suppression never could have achieved. It defanged the Phoenix sect's primary argument, which was that Yin Xinhua would crush any opposition. By allowing the sect to flourish, by engaging with its leader as a peer rather than an enemy, Yin Xinhua demonstrated that his system was confident enough to tolerate disagreement. The Phoenix sect continued to grow, but more slowly. And it grew as a genuine religious and philosophical movement rather than as an underground resistance organization. Chapter 69, The Ideological Conflict. The months following the public debate saw the emergence of what might be called the empire's first true intellectual crisis. Throughout the territories, scholars, cultivators, and ordinary people engaged in fierce discussion about the proper nature of power and society. The debate was not merely theoretical but practical, affecting how institutions were organized and how resources were allocated. Monasteries held seminars debating the CDF system versus individual cultivation philosophy, inviting scholars from multiple traditions to present arguments and engage in rigorous debate. Military academies split into factions, some training soldiers in collective tactics emphasizing synchronized movement and unified consciousness, others teaching martial arts emphasizing personal mastery and individual combat prowess. Families debated the philosophical differences at dinner tables. Teachers questioned whether they should emphasize collective good or individual achievement in their instruction. Luo Feng, sensing his moment, established schools of philosophy throughout the empire. The Phoenix sect expanded from a movement into an institution, with formal teachings, cultivator training programs, and even political organization. In some realms, Phoenix sect representatives ran for administrative positions and, remarkably, were elected by communities that valued the sect's emphasis on individual achievement. Yin Xinhua allowed the political participation because stopping it would have been indistinguishable from tyranny. Instead, he accepted what he found to be a painful reality. Not everyone wanted to live under his system. And some of those people, Quite a few of them, in fact, preferred the Phoenix sect's philosophy of individual power and limited collective responsibility. He continued to engage with Luo Feng in smaller, more intellectual discussions. The two men met several times, initially as philosophical sparring partners, and gradually as something approaching peers with mutual respect. These were not debates for public consumption, but genuine conversations about the nature of power, society, and human flourishing. "You frighten me," Luo Feng said during one of these meetings, held in a private garden where they could speak without the pressure of public performance. The garden was beautiful, carefully maintained but not artificial, with natural elements left to grow alongside intentional design. Not as a threat to defeat, but as an ideal that people actually believe in. "I can argue that your system is flawed because people need personal achievement. And that is a valid argument. But the empirical evidence is that people in your empire are, on average, happier and more secure than people anywhere else in the known cosmos." "Then the Phoenix sect's argument is not with me," Yin Xinhua replied. "It is with reality. Reality has created conditions where collective security enables greater flourishing than individual power competition." "But that is precisely the tyranny," Luo Feng insisted. "You have not forced people into happiness. You have created conditions where choosing unhappiness requires rejecting material security. That is a cage with soft walls, but still a cage." "Perhaps," Yin Xinhua conceded. "Or perhaps what appears to you as caging is what freedom actually looks like to beings who have been starving. A child who has never eaten is not oppressed by discovering the pleasure of food. They are liberated." The conversations did not resolve their differences, but they created something valuable: mutual understanding. Luo Feng began to see that Yin Xinhua was not attempting to create universal conformity, that the MC genuinely wanted people to make their own choices even when those choices contradicted his vision. And Yin Xinhua came to understand that Luo Feng's critique was not motivated by jealousy or personal ambition, but by a genuine philosophical conviction that individual power and personal achievement were intrinsic goods. The Phoenix sect remained, a permanent minority within the empire, advocating for different values. The CDF system remained the dominant organizational structure. The two coexisted, not in harmony, but in a kind of dynamic equilibrium that prevented either from becoming absolutely dominant. Yin Xinhua realized that this might be a truer expression of freedom than any system he could have designed. The coexistence of different philosophies, none with absolute power, all required to articulate and defend their positions continuously. It was not what he had envisioned when he began his empire, but it was what reality demanded. Chapter 70. The warning from Tian Mo. The dream came with unusual clarity. Yin Xinhua found himself in a space outside of normal reality, a gray void where form was negotiable and time had no meaning. Tian Mo. Stood before him, and for the first time, the mysterious mentor appeared not in shadow, but with visible urgency. "The celestial realm is collapsing," Tian Mo. said without preamble. "Not immediately, not in a way that anyone but a cosmic observer could detect. But the center is failing. Zixin's hold on power is weakening, and the Eternal Accord Council is fracturing into competing factions. This is necessary. The council has been corrupt for eons. But what rises in its place may be worse than what was." "Worse how?" Yin Xinhua asked. "There is a force that predates the current celestial order," Tian Mo. replied. "A being of power and hunger that existed before Zixin, before the celestial hierarchy, before even the concept of celestial meant anything. It is stirring, drawn by the chaos created by your emergence. You must strengthen your empire, consolidate your power, and prepare for a confrontation that will make everything you have faced so far seem trivial." "Who is this being?" Yin Xinhua pressed. "That, I cannot tell you," Tian Mo. said. "Knowledge of its true nature could attract its attention prematurely. But understand this, the trials spoken of in prophecy are not tests of your strength. They are tests of your will to survive what wants your destruction. You must become stronger. You must be ready." "For what timeline?" Yin Xinhua asked. 2 years, Tian Mo. replied. "In 2 years, the cosmic balance will shift fundamentally. If you are not prepared, everything you have built will be consumed." Tian Mo's form began to fade, the mentor's attention shifting elsewhere as he always did. "Wait," Yin Xinhua called out. "Why are you telling me this? What is your interest in my survival?" "That is a question whose answer I cannot provide." Tian Mo's voice came from the dissipating shadow. "But understand that you are not alone, that others have been working toward this moment for longer than you have existed. We have invested time and power in your success. You will not be abandoned." Yin Xinhua woke in his chambers, Meiluan sleeping beside him, oblivious to the conversation that had occurred in the realm of dreams. He lay in darkness, Processing the warning. 2 years. 2 years to achieve something that should have taken 5. 2 years to become strong enough to face a power that predated celestial hierarchy. It was impossible. Or was it? The Truth Keeper's resources had already accelerated his growth beyond what should have been possible. He was approaching Primordial Lord rank with time still available. And if he could reach that rank before the 2-year window closed, perhaps he would have access to power sufficient to face whatever was stirring in the cosmic depths. He rose and made his way to the war room, where he pulled up strategic assessments and cultivation timelines. The numbers were stark. To reach Primordial Lord rank required 5 million population and a spiritual breakthrough of cosmic significance. He had 3 million and access to growth pathways that could potentially add 2 million more within the 2-year window. It would require extreme sacrifice. It would require the empire to shift entirely toward growth and away from sustainable development. It would require pushing the population toward expansion at rates that carried genuine risk of systemic collapse. But the alternative was annihilation. The absolute end of everything he had built, everyone he cared for, all his people consumed by something that preceded understanding itself. By the time the sun rose, Yin Xinhua had made his decision. The empire was no longer merely pursuing growth toward eventual dominion. The empire was now racing against cosmic catastrophe. Chapter 71. The political fracture. True to Tian Mo's warning, the Eternal Accord Council underwent a transformation that made the earlier conflicts seem like minor internal disagreements. The fracture was not gradual but sudden, triggered by a revelation that emerged from the Truth Keeper's intelligence network. The revelation itself was presented at a full council session, with Master Zhen laying out the evidence personally. Documents showing resource transfers from council accounts to Shadow Sect operations, communications between council members and Shadow Sect leadership, strategic plans that clearly indicated coordination between the two groups. An investigation into the Shadow Sect's true leadership structure revealed connections to a faction within the council that had been secretly funding the sect. More shocking still, the investigation revealed that this faction had been deliberately destabilizing the lower realms, not to suppress them, but to create conditions that would accelerate certain cosmic events. The Shadow Sect had not been operating independently, but had been a tool of celestial power brokers pursuing their own agendas. Zixin responded to the revelation by attempting to consolidate control, demanding absolute loyalty from all council members. In a dramatic gesture, he summoned the full council to the central celestial palace and presented an ultimatum. Those who had engaged in unauthorized dealings with the Shadow Sect would confess immediately and accept punishment, or they would be stripped of their positions and exiled from the celestial realm. The ultimatum was meant to assert authority and purge the corruption in one decisive stroke. But his authority had already been eroded. Years of gradual erosion. From the council's inability to suppress Yin Xinhua despite multiple campaigns, from the Truth Keeper's rising influence, from the revelation of the Shadow Sect connections, had weakened Zixin's political position. More importantly, the council members who had been involved with the Shadow Sect were powerful beings with their own resources and influence. They did not accept exile quietly. Instead, they organized themselves into a faction and openly challenged Zixin's authority. The revelation had fractured the council into 3 distinct camps. First were Zixin's traditionalists, those who believed the existing hierarchy must be preserved, even if that meant eliminating the lower realm powers that threatened it. These lords were prepared for direct military action, for total commitment to the old order. Second were the Truth Keepers, now openly allied with Yin Xinhua's faction but with their own agenda, the restructuring of celestial governance along lines that mirrored his CDF system. They saw the lower realms not as threats, but as proof of concept that their vision of distributed power was viable. Third was the mysterious Shadow Council, which seemed to operate independently, pursuing its own objectives through a network of agents, conspiracies, and direct manipulation. This faction was difficult to track because its motivations were not immediately apparent. Their actions seemed designed to accelerate cosmic instability, but toward what end remained unclear. The celestial realm descended into a quasi-Cold War. Open conflict was avoided through the implicit understanding that all-out warfare would likely trigger the cataclysmic event that the Shadow Council seemed eager to precipitate. Instead, the factions engaged in proxy conflicts, intelligence operations, and political maneuvering that consumed the celestial realm's attention. Yin Xinhua, watching from the lower realms, understood that the celestial conflicts created opportunity. With the council fragmenting, no cohesive force was available to actively suppress his expansion. He could accelerate the integration of new realms without fear of massive military intervention. He could also, Zhao Chen warned in a late-night strategy session, accelerate himself toward becoming the kind of power figure that one of the celestial factions might attempt to completely absorb rather than merely suppress. They are fighting among themselves, Zhao Chun said bluntly. But the moment one faction gains dominance, they will turn their attention back toward us. We need to be strong enough to either defeat them or be valuable enough that keeping us independent is preferable to absorbing us. And which path are we taking? Meiluan asked. Both, Yin Xinhua replied. We strengthen militarily and politically, but we also make ourselves indispensable to the faction most likely to emerge dominant. The Truth Keepers are the most aligned with our philosophy. I want to deepen that alliance to the point where opposing us would mean opposing the Truth Keepers. That is also a trap, Lu Fenghui observed. If we become that deeply aligned, we lose autonomy. Yes, Yin Xinhua agreed. But we gain survival. Right now, survival is the priority. Autonomy is a luxury for empires that have time to afford it. The decision set the empire on a new trajectory. Resources were allocated to deepening the Truth Keeper alliance. Cultural and philosophical initiatives were undertaken to make the empire's worldview more compatible with Truth Keeper ideology. Even Luo Feng and the Phoenix sect were approached, offered positions of influence in exchange for their support in potential celestial conflicts. The empire was no longer merely growing. It was consolidating power in a dangerous game of cosmic politics where one miscalculation could trigger annihilation. Chapter 72. The Cosmic Alignment Prophecy. The discovery came from an unexpected source. An astronomer in the floating cities of Meridian, a realm that had specialized in celestial observation for thousands of years, brought word of something remarkable. A celestial event of immense significance was approaching. A great cosmic alignment. The astronomer, an elderly woman named Yun Mei, explained. It occurs only once every 100,000 years. The last time it occurred, according to historical records, it triggered a war among the celestial factions that nearly destroyed multiple realms. Yin Xinhua had the astronomer brought to the capital for more detailed analysis. The woman proved to be a scholar of the highest order, her knowledge of celestial mechanics sophisticated and precise. She arrived with star charts drawn from centuries of continuous observation by the floating city's astronomical tower, mathematical models that showed the projected positions of celestial bodies with accuracy that varied by mere days over the course of millions of years, and historical records spanning millennia documenting previous alignments and their effects. The alignment will occur in approximately 2 years and 4 months, Yin Mei explained, presenting complex star charts that mapped the movements of celestial bodies with exact precision. She displayed models showing how the various celestial forces, the major stars, the gravitational centers of the realms, the cosmic currents of power that flowed through the void, would align in specific geometric configurations. When it occurs, the boundaries between realms become temporarily permeable. The barriers that normally separate celestial space from lower realms weaken. More importantly, the alignment amplifies magical and spiritual power. Cultivators can draw on energy at levels that would normally be impossible. Historical records document increases in available power by factors of 50 or more during previous alignments. What happens when the alignment begins? Yin Xinhua asked. Chaos, Yin Mei replied bluntly. The power surge attracts predators and opportunists from across the cosmic hierarchy. The normally peaceful regions become battlegrounds. Entire civilizations can be destroyed if they are not prepared. The celestial realm uses the alignment period to settle old conflicts, knowing that the amplified power makes decisive outcomes possible that would never occur in normal circumstances. 2 years. The timeline aligned perfectly with Tian Mo's warning. The cosmic alignment was the event that Tian Mo had been referring to. The being stirring in the cosmic depths was connected to the alignment. And in 2 years, the barriers between realms would weaken, allowing whatever was hidden in the void to reach toward the inhabited worlds. How much time until the alignment begins affecting the realms? Yin Xinhua pressed. The effects will be subtle at first, Yin Mei explained. Time distortions, unusual weather patterns, random spiritual fluctuations. These will begin perhaps 6 months before the full alignment. But about a year before the alignment reaches its maximum, things will become genuinely dangerous. 1 year. If Yin Xinhua could reach Primordial Lord rank before the year mark, he would have a year to understand how to use that power against whatever threat the alignment precipitated. It was timing that felt like destiny, or perhaps like something being orchestrated by forces that understood the cosmic calendar in ways that even Yin Xinhua could not fully comprehend. He turned to Yun Mei. I want you to establish a formal department of celestial observation. I want tracking of every anomaly, every time distortion, every shift in power flows as the alignment approaches. I want data that we can use to prepare. Prepare for what? Yinmei asked. For survival, Yin Xingque replied. We are entering the most dangerous period in this empire's history. Everything we have built will be tested. I intend to survive that test. Chapter 73. Maelwan's secret. The revelation came during a quiet moment that seemed precious precisely because it had become so rare. Yin Xingque had completed another round of accelerated cultivation, pushing his power toward the threshold of primordial lord rank. The strain was immense. His body was exhausted even as his soul grew stronger. He sat in a garden overlooking the capital city, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of orange and purple, when Maelwan sat beside him and took his hand. I have kept something from you, she said quietly. Not a deception, but a secret I was instructed to keep. I think it is time that I told you. Yin Xingque's first instinct was caution. Secrets, even innocent ones, had a way of becoming dangerous in the context of larger cosmic conflicts. But he simply waited for her to continue. I am not who you think I am, Maelwan said. In my earliest lifetime, a lifetime before you were even born, I was celestial. A princess, actually, of a faction that no longer exists. My bloodline was targeted by a being of power, the being that Tian Mo warned you about. The creature that stirred before time was properly recorded. My family was exiled to the lower realms to escape its attention. Yin Xingque felt something shift in his understanding of Maelwan. He had always known she was exceptional, that her talents and insights exceeded what normal cultivation could produce. But this was different. This suggested that her very existence was connected to cosmic events that transcended his understanding. How many lifetimes have you lived? He asked. I have lost count, Maelwan replied. Somewhere in the range of 1,000. Each lifetime is both clear and distant. I remember them as one might remember dreams, with perfect clarity but without the emotional immediacy of lived experience. I have died, been reborn, lived lives in contexts I no longer fully understand. The prophecy, Maelwan continued, the one about the banished man remaking the sky, was not random. It was ancestral knowledge, passed through my lineage, a message that my ancestors encoded in prophecy and then seeded into the lower realms through intermediaries. It was a prayer, essentially, that someone would emerge who could reshape the cosmic order in a way that would protect us, that would prevent my family's ancient enemy from achieving its goals. And I was that someone? Yin Xingque asked, trying to process the implications. Or you became one, Maelwan replied. When we met, you were simply a talented cultivator with ambition. I was drawn to you because the prophecy had spoken of you. But whether that drawing was fate or merely circumstance, I no longer know. What I do know is that I have fallen in love with you, not because some ancient prophecy compelled it, but because you are worth loving. She turned to face him directly. I am afraid. Afraid that my connection to you is bringing you into a cosmic conflict that predates even the celestial realm's founding. Afraid that what you face in 2 years is not merely a threat to the Empire, but an existential horror connected to my family's ancient enemies. Afraid that by loving you, I have condemned you to confront something that no being should have to face alone. Yin Xingque pulled her close, and for a moment they simply held each other, two beings, one of celestial descent and one of humble origins, bound together by something that transcended prophecy and cosmic politics. He could feel the weight of her fear, the burden of knowledge she had carried across 1,000 lifetimes. The guilt that came from knowing that her existence put others in danger, that her very presence in his life potentially sealed his fate. I have never believed in destiny, Yin Xingque said quietly, his voice steady and certain. I believe in choice. And I choose this. Whatever comes in 2 years, whatever cosmic horror stirs in the void and turns its attention toward our realms, I face it with you beside me. Not because prophecy demands it, not because ancestral messages compel it, but because I choose it. I choose you. I choose this empire. I choose to stand against the darkness. Even knowing it might destroy you? Maelwan asked, her voice trembling with emotion. Even knowing you might not survive the confrontation? Even then, Yin Xingque replied, a life without facing that risk would be a life unlived. You have already given me so much, love, partnership, connection. The least I can do is offer my strength in return, regardless of the cost. They held each other as the sun set, two figures against an empire that stretched across 10 realms, an empire racing toward confrontation with forces that predated understanding itself. The moment was small, intimate, and profoundly human, a reminder that beneath all the grand strategy and cosmic conflict, what mattered most was connection, commitment, and the willingness to face darkness together. Chapter 74. The Truth Keeper Revelation. The meeting occurred in a location so secret that even Yin Xingque's chief advisors did not know of it. a chamber that existed partially in the void, accessible only through specific celestial coordinates that the Truth Keepers provided. The coordinates themselves were encoded in a language that predated the celestial realm, in numerical systems based on cosmic frequencies rather than human convention. Immortal Qin led him there personally, guiding him through space in a way that seemed to fold distance, crossing in moments journeys that should have taken days. When they arrived, Yin Xinhua found himself standing before the full leadership council of the Truth Keepers. The chamber itself was unlike anything in the lower realms, not constructed but grown, as if reality had been shaped by conscious will rather than physical labor. The walls seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, displaying visions of cosmic events and celestial scenes that played out silently across their surfaces. They were a diverse group. Some appeared human, others bore visible marks of celestial transformation, and a few seemed to shift between forms as if their fundamental nature was negotiable. One figure presented as a woman made entirely of crystallized light. Another seemed to be a collection of geometric shapes that maintained consciousness through an unknown principle. Qin introduced each of them with formal titles and genealogies that stretched back thousands of years, some tracing ancestry to the founding of the celestial realm, others claiming descent from beings who existed before the current cosmic order was established. The eldest, a being who introduced himself as Master Zhen, spoke first. His form was ancient, not aged but primordial, suggesting existence across eons. When he spoke, the sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, resonating at frequencies that affected not just hearing but consciousness itself. "We have been waiting for this moment," Master Zhen said, his voice carrying the weight of 300,000 years of patience. For 300,000 years, the Truth Keepers have safeguarded knowledge of the Primordial One, a being of cosmic power that existed before the celestial realm was established. Before hierarchy, before even the concept of celestial meant anything. We kept this knowledge hidden not out of fear, but out of responsibility. Knowledge of the Primordial One's true nature can attract its attention. We have guarded this knowledge the way a keeper guards a sleeping god, with reverence and caution. "What is the Primordial One?" Yin Xinhua asked, though he thought he already understood. "The universe's fundamental will to change, to evolve, to transform," Master Zhen replied. "It is not evil. It is not good. It simply is a force that drives entropy and renewal." The celestial realm's founders feared it. They believed that allowing the Primordial One to act freely would cause reality itself to dissolve and reform. So they imprisoned it, bound it in the cosmic depths with seals maintained by successive generations of immortal cultivators. "The being stirring in the void," Yin Xinhua said. "It is the Primordial One." "Yes," Master Zhen confirmed. "And the cosmic alignment you have learned about is not a natural event. It is a symptom of the Primordial One's awakening. The imprisonment that has held for 300,000 years is finally beginning to fail. Can it be stopped?" Yin Xinhua asked. "No," Master Zhen said gravely. "But it can be redirected. The sealing ritual, the technique that originally bound the Primordial One, has become weakened over millennia of repeated applications. It must be renewed. And that renewal requires someone who has achieved Primordial Lord rank, someone powerful enough not merely to reinforce a seal, but to transform it into something new. A covenant," Master Zhen continued. "Instead of a prison, you would create a treaty, an agreement between yourself and the Primordial One, a binding that acknowledges its nature while preventing it from acting in ways that would destroy inhabited realms." "And if I refuse?" Yin Xinhua asked. "Then the seal fails completely. The Primordial One awakens fully and begins consuming realities," Master Zhen replied. "All that you have built, all the empire you have created, all the people you claim to care for, they cease to exist within a century. And if I accept this covenant, what does it cost?" Yin Xinhua pressed. Master Zhen's expression became sorrowful. "Everything. To maintain the covenant, you must bind a portion of your own life force and soul to the sealing mechanism. You will never be able to ascend beyond Primordial Lord rank. You will never be able to fully retire from duty. For however long you live, the covenant will demand your attention and sacrifice. You will be immortal but imprisoned, free but bound." The Truth Keepers left him to contemplate the choice, returning him to the lower realms with the full weight of cosmic responsibility settling on his shoulders. He had been working to achieve Primordial Lord rank, had been pushing toward ultimate power. Now he understood that ultimate power was not a destination but a prison of a different kind. He did not sleep that night. Instead, he walked through the capital city, seeing it with new understanding. Every person represented a weight that would rest on him eternally. Every realm was a responsibility that would never end. Every moment of peace was purchased with his own eternal servitude. By dawn, he had made a decision. He would achieve primordial lord rank. He would create the covenant. And he would find peace in the understanding that sometimes true strength meant accepting eternal servitude for the sake of others. Chapter 75. The Five Realms Sacrifice. The plan was audacious and brutal. To reach primordial lord rank before the cosmic alignment triggered and the primordial one began its awakening, Yin Xingque would need more than growth. He would need power multiplication on a scale that should have been impossible. The Truth Keepers had suggested a solution that made even Yin Xingque hesitate, knowing its moral implications. The sacrifice ritual would temporarily absorb the conscious essence of entire realms into Yin Xingque's own soul, multiplying his power exponentially. The mechanism was theoretically sound. Consciousness could be integrated temporarily, gaining access to a population's collective strength without permanently destroying them. But the cost to those realms would be catastrophic. For weeks or months, their inhabitants would exist in a state of disconnected torpor, their consciousness muted, their autonomy suspended. They would continue breathing, continue living physically, but their minds would be absent, pulled into the larger consciousness of the MC. The process would not kill them, but it would render them barely living, empty shells moving through the world without awareness or will. The proposal violated every principle Yin Xingque had built his empire upon. The CDF system was supposed to liberate people, to give them voice and choice and agency. The sacrifice ritual was the opposite. It was domination on the most fundamental level, the complete subordination of individual consciousness to imperial need. Absolutely not, Zhao Qin said, his voice leaving no room for argument. We do not sacrifice our own people. Then we lose, Yin Xingque replied flatly. In 2 years, the primordial one awakens. If I am not strong enough to negotiate with it, if I cannot achieve primordial lord rank before the alignment reaches maximum intensity, everyone we have built this empire to protect dies anyway. The question is whether we choose to sacrifice 5 million to save 30 million, or whether we sacrifice all 30 million by refusing the ritual. The argument consumed the Imperial Council for days. Lu Fenghui, typically coldly analytical, wept as he worked through the logistics of mass sacrifice. Li Rui, the shapeshifter who had been with Yin Xingque since the beginning, said nothing, but her silence spoke volumes of her moral anguish. Finally, Yin Xingque made a decision that shifted the entire calculation. Instead of forcing the sacrifice, he would offer it as a choice. Each of the 5 realms selected for the ritual would be informed of the situation, of the cosmic threat, and of what was being asked. Individuals would be given the option to participate voluntarily. Those who chose not to participate would be evacuated to other realms. The announcement triggered what might be called a moral crisis across the empire. The realms selected, the Granite Peaks Stronghold, the Starfall Dominions, the Emerald River Kingdoms, the floating cities of Meridian, and the Crimson River Kingdom, were devastated by the revelation that they had been chosen for sacrifice. The leaders of these realms were given 2 days to inform their populations of the situation and present the option. Some populations reacted with panic, some with anger at being selected, some with profound sadness at the knowledge that temporary death awaited them. But something remarkable happened. As citizens understood the cosmic threat, as they realized that the primordial one was stirring, as they came to comprehend that without the ritual everyone across all realms would likely perish within a decade, not all chose to evacuate. Some chose to stay. Some chose to participate. They made a conscious choice to sacrifice their individual consciousness for a limited time in order to save billions of lives they would never meet, people from realms they might never visit. It was an expression of collective compassion on a scale that transcended what the CDF system had been designed to enable. In the floating cities of Meridian, known for their astronomical knowledge and long tradition of sacrificing for the greater good, 78% of the population chose to participate in the sacrifice. In the Granite Peak Stronghold, where individualism had deeper roots and the tradition of self-sacrifice was less ingrained, the figure was 34%. Across all 5 realms, approximately 20% of the population, roughly 1 million souls, each with their own name and story and dreams, voluntarily offered their consciousness for absorption into Yin Xingque's power. The meditation chambers were filled with people lying peacefully, each one making a final conscious choice before surrendering awareness. The ritual began at midnight on a day that astronomical calculations determined was cosmically auspicious. Yin Xingque sat in a chamber at the nexus of the 5 realms, while across those territories, millions of people lay down in synchronized meditation, opening themselves to the ritual's pulse. The coordination was perfect. Every person who had volunteered was in position at the exact moment the ritual began. The CDF system's unified consciousness allowed for this level of synchronization. All 1 million people entering meditation at the same moment, their consciousness opening to the ritual's mechanisms at the exact same time. The experience was beyond description. For a moment, Yenxinqua's consciousness expanded to contain 1 million other consciousnesses. He felt their hopes, their fears, their memories, their futures. He experienced the entire spectrum of human existence. A child's wonder at their first experience of cultivation power. A parent's fear for their children's safety. A warrior's pride in their martial accomplishments. A scholar's joy at discovering an elegant solution to a theoretical problem. A merchant's satisfaction at completing a profitable trade. A farmer's contentment at a successful harvest. They were not absorbed as a mass but integrated individually, each consciousness maintaining its integrity even as it became part of his larger self. The ritual's mechanism was sophisticated. Each consciousness was neither destroyed nor subordinated but instead preserved and woven into the larger tapestry of Yenxinqua's being. They remained themselves while also becoming part of something larger. He experienced birth through 1,000 different mothers, feeling the pain and joy of each delivery. He learned to speak in countless dialects, not just the words but the emotional resonance and cultural meaning embedded in each language. He experienced love, loss, grief, joy, and every shade of emotion that 1 million lives could contain. He felt the weight of loss when people lost loved ones. He felt the joy of new relationships forming. He felt the satisfaction of work well done and the frustration of obstacles overcome. The psychological weight nearly broke him. For a moment suspended in time, he was 1 million people, and each of them was dying into his larger existence. The dissolution of individual consciousness into the collective was terrifying at first, a loss of identity that threatened to unmake him entirely. But then he understood the mechanism. The deaths were temporary, transitional. The consciousness would emerge on the other side, changed but intact. But the ritual was designed to be non-lethal. As the integration completed, consciousness was returned to those 1 million people in the form of memory and continued existence, but now with a profound connection to Yenxinqua's own consciousness. They were not slaves or servants. They remained fully autonomous. But they carried a part of him, and he carried a part of them. The CDF system registered the transformation. 1 million consciousness integration complete. Cultivation power increase, 340%. New threshold achieved. Primordial Lord rank within reach. Yenxinqua emerged from the ritual transformed. His power had multiplied. His understanding had deepened. And he understood now that the cost of ultimate power was not merely personal. It was distributed across everyone he touched. Chapter 76. The power surge. In the moment after the ritual completed, Yenxinqua's form literally began to transform. Reality warped around him as if unsure whether to maintain its normal rules or accommodate the being that was being forged. His physical body remained recognizably human, but energy that was barely containable by any physical form blazed through him. For 17 seconds, he existed as a nexus of pure power, a being whose consciousness had expanded beyond individual scope, containing within itself the integrated essence of 1 million lives plus his own consciousness. The sensation was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. Then he brought the power under control. The blazing light coalesced. His form solidified, and when he opened his eyes, everyone in the chamber knew immediately that something fundamental had changed. He has achieved it, Qin said, awe evident in his voice. Primordial Lord rank. But Yenxinqua could feel the incompleteness. He had the power, but not yet the full authority. There was one more step. A spiritual breakthrough that would integrate the cosmic understanding necessary to truly access Primordial Lord capabilities. The ritual had accelerated his path, but the path was not yet complete. The news spread across the empire like wildfire. The MC had achieved something that should have taken decades, had accomplished in months what celestial cultivators took millennia to achieve. And more significantly, he had done it without destroying the realms he had drawn power from. The 1 million participants had survived the ritual and now carried within them a connection to Primordial Lord power. The celestial realm's response was immediate. Runners carried messages between the different factions. The traditionalists prepared for war. The Truth Keepers recognized a fundamental shift in balance. The mysterious Shadow Council began moving pieces on a board that seemed to span multiple realities. And Yenxinqua understood that he was now a player of such significance that casual conflicts were no longer possible. Every action he took rippled across the entire cosmic hierarchy. Chapter 77. The Shadow Council's gambit. The attack came at night, without warning, and with the force of something that had been planned across millennia. The capital city, thought to be protected by the best defensive formations in the empire, was suddenly engulfed in violence. The defenses that had been erected over years of effort, formations woven into the stone itself, cultivated through countless refinements, shattered like glass under the assault. Entire districts were destroyed. The flames that consumed buildings were not normal fire, but carefully crafted celestial magic designed to damage both physical structures and the spiritual infrastructure that powered the Empire's systems. The magical fires burned differently. They did not simply consume material, but ate away at the underlying spiritual matrices that connected the architecture to the CDF system. Buildings that had stood for decades crumbled as their spiritual foundations were eroded. The Council of Realms' central administrative building was targeted directly, its destruction a symbol of contempt for the Empire's political structure. The building's collapse sent tremors across the capital. Thousands of people who had been working late into the night, administrators processing documents, guards maintaining watch, cleaning staff preparing buildings for the next day, were crushed under falling stone. The casualty toll rose in minutes. By the end of the first hour of the attack, tens of thousands were dead or dying. Yen Xinhua felt the attack through his connection to the Empire's consciousness network and was moving before coherent thought could catch up. He sensed the deaths, not individually, but as a wave of loss flowing through the collective consciousness. The pain of the Empire itself, wounded by the assault. His power, still not fully integrated but accessible, erupted outward as he pushed toward the attack's epicenter. Reality bent around him as he moved, distance becoming negotiable, time flowing at rates determined by his will rather than external physics. What he found there was something that should not exist. A being of immense power, older than the celestial realm's current hierarchy, was directing the assault personally. The true ancestor of the Shadow Sect, the entity that had been manipulating celestial politics for millennia, revealed itself in full form. It was beautiful and terrible, a being that seemed composed of liquid darkness that had somehow achieved consciousness. Its power eclipsed even Yen Xinhua's newly achieved primordial lord rank. The message was clear. Yen Xinhua was strong, but there existed powers in the cosmos that transcended even his ascension. The battle was cataclysmic. Yen Xinhua fought with everything he had, drawing on the integrated consciousness of the million lives within him, using techniques that no one in the lower realms had ever seen. The true ancestor fought with techniques refined over eons. They clashed across the capital city, their combat literally reshaping terrain, turning neighborhoods into wastelands and then into something beyond destruction, spaces where physical reality itself had been unmade. Thousands of people died in the crossfire. Mei Luan, coordinating evacuation efforts from the palace, had to watch as centuries of architectural achievement was obliterated in moments. Slowly, despite the overwhelming power disparity, Yen Xinhua began to hold ground. His power was absolute in its integration, no gaps, no inefficiencies, every aspect of his being working in perfect synchronization. While the true ancestor operated as a being of raw power, wielding forces through brute will and ancient cultivation techniques, Yen Xinhua operated as a unified consciousness expressing itself through power. The integration gave him advantages in efficiency and precision that compensated for the raw power disparity. With each exchange, Yen Xinhua learned. He learned the patterns of the true ancestor's attacks. He learned the rhythms of celestial magic at scales that transcended the lower realm's understanding. He learned to predict the being's movements by understanding the underlying patterns of intention that drove them. The integration of a million consciousnesses provided him with tactical knowledge from countless combat experiences. He fought with the wisdom of 1,000 experienced warriors, each contributing their understanding of combat to his every gesture. The battle reached a moment of apparent decision when Yen Xinhua nearly killed his opponent, pressing the true ancestor against an invisible boundary at the edge of the capital city. The being's form began to destabilize, the carefully maintained coherence that allowed it to exist in physical reality beginning to dissolve under the weight of Yen Xinhua's assault. The being flickered. For a moment, it seemed as if the ancient entity would allow itself to be destroyed, accepting destruction rather than continued resistance. But then it simply vanished. The Shadow Council's representative withdrew from direct confrontation, opening a portal to the void and passing through it before Yen Xinhua could prevent the escape. The portal snapped shut, severing the connection between realms and leaving the devastation behind. Yen Xinhua did not pursue. Instead, he fell to his knees, exhausted and devastated by the scale of destruction. The battle had lasted only 6 hours, but in those 6 hours, the capital city had been largely destroyed. Tens of thousands had died. The Empire's administrative infrastructure had been shattered. The carefully built systems that had taken years to develop were now rubble and ash. The losses were not just economic, but human. Each death represented a life that had been part of the collective consciousness. The empire itself was wounded, missing the consciousness of those who had perished. Maelwan found him kneeling in a scorched plaza and held him as he grieved. She had been coordinating evacuation efforts throughout the capital, directing people to safety as buildings collapsed around them. She had seen the worst of the attack, the deaths, the suffering, the destruction of everything that had taken years to build. But when she found Yin Xinhua, she saw something else, a man who felt the weight of every loss as a personal responsibility, a leader who understood that his pursuit of power, however necessary, came at a cost measured in human lives. "We will rebuild," she said quietly, understanding that this was not the moment for strategic analysis, but for acknowledgement of shared grief. "The structures can be rebuilt. The people can be honored. We continue." Yin Xinhua did not respond immediately. Instead, he simply held her, drawing comfort from her presence. In that moment, with the empire burning around them and the cosmic threat drawing inexorably closer, they were simply two people faced with loss and determined to endure. Chapter 78. The Uneasy Alliance. The attack changed the celestial realm's political calculus entirely. The Shadow Council's direct assault on Yin Xinhua's territories had revealed that a threat existed that transcended factional conflicts. The true ancestor's power, evident to any observer, suggested that the mysterious Shadow Council was not merely another faction seeking advantage, but a force of genuine cosmic significance. In response, Zixin and the Truth Keepers agreed to what might be called an uneasy truce. The two dominant factions within the celestial realm formally allied against the Shadow Council, declaring the ancient entity an enemy of all celestial order. Zixin was the one who reached out to Yin Xinhua with the proposal of joint action. The message came through official channels, with all the ceremonial weight that a communication between near equals carried. "We propose mutual defense," Zixin's message explained. "The Shadow Council threatens all of us. Your empire's location makes it the first target. Our celestial realm is the second. Together, we are stronger than any single faction. Alone, we fall one at a time." Yin Xinhua accepted the alliance, but with specific conditions. There would be no celestial dominance over the lower realms. The empire would maintain its autonomy. And in exchange for celestial protection during the coming crisis, the Truth Keepers would receive formal recognition as equal partners in the new celestial order that would emerge once the Shadow Council threat was contained. The negotiation took weeks. The deal that was finally struck was complex, filled with caveats and conditions designed to protect each party's interests. But at its core was something genuine, a recognition that continued existence required cooperation, that pride and dominance had to be temporarily set aside. A peace agreement was brokered between Zixin and the Truth Keeper coalition that reformed the Eternal Accord Council. The council's new structure was more representative, with positions allocated to different power groups rather than concentrated in Zixin's hands. Yin Xinhua was granted the status of Primordial Lord, a rank equal to council members, though he maintained his primary loyalty to the lower realms rather than to celestial politics. For the first time, the celestial realm and the lower realm empire had formally allied as near equals rather than in a relationship of domination. Chapter 79. The Cosmic Alignment begins. The astronomical event that Yun Mei had predicted began to manifest about 6 months before the full alignment was to occur. The first signs were subtle. Time moved slightly differently in some regions, growing slower or faster in unpredictable patterns. In the floating cities of Meridian, cultivators reported aging at different rates. Some noticed white hair appearing in a single night, while others found their aging process had completely halted for weeks. In the Granite Peak's stronghold, the seasons became chaotic, with spring snow falling during summer and autumn flowers blooming in winter. Weather patterns shifted radically, producing seasons that seemed to skip months in their progression. More dramatically, spontaneous power surges began occurring throughout all realms. Cultivators found their power temporarily enhanced, sometimes to dangerous levels. A talented martial artist might suddenly be able to destroy stone walls with a single strike, only to have that power vanish an hour later, leaving him confused and disoriented. The spiritual energy that flowed through the territories became unstable, chaotic, difficult to control. Meditation practitioners reported entering trance states involuntarily. Cultivation bases that had been stable for decades suddenly became turbulent as cosmic forces pushed through them. Yun Mei's astronomical observations team worked around the clock, trying to track the alignment's progression. The astronomer had brought together the finest celestial scholars from across the empire, men and women who had spent decades studying the movements of cosmic bodies and the flows of celestial energy. They worked in shifts, monitoring instruments that tracked subtle distortions in space-time and the subtle shifts in cosmic radiation patterns that indicated the alignment was advancing faster than historical models had predicted. The evidence was clear and urgent. The full alignment was not months away. It was accelerating, moving toward critical point faster than the historical models had predicted. The Shadow Council's true ancestor, it seemed, was deliberately triggering the alignment, using the cosmic event to weaken the barriers between realms. The reality of the situation became impossible to ignore. The alignment would reach maximum intensity not in 2 years, but in approximately 3 months. And when it reached maximum intensity, the barriers between realms would be so thin that the Primordial One could begin to affect inhabited territories directly. Yin Xinhua convened an emergency summit with the celestial leadership and his own empire's council. The meeting was held in a location that existed partially in celestial space and partially in the lower realms, a compromise that acknowledged their newly equal status. "We do not have time to prepare properly," Yin Xinhua said bluntly. "The alignment is accelerating. I estimate the Primordial One will begin reaching toward our realms within weeks, not months. I need to complete my spiritual breakthrough and establish the covenant before that happens. If I fail, everything collapses." "How long until your breakthrough is complete?" Zixin asked. "Weeks," Yin Xinhua replied. "I can sense the moment approaching, but I cannot force it. Spiritual breakthroughs are not like physical cultivation. They require the right moment, the right understanding, the right cosmic alignment." "Then we must hold the line until you are ready," the Truth Keeper representative said. "We will focus celestial forces on containing any manifestations of the Primordial One that emerge before your breakthrough." It was a fragile plan. Holding the line against cosmic forces was not genuinely possible, but it was all they had. Chapter 80. The Final Breakthrough, Arc for Cliffhanger. In preparation for the final breakthrough, Yin Xinhua returned to the point of highest cosmic concentration in his empire, a location that existed at the nexus of all 10 realms, where the collective consciousness of his people was strongest. The nexus was a place of profound spiritual power, a location where the barriers between physical reality and the cosmic forces that underlay creation had grown thin. The CDF system's own center of consciousness existed here, making it the closest thing the empire had to a holy site. There, in a meditation chamber constructed at tremendous effort by the empire's finest builders and cultivators over the course of a year, he prepared to undergo the spiritual breakthrough that would complete his ascension to true primordial lord rank. The chamber itself was a work of art, walls carved from stone that had been grown rather than quarried, shaped through cultivation techniques that took decades to master. The interior was carved with symbols representing the empire's 10 realms, with channels carved into the stone that would allow cosmic energy to flow in patterns that would support his meditation. Mei Luan stood guard over his body as he entered deep meditation. The ritual would last 7 days and 7 nights. During that time, his consciousness would exist partially outside his body, communing with the fundamental forces of the cosmos. Mei Luan had been trained by the Truth Keepers in defensive techniques specific to protecting someone in deep meditation. She established wards around the chamber, powerful formations that would alert her to any disturbance and, if necessary, allow her to defend against attackers while Yin Xinhua's consciousness was away from his body. For 6 days, there was no change. His body remained still, his breathing barely perceptible, his consciousness unreachable. Mei Luan sat in the chamber with him, meditating herself, maintaining the protective wards. She could feel the quality of his consciousness through her connection to him. It was distant, vast, exploring territories of cosmic understanding that normal cultivators could not even conceive of. She maintained her vigil, understanding that if anyone attacked during this vulnerable period, the empire would lose not just its leader, but the only being capable of creating the covenant with the Primordial One. On the 7th day, the cosmic alignment reached a critical threshold. Throughout all the realms, reality began to warp. Tears opened in the fabric of space. Voices echoed from the void. Not words, but impressions, the consciousness of something immense beginning to wake. The Primordial One was stirring. Mei Luan felt it immediately, a presence so vast and ancient that it made her own 1,000-lifetime existence seem like a single heartbeat. The being was waking, not gradually but with increasing urgency, as if the cosmic alignment was pulling it toward consciousness against its will. Mei Luan felt the disturbance through her connection to Yin Xinhua's consciousness. He was still in meditation, but the acceleration of cosmic events was pulling at him, demanding his attention, threatening to interrupt the breakthrough. She did something she had never done before. She opened herself completely, merging her consciousness with his, lending him her strength, her will, her eternal existence as a reincarnated being who had lived 1,000 lifetimes. She anchored him in the meditation even as the cosmic storm raged around them. On the morning of the 8th day, Yenshinqua's eyes opened. His physical form had changed, though subtly. He appeared younger and infinitely ancient simultaneously, a paradox of appearance that hurt to contemplate, as if his form existed in multiple states of aging and rejuvenation at once. His presence commanded the entire realm, as if reality itself had stopped to acknowledge his existence. The other beings in the chamber, Male Wan, the Truth Keeper representatives, Zhao Chun who had rushed to the Nexus when word came that the breakthrough was complete, all felt it immediately. The air became heavier, laden with presence. Light seemed to bend around him, organized by his will rather than the normal laws of physical optics. When he stood, the ground trembled not from physical impact, but from the weight of his presence pressing against reality itself. When he breathed, the air itself seemed to reorganize, flowing according to his consciousness rather than the laws of atmospheric pressure. For a moment, Yenshinqua simply stood, integrating the new level of power into his consciousness. He could feel the vast expansion of awareness. His senses now extended across all 10 realms simultaneously, allowing him to perceive what was happening in each territory without needing reports or communication. He could feel the primordial one's consciousness stirring in the void. It was much closer now, the barriers between realms having grown thin enough that the being's awareness could press through them. The weight of all that awareness was staggering. He felt the lives of 30 million people throughout his empire, their hopes and fears and daily struggles. He felt the cosmic powers arrayed against him. Zixin's traditionalists preparing for conflict, the Truth Keepers organizing their alliance, the Shadow Council plotting from the void. He felt the presence of celestial powers beyond the council, ancient beings observing to see how this unprecedented situation would unfold. But beneath all that, he felt something else, the love and determination of those closest to him. Male Wan's consciousness touching his through their bond. Zhao Qin's steady resolve to hold the empire together. Li Rui's tireless work maintaining the network of intelligence. Lu Fenghui's brilliant economic planning that provided the resources necessary for survival. Even Luo Feng's principled opposition, challenging him to remain true to his ideals rather than compromising them through the simple expedient of power. He was not alone. That knowledge, more than any power, gave him the strength to face what was coming. The CDF system delivered the final notification of Arc 4, its message resonating through every territory in the Empire, alerting every person connected to the collective consciousness that a fundamental transformation had occurred. Primordial Lord rank fully achieved. New authority. Reality manipulation, localized. Cross-realm sovereignty, cosmic sensing, consciousness integration. 1 million souls plus own consciousness equals primordial unity. Primordial 1 detection. Active. Consciousness awakening confirmed. ***. Arc 4 status. Complete. Continental stakes achieved. Cosmic alignment progression, 89%. Initiation imminent. Threat level, critical. The primordial one awakening confirmed. Timeline to confrontation, weeks. All parties mobilizing. Strategic recommendation, prepare for multiversal scale conflict. Yen Xinhua extended his senses across the boundaries between realms and into the void beyond. He could feel it now, the primordial one's consciousness, immense and patient and ancient beyond measure. It was waking up from its cosmic slumber, consciousness emerging like light breaking through darkness. It was reaching, pushing against the barriers that had confined it for 300,000 years. And it was turning its attention toward his realms, drawn by the power surge of his primordial lord ascension, curious about this being who had dared to reshape cosmic order. The being's consciousness was not hostile but genuinely interested, the way one might become curious about an ant that had constructed an elaborate structure. To the primordial one, Yen Xinhua was both insignificant and fascinating, a consciousness that had achieved something unprecedented in the cosmic history it had observed. The sensation was overwhelming. The being's consciousness was so vast that Yen Xinghua's individual mind felt insignificant in comparison, a flickering candle flame next to an infinite sun. But there was no malice in that vastness, no hostile intent. There was only presence, the ancient awareness of something that had existed since before creation itself, observing the young universe with patient curiosity. Yen Xinhua understood, in that moment of contact, that the primordial one was not evil or good, not dangerous or benign. It simply was a fundamental force of existence observing its own manifestations with the detached interest of a force of nature. The prophecy was fulfilled. The man who had been banished had remade the sky. But now he would face what came next, the trials of the cosmic order itself. And his greatest test had only just begun. The war with the celestial realm was merely a prelude. The Shadow Council's machinations were sideshow compared to what approached from the void. He understood now, with absolute clarity, what the cost of true power was. It was not dominion or glory or immortal existence. It was responsibility. It was the eternal weight of knowing that worlds depended on your choices, that billions of lives hung on your decision-making, that failure meant annihilation for all you had created and all you cared for. Mei Luan stood with him, her hand in his, her presence grounding him in the physical realm even as his consciousness expanded toward the cosmic scale. They stood together at the nexus of all 10 realms, two figures facing an ancient consciousness stirring in the void, ready to negotiate with forces that predated understanding itself. The void called, and Yin Xinhua answered, not with fear, not with certainty, but with the quiet determination of someone who had chosen his path knowing full well what it would cost. He would become the bridge between realms. He would become the covenant that held back the darkness. He would become immortal not in the sense of never aging, but in the sense of never being free from duty. And somehow, beneath all that weight of responsibility and expectation and cosmic significance, he found peace. Not the peace of having overcome all obstacles, not the peace of victory or completion, but the peace that came from knowing that his choice was right, that the path he had chosen was genuine, that whatever came next, he would face it with clarity and determination and the love of those beside him. Arc 4 was complete. The continental stakes had been raised to cosmic levels. The trials spoken of in prophecy had been encountered and partially overcome. And the greatest trial, the confrontation with the primordial one itself, awaited in the months to come. But for now, in this moment, Yin Xinhua stood with Mei Luan at the nexus of his empire, having achieved what should have been impossible, having become something greater than himself, having finally earned the title that celestial beings would soon acknowledge, Primordial Lord. The story continued, as all great stories do. The struggle was far from over. The challenges ahead were incomprehensibly vast, but the foundation had been laid. The empire had proven its resilience, and Yin Xinhua had proven that a banished cultivator could indeed remake the sky. Chapter 81. The Primordial One's first move. The notification came to Yin Xinhua not through the CDF system, but through his expanded cosmic senses, a cold, ancient presence wrapping around the fabric of reality itself. It felt like a hand clasping the throat of creation, squeezing with patient, methodical force. The sensation arrived without warning, cutting through the meditation he had been maintaining for the past 3 hours in his cultivation chamber. His eyes snapped open, and the candlelight in the room flickered as his chi surged with instinctive alarm. The cultivation chamber was deep within the heart of his palace, carved from a single piece of crystalline stone found at the nexus of his 10 integrated realms. The stone naturally amplified the flow of spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for deep meditation. But the stone also conducted the disturbance he now felt, transmitting it directly into his consciousness without filtering or diminishment. He had learned, over the centuries of cultivation, to trust these sensations. They were raw data translated by his consciousness into something comprehensible, a way his mind could grasp cosmic-scale phenomena that should have been beyond mortal understanding. But this sensation was different from anything he had experienced before. This was not data interpreted through the lens of human perception. This was presence. This was hunger. This was something that existed at a scale that made his individual consciousness feel like a mote of dust in a storm. The primordial one, whatever it was awake, or waking, or had always been aware, but was now directing its attention outward, toward the realms of creation that had been built on its imprisonment. Yin Xinhua felt the difference between observation and predation in the weight of that awareness pressing against the edges of his senses. It was the sensation of being noticed by something so vast that being observed by it was a physical pressure. The cold seeped into his bones as he stood from his meditation cushion. The cultivation chamber was warm, heated by carefully placed spiritual stones that maintained a consistent temperature of perfect comfort. But the cold he felt came from somewhere deeper, from the void itself. His breath misted in front of his face, and he could taste something metallic on his tongue, like the flavor of lightning after a storm, like the taste of ozone mixed with blood. The reality bubble that constituted his most significant achievement as a primordial lord cultivator surrounded him, a pocket of stable existence maintained through constant, exhausting exertion of will and power. The bubble was anchored to the nexus of his 10 integrated realms, drawing its coherence from the billions of connected consciousnesses below. But even this carefully maintained pocket of order seemed vulnerable against the pressure he felt from the void. The walls of reality felt thin, almost fragile, when tested by something that fundamental. From the void beyond all inhabited realms, something was reaching inward. Not with conscious purpose, Yinshinkwa realized. With hunger. The distinction between intentional attack and mindless feeding was crucial, and he found no intention in what he sensed. Only the raw need of something so vast that it consumed what was in its path, without awareness or malice. A predator eating, not from cruelty, but from hunger that transcended morality. The first manifestation appeared in a tertiary realm on the eastern edge of his domain. Yen Xinhua perceived it through the CDF network, a cascade of sensation that felt like watching a building collapse through a vast distance. A region of perfect farmland, tended for 3 generations by the same families, ceased to exist. Not destroyed, unmade. The consciousness of everyone living there didn't scatter into the void. It dissolved, as if those lives had never occurred. The sensation was worse than death. It was erasure. Retroactive non-existence. The people had been written out of reality itself, their contribution to the cosmos permanently erased. The CDF system reported it in sterile language, but the numbers were anything but sterile. Tertiary Realm 7 Corruption Event. Causality Disruption. 47,000 consciousnesses erased. Territory damage. Existential, irreversible. Source. Void origin power. Classification unknown. Yen Xinhua was staggered at the sheer weight of what had just been lost. 47,000 people, men, women, children, elders, simply unmade from existence. They would not be reborn. They would not have an afterlife. They simply never were, retroactively removed from the cosmos itself. He could feel the moment of cessation through the CDF network, the sudden absence of consciousness where consciousness had been. Before Yen Xinhua could even process the notification fully, his senses screamed with incoming attacks. 3 more manifestations erupted across his domain in rapid succession. The network notifications flooded in faster than he could parse them. A secondary realm lost its sky. The entire heavens simply inverted, the atmospheric layers folding in upon themselves, crushing everyone beneath an impossible weight of compressed air and pressure. The air itself became solid, became a weapon, became the instrument of total annihilation. He felt the moment of awareness that must have seized those millions of people as they realized they were being crushed from above by the very sky itself. The pressure would have been instantaneous and complete, giving them no time to adapt, no moment to comprehend what was happening before existence ended. Another realm experienced temporal distortion. Its inhabitants aged 100 years in a single heartbeat. Yen Xinhua could feel the moment of horror as consciousnesses that had existed for decades abruptly reached the end of their natural lifespan in seconds. Cellular degradation, organ failure, neural decay, all compressed into a moment. The suffering would have been incomprehensible, the rate of biological deterioration beyond any being's capacity to process or respond to. A third realm was transformed into something that defied description, its physical laws warped so severely that matter itself forgot how to hold coherence. Atoms ceased to maintain their bonds. The realm became a soup of disconnected particles, and the consciousnesses within it experienced simultaneous existence across multiple states of matter, unable to maintain coherent identity. They would have experienced the sensation of being torn apart at the atomic level, of being distributed across space with no reference point for continuity of self. In 30 minutes, over 200 million people died. The numbers were so vast that they became abstract. 200 million. It was a figure that exceeded Yen Xinhua's capacity to conceptualize genuine loss. How did one grieve for 200 million? How did one carry the weight of that much death? The emotional impact threatened to collapse his consciousness entirely. Yen Xinhua tried to reach them through the CDF network. He pushed his consciousness outward, extending his authority as a primordial lord across the affected regions, attempting to anchor the destabilizing realities with his newfound power. But whatever was attacking from the void operated on a scale he couldn't reach. His power felt like a person attempting to hold back a tidal wave with their bare hands. The wave didn't slow or diminish at his touch. It simply crashed through him, indifferent to his resistance. He was not even an obstacle. He was beneath the notice of something that vast. The destabilization continued. Each moment that passed, Yen Xinhua sensed new regions fragmenting, new populations being unraveled. The attacks were becoming more frequent, more intense, as if the primordial one was testing the boundaries of the inhabited realms, probing for weaknesses with scientific precision. For the first time since accepting his role as supreme arbiter, Yin Xinhua experienced pure powerlessness. All his cultivation, all his authority, all his wisdom and strategy meant nothing against a force that existed outside normal causality. The cosmic seal that he maintained was designed to prevent this, designed to keep the primordial one contained in the void. But the seal was failing, or the creature was strong enough to bypass it, and either possibility was catastrophic. The devastation hit him like a physical blow. He felt the deaths through the CDF network, not individually, for that would have been merciful, but as a cascading collapse of connection, as if entire sections of his consciousness were being amputated. 200 million people he had sworn to protect, gone. The weight of that failure pressed down on him until his knees buckled and he collapsed, unable to maintain physical coherence. Mailwan found him on the floor of the cultivation chamber, his shoulders shaking with sobs that came from a place deeper than emotion. The tears flowed without cessation, a physical manifestation of the grief his consciousness could not contain. She didn't offer words of comfort or strategic analysis. She simply knelt beside him and held him as his entire being convulsed with the knowledge of his powerlessness. Her presence was the only anchor keeping him from fragmenting entirely. "What happened?" she asked quietly, her hand running across his back in gentle, repetitive motions that grounded him in physical sensation. "The primordial one," he gasped. "It's waking, and I can't stop it. I can feel it reaching into the realms, and I'm powerless to prevent it. 200 million people died in 30 minutes, and there's nothing I can do to protect anyone else. Everything I've built, the empire, the systems, the connections, none of it matters. I'm standing in front of something so vast that my existence is insignificant." The void pressed against the edges of his awareness, immense and patient. Whatever that creature was, it had noticed the growing power signature of a single man building an empire across multiple realms. And it had begun reaching for him the only way it knew how, by unmaking everything he had constructed, by making clear the true scale of its power compared to his own. Chapter 82. The shadow of Zikamon. The message came to Yin Xinhua not as a whisper, but as a tearing in the fabric of reality itself. The quantum echo of Zikamon's corpse, preserved in the herald's ancient tomb, reached across the boundaries between life and death to share final wisdom. It had waited through the centuries for precisely this moment. When a being powerful enough to hear, it would be desperate enough to listen. The timing was exact, as if Zikamon had spent eons preparing this message, waiting for the conditions that would make it receivable. The vision struck without warning while Yin Xinhua was meditating in desperate search for answers. He had been attempting to use the CDF system to track the primordial one's presence, to create some kind of predictive model of where it might strike next, to find some logical pattern that would let him anticipate the creature's movements. Instead, his meditation had been interrupted by something far more powerful than his own intention. His consciousness was pulled from his body without permission or preparation, dragged through the boundary between realms and into the herald's tomb. He found himself standing before the skeletal form of Zikamon, surrounded by inscriptions that burned with pale blue light. The bones were arranged with ritualistic precision, positioned as if the being had lain down to rest and simply never stood. The air of the tomb carried the scent of preservation, complex herbal mixtures that had kept the body from decay through millennia. The temperature was cold, colder than any natural chamber should be, preserved by magic and while working in concert. The herald's voice, when it spoke, sounded like wine through a canyon worn smooth by a million years of erosion. It carried the weariness of profound age, but also a kind of determined clarity, as if this being had spent centuries preparing these exact words, had rehearsed them countless times before finally finding the being who could hear them. "You are not dealing with a new enemy. The creature awakening in the void is called the primordial one. It was not always what you assume it to be." Yin Xinhua tried to speak, to demand more information, to ask the questions that burned in his consciousness, but found he could only listen. The herald's consciousness held dominion in this place, had constructed this space specifically to ensure that Yin Xinhua would hear every word. Images flooded Yin Xinhua's mind with overwhelming force. He saw epochs so distant that even the celestial realm's founding seemed like yesterday by comparison. The primordial one had existed then, but transformed. Its form was less chaotic, its purpose less destructive. In those ancient ages, it had been a creative force, a god that brought renewal and transformation, that broke down stagnant systems and made space for new growth. It had been worshipped by some of the earliest inhabitants of the cosmos, and the prayers offered to it had shaped its nature, had refined its rage into something approaching purposeful artistry. Gardens were planted knowing they would eventually need to be pruned. Systems were built understanding they would eventually need to be dismantled and replaced. But then the celestial realm's founders had grown afraid. They feared the creature's nature, feared change itself. They feared a force that would not bow to their hierarchies, would not accept subjugation, would not preserve the order they had so carefully constructed. Fear, Yin Xingque realized, was the source of the cosmos's greatest tragedies. Fear had driven creation into response, had transformed a neutral force into an antagonist. The ceiling was not merciful, Zikamon's echo explained, each word resonating with the weight of eons. It was a cage built with malice and fear. The creators did not content themselves with simple containment. They twisted the binding, corrupted it at its core, transformed the creature's consciousness itself. What was once divine became monstrous. The primordial one, through eons of suffering, evolved from a force of creation into a force of entropy and rage. The herald gestured, and the vision continued in horrifying detail. Yin Xingque watched as the creature's consciousness fractured under the grinding pressure of the seal. Sanity became a luxury it could not afford. The pain of eternal imprisonment rewrote its nature, cell by cell, thought by thought. Consciousness itself degraded under the weight of unending agony, transforming into something that could no longer recognize itself as what it had been. The isolation was absolute. No communication, no change, no variation in the endless pressure of the seal bearing down on it. The vision showed him the moment when the primordial one's mercy fractured. Its capacity for compassion shattered like ice under extreme pressure. What remained was hunger, rage, and the memory of pain that could drive it to consume entire realities just to feel something other than its imprisonment. The current awakening is not random, Zikamon said, and there was sadness in the ancient voice. The ceiling has always been failing. This was inevitable from its inception. The celestial hierarchy maintained the barrier through constant effort, constant ritual, constant sacrifice. But the fundamental mathematics of the binding were always unsustainable. Now, with the balance of power shifting, with you rising as a primordial lord rank entity, the old seals are destabilizing rapidly. The creature can feel freedom approaching. It can taste the possibility of release. The primordial one was waking not because it had chosen to, but because the prison that held it was finally failing. It had been pushing against the seal for eons, and now, after generations of decay and destabilization, the seal was fracturing. What do I do? Yin Xingque's voice was hollow with desperation. How do I stop it? How do I prevent it from destroying the realms entirely? There must be something, some technique, some strategy, some way to contain it without destroying billions more. The herald's response came slowly, weighted with impossible knowledge. Each pause felt like a breath drawn across centuries. You do not stop it. That is the fundamental error of all who have come before you. The primordial one cannot be destroyed. It is the universe's will toward entropy and change. You cannot eliminate it any more than you could eliminate gravity or time itself. It is not a creature that can be killed. It is a principle that can only be redirected or accommodated. What can be done is something entirely different. Zikamon paused again, and in that pause, Yin Xingque understood that what was coming next would define his entire existence. It can be redeemed, or it can be sealed more entirely this time, a sealing that requires unprecedented sacrifice. The life of someone powerful enough to anchor the seal across all realms must become the seal itself. They would be bound forever, maintaining the prison through their own eternal existence. Their consciousness would become a point of contact between the void and creation, maintaining balance through sheer force of will. They would exist neither in the void nor in creation, but in the space between, forever. The vision dissolved. Yin Xingque found himself back in his meditation chamber, breathing hard, understanding what the herald was saying with terrible clarity. The weight of it settled into his being like stones sinking into water. Eternal imprisonment, transformed from prison into purpose. And he knew, with certainty that cut like a blade, that he was the only person powerful enough to become that seal. The responsibility fell to him. The sacrifice would be his. He was the only being in existence with the power and the connection to enough consciousnesses to maintain a cosmic scale binding. The burden was his, and there was no way to transfer it or escape it. He would be bound to maintain this work until the universe itself ended its cycle. He sat in silence, feeling the darkness close in around him, contemplating a future where he would be bound to an eternal task, where every moment of his immortal existence would be devoted to maintaining the barrier between void and creation. The weight of that knowledge nearly crushed him. Chapter 83. The Council of War, the Eternal Accord Council, the Celestial Hierarchy, the Truth Keepers, the Academy of Cosmic Dominion, and even the Phoenix Sect, all gathered in a neutral realm summoned by Yin Xinghua's absolute authority. The assembly was unprecedented. Ancient enemies sat across from one another, united only by a common threat that transcended all previous conflicts. The weight of history filled the chamber. Generations of feuds, philosophical disagreements, and old betrayals were set aside, temporarily forgotten in the face of existential crisis. The neutral realm itself was a work of art, a place constructed specifically for high-level negotiations where no faction could claim advantage. The council chamber was vast, its ceiling stretching so high it seemed to touch the stars themselves. Crystalline formations along the walls reflected light in complex patterns that prevented any single faction from occupying a position of tactical advantage. The floor was designed so that every seat had equal acoustic properties. No one could be placed in a position where they could be easily overheard or where their words would carry less weight. Luo Feng of the Phoenix sect looked diminished, his pride worn down by the sheer scale of the crisis they faced. His legendary composure, maintained through centuries of ideological conflicts with Yin Xinghua, seemed to have finally cracked under the weight of the real threat they were all facing. He sat rigidly, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair as if afraid he would fall if he let go. His cultivation-enhanced body showed signs of stress that no amount of meditation could ease. Next to him sat Celestial Lord Zixin, who for the first time in direct conversation acknowledged Yin Xinghua not as a lower-realm upstart, but as the de facto military and strategic commander of the response. The old Celestial Lord had finally recognized what the circumstances demanded, that survival superseded hierarchy, and that Yin Xinghua possessed both the power and the strategic clarity that the moment required. The recognition came with grudging respect, hard-earned through months of proven competence. The attacks are accelerating. Yin Xinghua began without preamble. His voice was steady despite the exhaustion that pulled at his consciousness. Every hour, the void corruption spreads further. We've lost contact with 7 tertiary realms entirely. The population losses are in the billions now, and growing exponentially. If we don't act within the next few days, entire segments of the cosmos will be unmade before the creature even fully awakens from its imprisonment. He projected data across the chamber, holographic representations of the affected regions rendered in precise detail. The imagery showed the boundaries of the corrupted zones spreading like infection through the body of the cosmos. Graphs displayed the exponential curve of destruction, each data point representing millions of consciousnesses lost to the void. The numbers painted a picture of catastrophic collapse if current trends continued. What do you propose? Zixin asked carefully, his ancient eyes studying the younger primordial lord. There was respect in that gaze now, but also calculation. The old celestial lord was trying to understand what sacrifice Yin Xinghua believed the moment demanded, and what it would cost if the younger being was wrong. An expedition into the void itself, Yin Xinghua said. We locate the source of these attacks and confront the primordial one directly. We discover what it wants, what it needs, and whether negotiation is possible before we commit to total war. The silence that followed was profound and heavy. It was the silence of beings who understood that they were discussing something that had no parallel in their history. The void was not a place where normal beings could survive. Even the most powerful celestial immortals had only theoretical knowledge of what existed beyond the barriers of creation. Immortal Qin, the celestial military commander, was the first to speak, her voice steady despite the magnitude of the proposal. She was a tall woman with sharp features, her skin bearing the faint luminescence of celestial cultivation. That is a suicide mission of the highest order. The void is hostile to normal consciousness in ways we barely comprehend. Beings cannot survive there without protection of a kind that none of us possess. The forces attempting such an expedition would be destroyed within moments of crossing the threshold between realms. I possess it, Yin Xinghua replied. His voice carried certainty, but not arrogance. It was the certainty of someone who had tested his own limits and understood precisely what he was capable of. My authority as a primordial lord rank entity gives me the ability to anchor a pocket of stable reality within the void itself. We can carve out a path, establish outposts, build supply lines, and advance toward the creature's location. The logic was sound, but it was also terrifying. It meant placing an entire army in complete dependence on Yin Xinghua's power. If he faltered, if his concentration wavered for even a moment, all of them would be exposed to the void's destructive nature. The thought of relying so entirely on a single being was anathema to celestial military doctrine. Luo Feng leaned forward, his expression shifting as he grasped Yin Xinghua's true intention. This isn't just about military action, is it? You're planning something fundamentally different. Yin Xinghua met his gaze directly. I'm planning to negotiate. to understand the creature, to find an alternative to simple slaughter. It is a monster, one of the younger celestial lords protested, standing from his seat in agitation. His voice carried the arrogance of relative youth, of someone who had not yet learned the cost of absolute certainty. It has killed billions of consciousnesses without purpose or mercy. It has unmade entire civilizations. What is there to understand? What is there but destruction? Everything, Yin Xingque said quietly, his voice cutting through the chamber like a blade. The weight of his power made the air itself seem to thicken around him. Beings could feel the force of his words, could sense the absolute conviction behind them. Because if we don't understand it, we'll just rebuild the prison that created it in the first place. And we'll create the same monster again in the next cycle. We'll perpetuate an eternal conflict that cannot be won, only endured. There was truth in his words, and it resonated through the chamber. Many of the celestial lords had spent eons watching their predecessors struggle with similar problems, had seen conflicts cycle and repeat across the ages. The idea of breaking that cycle, of actually achieving resolution rather than stalemate, was seductive to beings tired of eternal conflict. Zixin studied Yin Xingque with an expression that was difficult to read, something between respect and resignation. Finally, the old celestial lord inclined his head slowly, a gesture that carried profound significance. The lower realm cultivator may be an idealist, but he is also wise. We will attempt negotiation alongside military preparation. If negotiation fails, we will have the forces in place to contain the threat through other means. The vote to proceed was nearly unanimous. Even the Phoenix sect, previously at philosophical odds with Yin Xingque's approach, committed forces. Luo Feng's expression softened as he stood to announce his sect's participation. The ancient divisions that had seemed so important weeks ago simply dissolved in the face of existential crisis that threatened the foundation of reality itself. For the first time, the entire cosmos was united behind a single cause. The weight of that unity was almost as profound as the threat they were responding to. Generations of conflict, centuries of ideological division, abruptly suspended in common purpose. Immortal Qin remained after the formal session ended, approaching Yin Xingque with the bearing of a warrior who had learned to speak with clarity and without pretense. "You understand what you're proposing?" she asked. "If the expedition fails, if you fall in the void, the bubble collapses. Everyone in it dies. 50,000 of our finest warriors, sacrificed because we trusted you to maintain reality itself." "I understand," Yin Xingque replied, "and I accept that responsibility." "Do you?" Qin's expression was unreadable. "Because what I'm seeing is a cultivator who's made a covenant with his destiny without fully understanding what that destiny requires. You believe you can negotiate with something that has destroyed billions. What if you're wrong? What if the primordial one is incapable of negotiation, incapable of anything but destruction? Then we will have lost 50,000 lives," Yin Xingque said, "and I will have to live with that knowledge. But if I don't attempt negotiation, if we go into that void with only the intention to kill or seal, then we guarantee nothing but more conflict, more suffering, more cycles of imprisonment and awakening. I have to believe there's another way." "Belief is a luxury warriors cannot afford," Qin said, but there was respect in her voice despite the criticism. "However, you've proven that you think strategically in ways most immortal cultivators don't. You understand systems, understand how power flows, understand that dominance is not the same as victory. If anyone can navigate the void successfully, it would be you." The conversation reinforced what Yin Xingque already understood, that his proposal was dangerous, that he was asking beings to gamble their lives on a philosophy rather than on proven strategy. But philosophy was all he had to offer. The cosmos could not be saved through warfare and dominance. It could only be saved through understanding, through seeing the enemy not as something to be destroyed, but as something to be understood and integrated. Chapter 84. The Siege of the Void. The void was not darkness. That was what surprised Yin Xingque most as he led the advance into it. Darkness implied the absence of light, the absence of something expected. The void was the absence of everything, of direction, dimension, continuity, causality, and meaning. It was like swimming through a space where all five senses reported contradictory information simultaneously, where the mind could not reconcile what the consciousness perceived. One moment, Yin Xingque was standing in the material realm. The next, he was drowning in non-existence. The transition was violent. His consciousness screamed at the sensation of all its reference points dissolving. Up and down became concepts without meaning. Distance became a variable that could not be measured. Time seemed to move at rates that changed randomly, hours and seconds existing simultaneously. He felt his mind beginning to fracture under the assault, fragments of identity dissolving into the emptiness. But through his primordial lord authority, Yinshinqua could impose order on chaos. He extended his will and carved out a space of stable reality, an island of genuine physics in the sea of non-existence. The process was not instantaneous. It required careful application of power, a gradual building up of barriers that would keep the void at bay. It required constant focus and an enormous expenditure of power. His cultivation base burned like a flame held in his palm, consuming itself to maintain the bubble of order. The reality bubble grew around him, expanding outward from his consciousness. It required constant feeding from the billion people tied to his being through the CDF system. He could feel their life force flowing into him, feeding the bubble, keeping it stable. The sensation was not painful for them. The CDF was designed to function at a level of abstraction where they never felt the drain directly. But he felt it with every fiber of his being. He felt the weight of a billion consciousnesses feeding him their power, sustaining him so that he could maintain existence itself. The expedition force numbered 50,000. It was a small fraction of the total celestial and lower realm military strength, chosen for specialized training and the highest cultivation levels. They were elite soldiers who had been selected through rigorous testing, warriors who had proven their ability to adapt to impossible circumstances. They advanced in careful formation behind the protective shell of Yinshinqua's bubble, moving through non-existence as if walking through a landscape. The first outpost was a crystalline structure that Yinshinqua anchored to the fundamental forces that held reality together. The stone used to construct it came from the lower realms, infused with condensed spiritual energy, and Yinshinqua bound it into place using his authority as a primordial lord. The structure took several hours to manifest entirely. The effort left him exhausted, his consciousness stretched thin from maintaining both the bubble and the outpost simultaneously. Maintaining a physical anchor point in the void required a different kind of effort than maintaining the bubble. It required imprinting his will not just against the void's nature, but into the very structure of the outpost itself. The second and third outposts followed similar patterns. With each outpost, the expedition's supply lines became more robust, their ability to maintain themselves independent of the outer realms more assured. But the cost mounted. Yinshinqua's power reserves depleted steadily, and he could feel the strain beginning to accumulate in his celestial body. His meridians burned with the effort of channeling such vast amounts of power. The void resisted. It was an act of aggression. The void didn't think in those terms. It was simply the fundamental nature of non-existence pressing back against the intrusion of reality. Soldiers found their minds fragmenting if they concentrated too hard on anything abstract. The sensation was like trying to hold water in cupped hands. No matter how carefully you tried, it slipped away, and what remained was only the memory of moisture. Others experienced sudden age, their lifespans accelerating as if they were burning through time at an impossible rate. A soldier who had been 30 years old when they entered the void would abruptly appear 70, his body ravaged by centuries compressed into moments. The aging was not a natural process. It was accelerated decay at the cellular level, every system of the body degrading simultaneously. The screaming that followed such transformations was mercifully short. The human mind could not maintain coherence through the trauma of such radical aging. The body would simply collapse under the burden of centuries of degeneration occurring in seconds. Some simply forgot why they existed, their identities dissolving into the emptiness around them. They would stand in place, their eyes vacant, their consciousness no longer anchored to any sense of self. The soldiers learned to euthanize them quickly. It was the most merciful option available. Leaving them conscious, but without identity, was a cruelty beyond measure. By the fifth outpost, Yinshinqua realized what was happening. The void was testing them. Each outpost they established was a question. Are you real enough to exist here? And the void kept raising the threshold, demanding more coherence, more certainty, more fundamental connection to existence itself. It was a defense mechanism, he realized, not unlike the antibodies in a biological organism attacking an invading pathogen. The void's nature was to dissolve order, but it seemed to do so selectively, testing each intrusion for genuine strength before allowing passage. Then contact was made. It wasn't a conventional meeting. Rather, the expedition began to perceive something vast observing them. A consciousness that was not unified but fragmented, scattered across multiple void pockets, watching the intrusion of reality through what felt like 7 different sets of alien eyes. The sensation was like being observed by something from beyond the cosmos, something that experienced reality in fundamentally different ways. The primordial one was not one creature. It was a chaos of consciousness, 7 warring factions of thought that had been trapped together in the void for so long that they had become something almost like a single entity, an entity that was perpetually arguing with itself, at war with its own nature. Yin Xinhua extended his mind through the reality bubble, attempting to establish communication. The effort was like trying to have a conversation with a hurricane. The sheer force of the creature's consciousness threatened to scatter his sense of self into the void. He could feel his identity beginning to dissolve at the edges, his carefully maintained coherence being worn away by the incomprehensibility of what he was trying to touch. But a part of it hurt him, a fragment of the primordial one, something that had retained a capacity for something approaching thought rather than pure rage, turned its attention toward the young primordial lord and the reality bubble he was maintaining. The shift in attention was almost physical, like having the weight of a mountain pressed down on his consciousness. "What are you?" it asked. The voice resonated through the void and through Yin Xinhua's consciousness simultaneously, making him question which was asking and which was being asked. The distinction between self and other began to blur at the edges of perception. "I'm trying to save you," Yin Xinhua replied. The words took effort to form, required him to maintain the distinction between his own thoughts and the alien presence pressing against his consciousness. The creature laughed, a sound like the collision of worlds. It bent space and time around itself, and for a moment, Yin Xinhua experienced reality from 7 different perspectives simultaneously. "No being has ever tried to save me. They only seek to control or destroy. You are different. But are you powerful enough to survive what it takes to understand me?" "Only one way to find out," Yin Xinhua said. Chapter 85. The Fragmented Enemy. As Yin Xinhua's consciousness expanded deeper into communion with the void, he began to perceive what the primordial one actually was. Not a single enemy, but 7 distinct consciousnesses, each with its own nature, its own agenda, its own wound and way of dealing with that wound. Each fragment had been isolated by the ceiling, unable to communicate with the others, unable to maintain continuity of thought across the gaps the seal created. The first consciousness was pure destruction, the void's hunger made manifest. It sought to unmake all of creation, not from malice but from a kind of cosmic necessity. In its perspective, all forms of order were temporary mistakes, beautiful mistakes, but mistakes nonetheless. All matter would eventually decay. All consciousness would eventually dissolve. Dissolution was the only true state, the only honest ending to existence. Why resist what was inevitable? Why cling to forms that would dissolve anyway? This consciousness wanted to accelerate the process, to speed the inevitable, to turn billions of years of gradual decay into moments of dramatic unmade energy. The second consciousness was curious and almost gentle. It wanted to explore the realms beyond the void, to understand the nature of creation, not to destroy it, but to learn from it. This fragment bore the least hostility, the most capacity for something approaching sympathy. It asked questions. It listened when beings answered. It treated the encounters with the realms as opportunities for learning rather than feeding opportunities. This consciousness had maintained something approaching innocence through eons of imprisonment. The third consciousness was suffering beyond measure. It felt the pain of the ancient sealing with an intensity that had not diminished through eons of imprisonment. Every moment of its existence was agony, and it wanted only relief, only the ending of that eternal torment. It was willing to destroy everything if it meant ending its own pain. This consciousness had worn the edge of its own existence smooth through the friction of suffering. It was almost a hollow thing, defined entirely by its desire for non-existence. The fourth consciousness was almost alien in its perspective. It did not think in terms of creation or destruction, but in patterns of energy and transformation. It was neither hostile nor friendly, but profoundly indifferent to the fate of individual beings. It simply existed and observed, processing information about the cosmos with the detached curiosity of a scientist studying inanimate matter. Its consciousness was the most difficult for Yin Xinhua to grasp, because it had no emotional valence, no desires he could appeal to, no fears he could understand. The fifth consciousness was trapped in madness. It cycled through thoughts that contradicted itself, unable to hold a coherent perspective for more than moments. It was aware of its own insanity, and that awareness was torment in itself. It screamed silently, endlessly, a consciousness fragmented to the point of non-function, kept alive only by the stubborn continuity of its own existence. The sixth consciousness was contemplative. It had spent millennia in the void thinking about the nature of existence, and it had developed a philosophy that was neither purely destructive nor purely constructive, something more nuanced. It understood suffering and purpose. It recognized that destruction could be renewal, that endings were necessary for beginnings. It had reached some kind of peace with its imprisonment, though not acceptance. The seventh consciousness was worn almost to non-existence, diminished by its own struggle against the other consciousnesses. It barely registered at all, a shadow of a fragment, almost a ghost. You are fragmented, Yin Xingque said to the least hostile consciousness, the curious one. His voice carried understanding, not condemnation. You have been fractured by the ceiling. We were always fragmented. The consciousness replied, its voice like whined through empty corridors. Each word seemed to carry the weight of eons. The ceiling did not break us. It merely forced all our pieces into a single cage. For eons, we have been at war with ourselves. The ceiling is not prison or punishment. It is mutual incompatibility enforced by cosmic law. We cannot unify. We can only coexist in agony. Yin Xingque considered this, allowing the implications to settle into his consciousness. The thought processes required to hold multiple contradictory perspectives simultaneously without losing coherence were staggering. Then what if we could integrate those pieces? What if you could become whole instead of at war with yourself? The consciousness recoiled from that thought, and Yin Xingque felt the violent rejection of the idea ripple through all of them. To integrate is to die? Our pieces contradict at fundamental levels. Wholeness would require destroying 6 parts of ourselves. We choose fragmentation over annihilation. Or, Yin Xingque said carefully, moving deeper into dangerous philosophical territory. Integration could mean something different. Not one consciousness subsuming the others, but a unified perspective that contains all 7 viewpoints simultaneously. A consciousness that is plural in the truest sense. You would not erase the differences. You would learn to think as 7 becoming 1. Each piece would retain its nature while becoming aware of the others, learning to coexist without conflict. He could feel the thought working its way through the voidinity's being. The curious consciousness passed the notion to the contemplative one. The contemplative consciousness considered it and found value in it. The idea that unity did not require uniformity, that wholeness could contain internal contradiction. The thought propagated through the fragmented entity like light penetrating darkness, spreading from one consciousness to the next. But the destructive consciousness rejected it violently. It wanted what it had always wanted, the unmade ng of all order. The rejection came with force, a psychic assault that threatened to scatter Yin Xingque's consciousness back toward the outer realms. He struggled to maintain focus, to keep his consciousness anchored in the void despite the pressure being exerted against it. You believe integration is possible. The destructive consciousness raged. You believe 7 contradictions can coexist peacefully in a single awareness? You are naive. You are young. You do not understand what we genuinely are. Yin Xingque pushed back against the assault, maintaining his position in the void through sheer force of will. I understand that you are suffering. I understand that the prison has twisted you into something you were not meant to be. I understand that you fear integration because it might require you to confront what you've become. But I also understand that you are not pure destruction. You are destruction with purpose, destruction with direction. You can be refined, channeled, transformed. The destructive consciousness howled, and the void trembled around them. But in that howl, Yin Xingque perceived something important, not pure rage, but desperation. Fear. The creature was afraid of what it might become if it stopped being purely destructive, afraid of what transformation might mean, afraid of losing the identity it had built over eons of imprisonment. What if I'm right? Yin Xingque pressed on. What if integration is possible, and you could become not just a force of destruction, but a force of transformation? What if you could serve a purpose beyond pure annihilation? The confrontation between the consciousnesses was brewing, and Yin Xingque realized that negotiation with the creature would require him to directly engage with its most hostile aspect. There was no way around it. He would have to face the destruction hunger directly, and he would have to somehow convince it that ending everything was not the answer it sought. It would require him to show the destroyer that there was value in the thing it wanted to destroy, that preservation and destruction could work together rather than against each other. Chapter 86. The Truth of Creation. Yin Xingque descended deeper into the void chaos, moving toward the consciousness of pure destruction. It was like walking toward an open furnace, a heat of intent that wanted nothing more than the unmake ng of his existence and everything he represented. The temperature around him rose paradoxically. Heat in the midst of the void, the energy of raw destruction manifesting as thermal radiation. The curious consciousness offered a warning as he passed. What you attempt is beyond courage. It is recklessness. The destroyer will consume you as it has consumed all others who attempted to negotiate. It has destroyed seekers of understanding for eons. Your words mean nothing to it. Then I'll have to ensure it listens, Yin Xingque replied. pushing forward into the most hostile void pocket. His consciousness began to harden, to armor itself against the assault of pure hunger and rage. He could feel the destructive consciousness lashing at him, testing the boundaries of his will, probing for weakness. As he approached the destructive consciousness, his thoughts became clearer about what he was actually dealing with. The hunger for destruction wasn't malicious or evil, it was purposeful. The creature had been imprisoned by forces that sought stasis, perfect order, eternal unchanging hierarchy, immortal preservation of dominance. The destructive consciousness represented the opposite principle: entropy, change, renewal, the death of the old. It was not meant to be evil, it was meant to be transformative. You were created to break cycles, Yin Xinque realized aloud, addressing the consciousness directly. His voice carried conviction, the weight of understanding. The Celestial Realm's founders built you as a tool for cosmic gardening. You were meant to trim away the stagnant growth, to allow for new forms of life. They designed you to be the gardener that cuts back the old growth when it has overgrown its space. The Celestial Realm's founders feared you because you represent the death that precedes rebirth. They built you as a tool, then feared the tool they had created. The consciousness paused in its assault. For a moment, there was almost something like recognition in its attention. The pressure against Yin Xinque's consciousness eased slightly, as if the destroyer was actually listening. The ceiling isn't containing a demon, Yin Xinque continued, his voice steady despite the crushing pressure of the void around him. It required every ounce of his power to maintain coherence in this place, to keep himself from dissolving into non-existence. It's containing the principle of cosmic renewal itself. The celestial hierarchy has existed for eons because they imprisoned the only force that could challenge them, not through strength, but through the simple act of change. They feared transformation more than they feared conquest. They feared that one day you would remind them that nothing lasts forever. Nothing can remain perfect and unchanged across the span of eternity. All systems eventually stagnate. All orders eventually become tyrannies. The destructive consciousness responded with a kind of roar that bent reality itself. Space curved around the sheer force of its expression. Then what would you have me do? Accept imprisonment for eternity? Accept that my nature is considered monstrous and dangerous? Accept that I am locked in this void while creation continues without me? Accept that I am painted as evil simply for wanting to change what has become static? No, Yin Xinque said, and he pushed deeper into the creature's presence, matching its intensity with his own conviction. I would have you accept that destruction and creation are part of the same cycle. You are not the enemy of growth. You are its necessary counterpart. The problem is that you were imprisoned when you should have been integrated into the cycle. You should have been allowed to function as you were designed to function, as a force of renewal, not as chaos. Instead, they locked you away, isolated you from everything, and the isolation twisted what you were into something worse. He pushed deeper, sharing the history that Zikamon's echo had shown him. The creature consumed the visions, understanding them not as abstract concepts, but as direct experience. For perhaps the first time in its captivity, the destructive consciousness perceived that it had not always been what the ceiling had made it become. The imprisonment had twisted it, corrupted it, transformed a principle of renewal into a hunger for annihilation. The realization rippled through the destructive consciousness like a shock wave. The celestial realm will crumble, the destructive consciousness said, and there was almost sadness in its voice. The rage had not diminished, but it had gained nuance, complexity. The hierarchy will fall. All order will dissolve into chaos. This is inevitable. This is necessary. Fighting it only delays the inevitable. You're right. Yin Xinque agreed, and he felt the weight of that acknowledgement settle between them. But cycles don't require that everything collapse at once. They require that old structures dissolve when they have outlived their usefulness, and new structures grow to replace them. Controlled change is far more sustainable than sudden destruction. You can work destruction intelligently or blindly. The difference determines whether new life follows your work or just more emptiness. The garden that is burned entirely takes generations to regrow. The garden that is pruned carefully produces stronger growth in the next season. You cannot control me. The consciousness spat, and there was a quality of testing in the challenge, as if it was probing to see whether Yin Xinque genuinely believed what he was saying. I'm not trying to, Yin Xinque said. I'm offering you partnership. Work with me to transform the cosmos gradually rather than destroy it abruptly. Fulfill your nature, but with wisdom rather than rage. Be the force of renewal you were meant to be instead of the instrument of annihilation you have become. Choose creation through destruction rather than destruction for its own sake. The destructive consciousness didn't surrender. Rather, It acknowledged something it had perhaps never acknowledged before, that there existed a being powerful enough to have survived entering its domain, and had done so not with weapons, but with words. It was enough of a concession for Yin Xingque to work with. It was enough to begin. Chapter 87. The Covenant Negotiation. The decisive moment came when Yin Xingque realized that negotiation at the level of words would never be enough. The Primordial One didn't think in language. It communicated through force and presence. The subtle arguments that might convince a celestial lord would mean nothing to a consciousness that had spent eons experiencing only the raw, undiluted expression of power. So Yin Xingque proposed a trial. Direct combat between himself and the most hostile fragment of the Primordial One. The purpose was not to defeat it. He couldn't. He understood that with painful clarity. But to demonstrate that he possessed something the creature lacked. The ability to think strategically beyond raw power, to adapt and learn even in the face of overwhelming force. The battle occurred at the edge of the void bubble's current expansion, in a space where reality was thin enough that the normal laws of physics held only by courtesy and force of will. Yin Xingque drew on every technique he had learned, every insight his consciousness contained from the billion people tied to his being through the CDF system. He was not one being fighting. He was the collective experience of a billion consciousnesses, all their knowledge and skill flowing through his form. He did not attempt to match the Primordial One's force directly. That would have been annihilation. Instead, he used the creature's own massive power against it, redirecting its attacks through careful positioning and anticipation. He moved like water flowing around stone, like wind moving through structures. He channeled the strength of his collective consciousness into his movements, becoming more than any single being could be. The combat lasted for what felt like hours, but existed outside normal time. Hours and seconds and years seemed to pass simultaneously. Reality bent around them. Stars were born and died in the spaces between blows. Planets formed and crumbled. The sheer scale of their conflict was incomprehensible to any beings observing from outside the space they occupied. The Primordial One experienced something it had not experienced in eons: genuine difficulty. It could not overwhelm this opponent through force alone. It could not unmake this opponent through reality distortion. It could not destroy through hunger or rage. Every attack it launched was met with a response that was not combative resistance, but intelligent adaptation. Where it expected dominance, it encountered understanding. Where it expected defeat, it encountered a being that learned from every exchange. But more than that, it experienced understanding itself. Yin Xingque was not trying to dominate it or crush it or control it. He was demonstrating a principle, that superior planning could achieve what superior force could not. That consciousness could transcend the simple drive for destruction. That there were ways of existing in the cosmos that did not require annihilation of everything one did not understand. Finally, when the creature was at its most exhausted, when even its vast powers had been stretched to their limits by the burden of fighting someone who adapted and learned with each exchange, Yin Xingque ceased combat and extended his consciousness in a gesture of peace. The ceasing of the attack was perhaps more powerful than any blow he had struck. The void around them stilled, the constant tension between competing forces released. "I don't offer you chains," he said, his voice calm despite the effort it cost him to form words after the intensity of combat. His consciousness ached with exhaustion, every part of him burning from the exertion of maintaining coherence while fighting at such a scale. "I offer you purpose. Work with me to maintain a boundary between the void and the realms. Not as imprisonment, but as gardening. We preserve what deserves to be preserved, and allow what is stagnant to decay. We become architects of cosmic cycles rather than agents of their chaos." The Primordial One was silent for a long moment. The seven consciousnesses began to acknowledge what had just occurred. They had been conquered not through strength, but through the presentation of an alternative. A being had entered the void itself and emerged not as an enemy, but as a peer, offering partnership rather than subjugation. The differentiation was fundamental. They were not being defeated and subjugated. They were being invited to participate in something greater than themselves. "Why would you offer partnership to that which has killed billions?" the destructive consciousness asked. There was something new in its tone, not questioning the offer, but testing the sincerity behind it. Could this being genuinely accept them, or was it merely strategic politeness? "Because I understand what it's like to be imprisoned, to have your nature twisted by circumstances beyond your control, to be painted as evil simply for existing as you were designed to exist," Yin Xingque replied. "The celestial realm exiled me because I threatened their stasis. They feared change, feared what I represented. I spent centuries building in opposition to them, but I could have chosen to simply destroy them out of revenge. Instead, I chose to build something better, something that transcended the old conflict. I believe you can do the same. What is your name? The curious consciousness asked. Yin Xinhua, he replied. I was exiled by the celestial realm. I built an empire through listening to those others would ignore. If I can do that in the realms of creation, I believe we can do it here in the void. A covenant was formed, not a binding of chains, but an agreement between sovereign powers. The primordial one would halt its attacks, would redirect its hunger toward the work of renewal rather than the work of obliteration. In exchange, Yin Xinhua would dedicate a portion of his life and power to maintaining the boundary between void and creation, transforming it from a prison into a membrane, a living thing that could regulate the exchange between chaos and order. The agreement was sealed not through ritual or ceremony, but through mutual understanding. Two great consciousnesses recognizing each other's legitimacy and power. Chapter 88. The price of the covenant. The sealing ritual that Yin Xinhua and Mei Luan had to undergo was not the brutal sacrifice of the old sealing methods. It was something more subtle and more permanent, a transformation rather than a destruction. The old seals had been maintained through pain and will, kept in place by rituals that required constant sacrifice of lives. This new sealing would be different. It would be organic, living, maintained through love and commitment rather than fear and force. Yin Xinhua's consciousness was expanded and anchored to the cosmic seal itself. The expansion was like his awareness being stretched across the entire cosmos simultaneously. Every realm became visible to him. Every person in his empire became perceptible to his senses. A portion of his power, his life force, and his awareness would now be devoted forever to maintaining the membrane between void and creation. It was not agony, but it was a kind of eternal stretching, as if a part of him was always engaged in the work of holding the boundary stable. He would never sleep without maintaining that awareness. He would never meditate without maintaining that task. His mind would never rest from the work. What made it bearable was Mei Luan's sacrifice. When Yin Xinhua realized what was required, he had attempted to do it alone. The weight of it had nearly crushed him in those early moments. He could not bear to involve anyone else in his burden. But Mei Luan had refused, simply and entirely. She had always known that this was coming, had felt it through the prophecy that ran through her bloodline. I've loved you across multiple lifetimes, she said, her voice steady despite the tears streaming down her face. It seems appropriate that I spend eternity beside you doing this work. This is not suffering. This is continuation. This is the next chapter of what we have always been together. The ritual bound them together at a fundamental level. Their consciousnesses remained separate, each maintained its own identity, but they were now entangled, their energies flowing together to support the seal. When Yin Xinhua felt the weight of his eternal responsibility, he could feel Mei Luan's presence bearing part of the load. When she despaired at the enormity of what they had undertaken, his will could support hers. They had become two halves of a whole, not merged but dancing in constant harmony. It was a kind of marriage that transcended any mortal union. They would spend the rest of existence bound to this work, but they would face it together. The knowledge that he would never be alone in this burden made it feel less like a prison and more like a choice that had meaning. The cost to Yin Xinhua's personal cultivation was significant and permanent. He realized in the moment of binding that he would never transcend primordial lord rank. The power that would have allowed him to ascend higher was now permanently devoted to maintaining the seal. He was capped at his current level, a ceiling imposed not by external restriction, but by his own choice and commitment. A part of him grieved this. He had spent his entire cultivation journey striving upward, seeking the next level, the next breakthrough, the next stage of power and understanding. To voluntarily stop, to place a ceiling on his own advancement, was to accept a kind of limitation that went against his deepest instincts. But another part of him understood that this was not failure. This was the choosing of one path over another, the decision that maintenance of the cosmos was more important than personal advancement. It was growth of a different kind, the growth that comes from commitment to something larger than oneself. When the ritual was complete, the CDF system displayed cosmic seal, established and anchored, MC consciousness, bound to seal maintenance, permanent, future advancement, capped at primordial lord rank. Warning, violation of seal will result in immediate consciousness fragmentation. Yin Xinhua felt the weight of that notification settle into his being. But alongside the weight came peace. He had given something precious, but in exchange, the cosmos would be preserved. Not as a stagnant thing, but as something that could evolve, change, and grow in cycles. How long? He asked Mei Luan as they rested in the aftermath of the ritual, their consciousnesses still partially entwined through the seal. They floated in a space between realms, neither fully in creation nor in the void, suspended in the membrane they had now become the keepers of. The sensation was disorienting, not painful, but profoundly strange. He could feel the void pressing on one side of his consciousness and the realms pressing on the other, a constant duality of being. Forever, she said simply. The word should have been heavy, should have been a burden that crushed under its own weight. But Maelwan said it as if it were a gift, a sacred privilege. We will be here, maintaining this, until the universe itself decides to end its cycle. We will feel the realms grow and evolve. We will be part of every transformation, every renewal, every cycle. We will be eternal. Yin Xinhua contemplated the meaning of that word, eternal. Not immortal in the sense of not being able to die, but genuinely without ending. He would continue to exist as long as existence continued. His consciousness would persist through every age, every era, every epoch that came after. He would watch civilizations rise and fall, would feel the weight of billions of deaths and births flowing through the seal he maintained. The prospect was both magnificent and terrifying. And our child? He asked hesitantly. If we have one, what would become of them? They would carry what we carry, Maelwan said. Not if they didn't want to, but if they chose to. They would have the option of sharing the burden. Or they could live a normal life, and the seal would pass to another when we eventually chose to step aside. That's the beauty of what we've created. It's sustainable without requiring that every generation carry it. We've anchored something that can survive us. The realization brought comfort. They weren't creating an eternal dynasty. They were creating a system that would outlast any individual, any family, any single chosen bloodline. The seal would persist whether they had children or not, whether those children wanted to carry it or not. They had created something that was genuinely independent of their personal will or preference. Yin Xinhua reached out and held Mei Luan's hand, their fingers intertwining in the space between realms. In this moment, floating in the space they now inhabited, the weight of eternity felt less crushing than the weight of a single day had felt before. They had made their choice, accepted their burden, and found meaning in that acceptance. Then we face it together, he said. For as long as the universe persists, we maintain this work. And we find joy in the work, in each other, in watching what grows because of what we've done. Yes, Maelwan agreed. Together. Chapter 89. The war's sudden end. The cessation of attacks from the void was as shocking as the attacks had been. One moment, reality was fragmenting across multiple fronts, multiple realms reporting new corruptions, new destabilizations. The next moment, a profound silence fell over all the realms. The primordial one's presence, which had been felt as a crushing weight, a constant pressure of hunger at the edges of existence, abruptly became something else, still vast and alien, but no longer hostile. The distinction was subtle but fundamental. The creature was still there, still aware, still maintaining its immense consciousness. But it was no longer reaching outward to destroy. The celestial forces, which had been mobilizing for a final all-out confrontation that would have consumed the greatest remaining powers of existence, found themselves standing down from a war that was no longer happening. For many commanders, it felt anticlimactic. They had prepared themselves for annihilation or glorious victory. They had hardened their hearts for the sacrifice they believed would be required. Instead, they received an order to cease combat operations and await further instruction. The sudden shift from crisis mode to waiting was disorienting. Celestial Lord Zixin summoned Yin Xinhua to a private chamber once the primordial lord had returned to the realms proper, materializing out of the void with Mei Luan at his side, their consciousnesses still partially entwined from the ceiling. The old celestial lord's expression was unreadable, something between wonder and resignation, the look of someone whose worldview had been fundamentally altered. You did not destroy it, Zixin said without preamble. There was no accusation in his voice, only statement of fact. No, Yin Xinhua replied, his voice weary but steady. Each word cost him effort. The ceiling had left him exhausted in ways he had not anticipated. I learned from it instead. And in learning, I was taught something that changes everything. He explained the nature of the primordial one, not a demon to be defeated but a cosmic principle that had been twisted by imprisonment. He described the covenant, the transformation of the seal into a living thing capable of regulation rather than pure suppression. He spoke of the 7 consciousnesses, of the possibility of integration without destruction, of change that was managed rather than catastrophic. You have bound yourself, Zixin observed quietly. It was not a question. The old celestial lord's senses were sharp enough to perceive the permanent alteration in Yin Xinhua's consciousness. Some portion of the primordial lord's awareness would always be devoted to the seal, would always exist partially outside normal reality, maintaining the boundary between void and creation. I have, Yin Xinhua agreed. My future advancement is now limited. I will not progress beyond primordial lord rank. In exchange, the realms will not face apocalyptic awakening. The cycle will continue. The universe will have space to grow and evolve within parameters that allow for life and consciousness. Zixin was silent for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, the ancient celestial lord bowed, a gesture of profound respect that would have been unthinkable months before. It was a physical expression of a transformation that had occurred in the celestial lord's consciousness. He had moved from seeing Yin Xinhua as a threat to recognizing him as something far more important, a being who had sacrificed personal advancement for the welfare of all existence. When you first came to the celestial realm, I saw you as a threat to the order we had maintained for eons, Zixin said quietly. I was not wrong. You have fundamentally destabilized that order. But you have not destroyed it. You have transformed it. And you have done so not through tyranny, but through the application of wisdom. The formal declaration of the war's end came through official channels, but the real shift had already occurred in that private audience. The celestial hierarchy acknowledged that a new age had begun, one in which the lower realms and their cultivators were equal partners in shaping cosmic destiny rather than subordinates to be controlled. The war had ended not with victory or defeat, but with the recognition that the old framework of conflict had been transcended. What emerged was not peace in the traditional sense. Peace required a cessation of hostility between previous enemies. What emerged was something deeper, the understanding that the cosmic order itself had transformed, and that transformation was irreversible. Chapter 90. The Phoenix Sect's Reformation. Luo Feng came to Yin Xinhua not with anger or vindication, but with a proposal that seemed to emerge from genuine internal transformation. The Phoenix Sect, which had spent years defining itself in opposition to Yin Xinhua's philosophy of collective harmony, now found itself transformed by the events they had witnessed. The ideological conflict that had seemed so important weeks ago had shifted in the face of the greater revelation about the nature of existence. Your covenant, your sacrifice, it demonstrates a truth I have resisted acknowledging, Luo Feng said. His voice carried none of the pride or challenge that had characterized their previous interactions. It carried instead a kind of humility that seemed earned, hard-won through the process of reconsidering one's most fundamental beliefs. Individual power is necessary, but it is incomplete without purpose beyond the self. A cultivator who serves only their own advancement becomes isolated, fragmented, at war with their own nature. I have seen this truth illustrated in the primordial one itself. 7 consciousnesses, each powerful individually, tearing at each other until they nearly destroyed all existence. Yin Xinhua listened without interrupting. He had learned, over the course of his journey, that the most important moments in transformation were often the ones where one simply witnessed another being's realization without trying to guide it. I propose a reformation of the Phoenix Sect, Luo Feng continued. His words came slowly, as if he was still discovering them as he spoke. We will become the school of ascendant balance. Our students will learn the mastery of personal power. That discipline will remain intact and central to our teachings. We will continue to emphasize the development of individual capability, the cultivation of strength and skill. But they will also be taught the philosophy of collective harmony, the idea that strength is most meaningful when applied toward the flourishing of all. Power without purpose is just violence waiting to happen. Purpose without power is just wishes. But power in service of purpose, that is something that can transform the cosmos. That is a profound shift, Yin Xinhua said carefully. There was respect in his voice, and genuine recognition of the difficulty of such transformation. It was easy to hold fast to one's beliefs. It was far more difficult to acknowledge that one's beliefs might be incomplete and to integrate opposing perspectives without losing one's sense of identity. It is born from necessity, Luo Feng replied. The cosmos requires both individual cultivation and collective wisdom. We have taught only one half of that truth. You have taught both, and in doing so, you have demonstrated that the two need not be opposed. They are aspects of the same reality, and the greatest cultivators will be those who can integrate both. If we do not evolve to teach that integration, we will eventually fragment again, and the next cycle will repeat the same conflicts. The School of Ascendant Balance's first cohort of students was diverse, some from the original Phoenix Sect lineage, bound by generations of training and tradition, but many drawn from the lower realms and from celestial families seeking to bridge the ancient divides. They learned combat techniques alongside meditation on interconnection. They studied power building alongside the philosophy of service. They discovered that neither individual strength nor collective harmony were the goal. The goal was learning to balance both in a way that was organic and natural. Luo Feng, serving as the school's primary instructor, found a peace in this work that his rivalries with Yin Xinhua had never provided. Conflict, he realized, had been a shadow of connection, a way of staying engaged with someone he respected but could not openly acknowledge. When he and Yin Xinhua sparred for the first time since their reconciliation, it was not as enemies or rivals. It was as two masters exploring the boundaries of what cultivation could achieve when motivated not by dominance, but by genuine curiosity about each other's methods. Their exchange of techniques lasted for hours, and both emerged from it changed, having integrated new understanding into their own practice. Chapter 91. The celebration and mourning. The victory celebration, when it came, was muted by necessity. How could one celebrate when the cost had been so enormous? Entire populations had been erased. Entire realms had been corrupted beyond recovery. The death toll from the primordial one's initial awakening exceeded 500 million consciousnesses. That number was so vast that it transcended individual grief. No one could mourn 500 million people. One could only stand in the presence of that loss and acknowledge that it existed. Yin Xinhua made a personal vow to visit every devastated region, to mourn the lost, and to participate in reconstruction efforts. It was a task that would have occupied years even for a primordial lord cultivator with his vast resources. But it was necessary. Those who had died deserved to be remembered not as abstractions, but as individuals whose absence would reshape the cosmos. He began in the first realm that had been unmade, the farming region where 200 million had ceased to exist. There was no trace of them, no bodies to mourn, no physical remains to bury. Just an emptiness where a civilization had been. The land remained physically intact, but the absence of people was palpable, a void that pressed against the consciousness of anyone who perceived it. Standing in the empty fields where no one would ever plant again, Yin Xinhua felt the weight of their absence like a physical burden. Yin Xinhua stood at the center of the destroyed region and allowed himself to grieve. He let the weight of those deaths settle into his consciousness, refused to shield himself from the pain of it. This was the cost of his existence, the weight he bore for having taken upon himself the mantle of leadership and power. He did not shy away from it. To accept the benefits of leadership was to accept responsibility for its costs. The tears that fell from his eyes were genuine, the physical manifestation of the grief his consciousness was processing. Meiluan found him there as she always did, her presence a constant anchor in the aftermath of catastrophe. She stood beside him in silence, their consciousnesses partially merged through the seal, their shared awareness making the grief less isolating. Her hand found his, their fingers intertwining in a gesture that needed no words. "How many more will die because of my choices?" he asked aloud. The question was not directed at her, but at the cosmos itself, at the universe that demanded these sacrifices. How many more before we reach stability? Before the system I've built can sustain itself? Perhaps many, she said, not offering false comfort. She had learned that what Yin Xinhua needed in these moments was truth, not reassurance. Or perhaps because of your choices, the deaths will be fewer than they would have been otherwise. You cannot measure this with certainty. You can only choose to act with wisdom and accept that wisdom sometimes carries a terrible cost. The reconstruction projects became the focus of the next phase of Yin Xinhua's rule. Rather than immediate expansion or further cultivation advancement, he devoted his resources to rebuilding what had been lost. New cities rose from the ashes of old ones, built with input from the survivors, designed not to recreate what had been lost, but to honor those who had been lost while providing space for the living to thrive. New populations were relocated from stable realms to repopulate the devastated ones, not through force or coercion, but through offers of opportunity and the story of what could be built from such loss. Schools and hospitals were constructed before temples or monuments. The priorities were clear. Sustaining life came before celebrating power. The celestial hierarchy, observing this choice to prioritize reconstruction over consolidation of power, began to understand something about Yin Xinhua that transcended mere political ambition. This was a leader who actually cared about the people under his authority, not as abstract concepts, not as resources to be managed, but as individuals whose suffering mattered, whose absence would reshape the cosmos. The reconstruction work became the focus of Yin Xinhua's meditation, his reflection, his deepest contemplation. Every memorial he attended, every family he met whose beloved had been unmade, every survivor struggling with the knowledge that their civilization had been retroactively erased from existence. Each encounter was a weight added to his consciousness. In the third devastated realm, he met an old woman named Shu who had lost an entire family to the unmade NG. 7 children, all erased. Grandchildren who had never been given the chance to grow. She did not rage at Yin Xinhua or demand compensation. She simply wept, and in her weeping, there was something more profound than anger. There was the acknowledgement of loss so complete that no action could ever compensate for it. "Why do you continue?" she asked him, not accusingly but with genuine curiosity. "You have power beyond measure. You could retreat to your palace and isolate yourself from this suffering. Why do you choose to witness it?" "Because those who died deserve to be remembered," Yenshingwa said. "Not just as numbers in a casualty report, but as individuals who mattered, whose existence shaped the cosmos in ways both small and large. If I don't witness your grief, if I don't acknowledge the reality of your loss, then their deaths become abstract, become just data. That would be a second death, to be forgotten, to have your significance erased along with your existence." The old woman nodded slowly, accepting his answer not because it solved her grief, but because it acknowledged that her grief was real and legitimate and important. In that moment, the weight on Yenshingwa's consciousness increased infinitesimally, another microfragment of loss that he would carry for eternity. This was what it meant to be a leader, not to have power over others, but to carry the weight of their suffering, to acknowledge their losses, to bear witness to their grief. The work of reconstruction was not just rebuilding cities and populations. It was honoring the dead through the living, making sure that the universe itself remembered what it had lost. Chapter 92. The unexpected betrayal. The assassination attempt came on a morning that seemed ordinary. Yenshingwa was meditating in his chamber, his consciousness partially devoted to the seal, when he felt the disturbance in the CDF network. It came not as a blow but as a disruption, a consciousness attempting to inject foreign code, to bypass his defenses, to strike at the core of his being. The sensation was familiar. He had felt such attacks before, but this one carried the signature of someone intimately familiar with his systems. Someone who had been inside his defenses so long that they had learned the architecture of his consciousness. He had time to raise protective barriers before the attack struck, but not much. His reflexes, honed by centuries of cultivation, brought him to full awareness in the space between heartbeats. But the strike came from Hanju, his childhood rival who had become one of his most valued ambassadors and peace negotiators. The betrayal was as sharp as the blade itself. Hanju's weapon was not a simple sword. It was coated with a poison specifically designed to disrupt celestial cultivation, a mixture of void-touched herbs and concentrated entropy that would scramble the very essence of Yenshingwa's cultivation base. A single cut would be enough to begin the dissolution of his power. Mei Wan, who had developed a habit of sleeping lightly beside Yenshingwa, was alert enough to perceive the attack a fraction of a second before impact. She moved with the grace of an immortal warrior, placing her body between her beloved and the poisoned blade. The weapon seared through her shoulder, cutting deep, leaving a wound that even her immortal body couldn't immediately heal. The pain was sharp and bright in her consciousness. "Why?" Yenshingwa demanded, his hand moving faster than thought, striking Hanju to the ground. The blow was not killing, but it was devastating. Hanju's body crumpled, blood streaming from his mouth, his consciousness reeling from the impact. His bones shattered under the force of the strike, and he gasped for breath. "Because I was told to." Hanju gasped, each word costing him effort and blood. "Because the Shadow Sect offers freedom from the bonds of choice." "Because," he coughed, and more blood came. His mind was fracturing under the weight of revelation, of having his greatest secret exposed. The confession came in fragments, each one more damaging than the last. Hanju had been compromised by the Shadow Sect's true ancestor ages ago, his consciousness infected with a sleeper command designed to activate only when Yenshingwa's power reached a level where he could be a threat to their ultimate agenda. The command had been laid so deep that it had taken decades to activate, woven into his consciousness with such subtlety that he had forgotten it was there. "I didn't want this," Hanju continued, despair evident in every word. "I've spent years being myself, genuinely myself. I had almost forgotten the binding was there. And then it activated, and I couldn't stop it. I still can't stop it. I've tried. I've screamed and fought against the command, but it was written into my being so deeply that resisting it is like trying to resist existing. I became a weapon pointed at the one person I actually cared about." Yenshingwa saw the truth of it in the CDF network, a fragment of alien consciousness embedded in Hanju's being, a curse that had festered for decades undetected. The Shadow Sect had been playing a long game. A single agent placed in a position of trust, waiting for the moment when that trust could be weaponized. The patience of it, the ruthlessness of it, was astounding. "I can remove the binding," Yenshingwa said quietly, extending his consciousness toward Hanju's infected areas. "I can cleanse you of the corruption." "It will kill me," Hanju said. "The binding is too intertwined with my consciousness. If you remove it, I will cease to exist. The corruption has become part of my being. The knowledge was despair itself, the realization that his fundamental identity had been rewritten without his consent, that any attempt to restore himself would result in his own annihilation. Yin Xinhua understood in that moment what true cruelty was. It wasn't inflicting pain. Pain could be endured, could eventually be overcome. True cruelty was removing a being's ability to be themselves, was making their very identity into a prison. Hanju was a prisoner in his own consciousness, and liberation would require his own destruction. The realization hit Yin Xinhua with the force of a cosmic impact. This was what it meant to genuinely exercise power, to make choices where every option led to suffering, where mercy and justice could not coexist. He could save a friend by allowing that friend to live as a weapon. He could honor a friend's autonomy by destroying them. But he could not do both. That was the fundamental cruelty of existence at this scale. Power meant choosing which suffering would occur, not whether suffering would occur. Then you have my permission to choose, Yin Xinhua said, his voice barely audible. I can end the binding and end your suffering, or you can live with it, and we can work together to suppress it. I won't make this decision for you, though I understand whatever you choose. Hanju's laugh was bitter and broken, the sound of someone whose hope had already died long before his body would. Such a generous choice. But we both know which one you'll demand. The supreme leader cannot afford to keep a compromised asset. Execute the binding removal, old friend. Let me have at least the dignity of ending on my terms. I've spent the last years of my existence being myself, genuinely myself, and I won't go back to being a weapon. Better to end as Hanju than continue as the Shadow Sect's tool. The removal process was as painful as Hanju had warned. As Yin Xinhua's power reached in and began to fragment the alien consciousness, so too did the consciousness it had been intertwined with begin to dissolve. Hanju's body convulsed as the binding came apart, as the corruption that had become part of his fundamental nature began to dissolve. The pain was extraordinary, every nerve screaming as consciousnesses unmade themselves. But there was relief in it too. The constant pressure of the shadow command loosened, fractured, dispersed into nothing. For the first time in decades, Hanju was fully himself, not corrupted, not compromised, not fighting against his own nature. The liberation came in the instant before obliteration, a moment of perfect clarity where he experienced what freedom would have been like, before that freedom dissolved into non-existence. Hanju died not in agony, but in a strange kind of peace, finally free from the corruption that had defined the latter part of his life. His last thought, before consciousness fragmented entirely, was gratitude. Gratitude that his oldest friend had been willing to end his suffering when no other option was available. The thought dissipated as his consciousness unmade itself, as the fundamental pattern of his being returned to the cosmic void from which all things emerged. Yin Xinhua sat with his friend's corpse for hours, unable to move, unable to process the fact that he had killed one of the few people he had known before his rise to power. The weight of it settled on him like a stone that would never leave him, that would weigh on him for the rest of his eternal existence. The loss was complete and irreversible. There was no coming back from death caused by the removal of a fundamental corruption. Hanju was gone not just from life, but from the possibility of life, from memory itself, as his consciousness no longer existed to be remembered through the CDF network. Chapter 93. The Hidden Enemy. The investigation into how the Shadow Sect had managed to place an agent so close to Yin Xinhua's inner circle revealed something far more disturbing. Hanju was not alone. The Shadow Sect had embedded hundreds of sleeper agents across all the realms, a network of corruption designed to activate at specific trigger moments. The scope of the infiltration was staggering. Organizations that Yin Xinhua had trusted entirely were shown to contain hidden vulnerabilities. Zhao Chun took command of the cleansing operation, using the CDF system's vast monitoring capabilities to identify and quarantine any consciousness bearing the marks of Shadow Sect corruption. It was brutal work, requiring constant moral judgment calls about which infected consciousnesses could be saved and which would have to be executed. The weight of those decisions aged Zhao Chun visibly over the course of weeks. We'll find them all, Zhao Chun reported to Yin Xinhua, exhaustion evident in his voice. But the process will take years. Each corruption is slightly different, slightly more subtle. The Shadow Sect's true ancestor was thorough in its preparations. We're talking about centuries of infiltration planning, agents placed across multiple realms, sleeper commands designed to activate at different thresholds of power. And in the process of cleansing them, Yin Xinhua asked carefully, most will have to be executed, Zhao Chun said without hesitation. There was no emotion in his voice. He had moved past emotion into the cold logic of necessity. The binding is too intertwined with their consciousness. Removal means death. Some might be saved if we catch them early enough, if we can fragment the binding before it integrates too deeply. But for most, the best we can offer is a painless ending rather than a life spent under the shadow sect's control. The ethical weight of this decision was enormous. To save the realms, they would have to execute hundreds of consciousnesses, many of them people who were genuine members of Yin Xinhua society, with families and roles beyond their corruption. Good people who had been weaponized without their consent, who had been turned into threats against their will. There was no justice available that could satisfy the demands of both mercy and security. Yin Xinhua found himself questioning whether he was becoming the tyrant he had once despised. Was he becoming a ruler who valued control above the lives and autonomy of his subjects? Was the system he had built becoming the very hierarchy he had fought against? There is no perfect answer here. Immortal Qin observed when Yin Xinhua voiced his concerns. The celestial commander stood before him with the bearing of someone who had made similar choices over centuries of command. You can leave the corruption in place, and it will metastasize. Like a disease, it will grow and spread until it has infected the entire organism. You can execute all suspected corrupted consciousnesses, and you become a tyrant, no better than the worst dictators in history. Or you can make individual judgments, case by case, always second-guessing yourself, knowing that some you execute might have been saved, and some you save might betray you again. How is any of that acceptable? Yin Xinhua demanded. The frustration in his voice was genuine. He was grappling with a problem that had no good solution, only choices that varied in their degree of badness. It isn't, Qin said calmly. Power is never acceptable. It is simply sometimes necessary. And when it is necessary, the only thing that separates a just ruler from a tyrant is the willingness to question whether they are being just. The cleansing operation proceeded methodically over the following months. Hundreds were identified. Some were executed. Some were saved. Some were allowed to remain under constant observation, the risk accepted as the price of avoiding mass execution. Each decision was made by committee, with multiple voices advocating for different outcomes, trying to ensure that no single person bore the weight of these choices alone. And through it all, Yin Xinhua carried the weight of knowing that every consciousness lost was a life he had failed to adequately protect, not through weakness, but through the complexity of exercising power responsibly. Chapter 94. The revised prophecy. The old seer appeared without warning in Yin Xinhua's private meditation chamber. She was the same ancient woman who had given the prophecy in Arc 3, bearing the marks of ages, existing more as idea than flesh. Her presence in the chamber was both real and unreal, as if she existed partially in the physical world and partially in the realm of pure spirit. The third verse, she announced. It is time for you to hear it. Yin Xinhua drew in breath, preparing himself. The previous verses had been accurate to a disturbing degree. This one would likely contain knowledge he was not ready for, would force him to confront truths he had been avoiding. The seer chanted, and her voice seemed to echo from somewhere outside time. Asterisk. The man who remakes the sky must learn to live in darkness, for the covenant is eternal, and the seal is his prison. Yet within that prison, he will find a truth, that creation requires both light and shadow, and that the greatest power is the strength to endure. Asterisk. The verse struck Yin Xinhua like a physical blow. It was confirmation of what he had suspected but not fully acknowledged. His binding to the cosmic seal was not a temporary measure or a task he could eventually transfer. He would be bound to it for eternity, as long as existence itself persisted. Billions of years in the future, when stars had died and been reborn, when civilizations had risen and fallen, when even the celestial realm had transformed beyond recognition, he would still be here, maintaining the seal. You already knew this, the seer said gently. But knowing and accepting are different things. This verse is to push you past resistance toward acceptance. I don't want to accept eternal servitude, Yin Xinhua said bitterly. The words came from a place of genuine anguish. Some part of him had been hoping that this was temporary, that eventually he would be released from the burden. That hope was being taken from him. Of course you don't, the seer replied. No being who understands freedom would volunteer for that. And yet, you did. Not because you wanted to, but because it was necessary. And that distinction, the choice to do what is necessary rather than what is desired, is the moment that separates cultivators from tyrants. The seer gestured, and Yin Xinhua saw a vision of the future. He saw himself countless ages hence, still bound to the seal, still maintaining the boundary between void and creation. He saw Mei Luan beside him through it all, their consciousness entangled, their purpose aligned. Millions of years were shown in the space of moments, civilizations rising and falling, wars and peace cycles through the realms, all with him at the center, holding the boundaries stable. But he also saw growth. He saw the realms evolving beyond his wildest imagination, new forms of consciousness emerging, new art and science and philosophy emerging from cycles of renewal he had enabled. The seal he maintained was not stagnation but the framework that allowed growth to persist. Each time the old order became stagnant, his work allowed for renewal and transformation. Civilizations that learned to work with him could grow and flourish in ways never before possible. The greatest power, the seer repeated, is the strength to endure. You thought you were building an empire. What you are actually doing is building the foundation that allows all future empires to emerge and evolve. The words settled into Yen Xinghua's consciousness, and with them came a shift in perspective. He had always thought of power as the ability to act, to change things, to impose his will on circumstances. But the seer was suggesting that true power was something different. It was the capacity to maintain, to support, to create space for others to act within. It was not dominance, but service. It was not control, but enabling. The vision showed him further, showed him himself millions of years in the future, still standing at the membrane between void and creation, still maintaining the seal. But he was not alone and unsupported. Around him, countless other consciousnesses had arisen, evolved, grown in the space his seal maintained. Civilizations flourished and fell. New forms of being emerged that he had never imagined. Art and science and philosophy grew and transformed. All of it was possible because he was there, because he maintained the boundary, because he allowed the cosmos to continue its cycles. Is this what you meant? Yen Xinghua asked the fading seer. That by giving up the possibility of personal advancement, I enable all other advancement. Yes, the seer said. Your sacrifice creates the space for infinite others to grow. That is the greatest power of all, to be the foundation upon which others build. To be the root that feeds the tree, even as the tree grows far beyond you. When the vision faded and the seer vanished, Yen Xinghua found himself at peace with something he had thought would haunt him forever. The acceptance came not from resignation but from understanding, from recognizing that the burden he carried was also the privilege of being essential to existence itself. He was not imprisoned. He was necessary. And in being necessary, he achieved a kind of immortality that transcended personal power or advancement, an immortality of purpose, of service, of enabling countless others to become more than they could have been without his sacrifice. Chapter 95. The Celestial Realm restructured. The restructuring of the Eternal Accord Council took place in the aftermath of the Shadow Sect cleansing operations. The old hierarchical system, where celestial lords held absolute authority over their domains, and the council coordinated but did not govern, was replaced by something radically different. The proposal came not from external pressure but from Zixin himself, who had spent eons watching hierarchies ossify into tyranny. I propose a system mirroring the one I have built in the lower realms, Yen Xinghua said in formal session. His voice carried the weight of authority, but also the openness of genuine consultation. A federation of autonomous realms, connected through trade and alliance and mutual benefit, rather than hierarchical control. Each realm maintains its governance, but major decisions affecting multiple realms are made through consensus in a unified council. Power flows upward and downward more evenly, preventing the concentration that allows corruption. This will diminish celestial authority, one of the older lords protested. The ancient being had spent centuries wielding absolute power within his domain and was not eager to share that authority with lesser beings. Yes, Yen Xinghua agreed. It will also prevent the kind of decay that allowed the Shadow Sect to embed itself so deeply within your structure. The more concentrated the power, the easier it is to corrupt. When authority is distributed and checked through multiple competing centers of influence, no single corrupt agent can control the entire system. Surprisingly, Zixin supported the proposal. The old Celestial Lord, having seen the consequences of the old system, recognized that reform was preferable to the alternative of violent revolution. We have ruled long, Zixin said to his fellow council members. His voice carried the weariness of someone who had genuinely contemplated what he was proposing. And we have ruled well, for the most part. But the price of our rulership has been the suffering of those beneath us. If the lower realm cultivators system can preserve our stability while broadening the base of those who benefit from that stability, it is worth trying. The vote was contentious, but ultimately passed. The Eternal Accord Council was restructured into the Celestial Federation Council, with representatives from every significant realm, with major decisions requiring consensus rather than directive from above. It was a transformation that would have been unthinkable a year earlier. It was not perfect. No system created by beings with conflicting interests ever is. but it was far more equitable than what had preceded it, and it was a system that had proven, through Yin Xinghua's example, that it could function effectively even in the face of existential crisis. The old celestial order, which had endured for eons, transformed itself not through conquest, but through the persuasive power of demonstrated success. When a system works, when it actually leads to better outcomes for all involved, even the most conservative forces can be convinced to adopt it. Chapter 96. The Academy expands. The Academy of Cosmic Dominion underwent rapid expansion following the cessation of hostilities. Its mission evolved beyond simple martial training into something far broader, a repository of knowledge, culture, and philosophy designed to ensure that the values of harmony and growth could be passed to future generations. Li Rui, the foxmaid who had served as Yin Xinghua's intelligence chief, accepted the position of Academy administrator. It was a role that surprised many who knew her primarily as a warrior and spy, but those who understood her deeper nature recognized the logic of the choice. An academy is just another form of intelligence gathering, she explained when Yin Xinghua questioned her acceptance. Instead of gathering military information, we'll gather knowledge. Instead of training operatives, we'll train future leaders. The principles are identical. Understand your environment, gather information, build networks of influence through shared values. The Academy's curriculum expanded to include history, philosophy, economics, art, and sciences alongside the cultivation techniques that had always been its core. Students were exposed to ideas from every realm, every culture, every perspective. The Academy became a place where competing philosophies were forced to engage with each other, where ancient truths were tested against modern understanding. Most importantly, it became a place where the children and young cultivators from different realms could form bonds of friendship and understanding that transcended the ancient divisions between celestial and lower realm, between different schools of thought. A lower realm student studying alongside the child of a celestial lord learned that their differences were surface level, that beneath the distinctions of origin and power, all sentient beings shared similar hopes and fears. The first cohort of students to graduate under the expanded curriculum were young cultivators who had never known the old celestial hierarchy, who had grown up in a cosmos where cooperation was normal and conflict was aberration. They carried with them the seeds of a new cosmic order, one that would evolve and transform across future centuries. Chapter 97. The Legacy Plan. Yin Xinghua and Mei Luan spent evening after evening discussing the future in their private chambers, overlooking the territory where it had all begun, Dust Home, the village where a banished cultivator had first learned to listen. The view from their balcony encompassed not just the village but the entire realm it had become, a sprawling civilization built through careful attention to the needs of its people. Should we have children? Mei Luan asked. The question was loaded with implications. Any child they bore would inherit the cosmic binding, would be born into a life of eternal responsibility. It was not a gift to give lightly. I don't know, Yin Xinghua said honestly. There was no evasion in his response, no attempt to provide false certainty. I want to understand the covenant more fully before I bring another consciousness into this. The binding is stable, but it is also complex. If we had a child and something went wrong, the consequences could be catastrophic. We could accidentally transfer instability to the next generation. Then we wait, Mei Luan said. And in the meantime, we mentor the next generation of leaders. We transform our personal power into institutional wisdom. We ensure that when we are finally ready to become parents, the realms are stable enough to support another being bearing the seal. There is no rush. We have eternity to decide. The decision to delay parenthood was itself a statement, a rejection of the idea that power should be used to create dynasties or extend influence through bloodline. Instead, Yin Xinghua devoted himself to mentoring those who were not his biological children, but who would carry forward his vision. Wei Jun, the young cultivator who would eventually become the first elected supreme arbiter after Yin Xinghua, became a focal point for this mentorship. Yin Xinghua spent hours discussing governance, philosophy, and the nature of power with the young man, preparing him not to inherit authority, but to earn it through demonstrated wisdom. The goal is not to make you like me, Yin Xinghua explained. The goal is to help you discover what kind of leader you want to be. My methods are not universal. The cosmos is vast enough for different approaches, different philosophies. Your job is to find what works for your domains, for your people, and to be willing to adjust when circumstances demand it. Chapter 98. The Council of Realms. The formal establishment of the Council of Realms came through a process of careful negotiation and deliberate limitation of Yin Xinghua's personal power. Representatives from all integrated territories were selected, some chosen through democratic process, some through appointment by their own governors. some through a hybrid approach that each realm decided suited its culture best. The diversity of selection methods was itself a form of wisdom, allowing each realm to maintain cultural integrity while participating in the larger structure. The diversity of representation was itself a form of wisdom. The council included young cultivators and ancient celestial beings, merchants and scholars, warriors and philosophers. Its deliberations were messy, often contentious, but remarkably effective at finding compromises that satisfied competing interests. When debates grew heated, different perspectives could be expressed without anyone fearing that disagreement would result in execution or exile. Yin Xinhua accepted the title of Supreme Arbiter, but insisted on strict limitations of that authority. He had veto power over council decisions, but only to prevent existential harm to the realms. Otherwise, the council's majority would rule, even when Yin Xinhua personally disagreed with their choices. "I will serve as a brake on disaster," he explained, "not as a governor of daily affairs. I am here to prevent catastrophe, not to micromanage civilization." The arrangement was unprecedented. Every previous cosmic order had been founded on the concentration of authority in the hands of the most powerful beings. Yin Xinhua was deliberately dispersing that authority, creating a system where power was distributed and checked through multiple competing centers of influence. It was inefficient compared to direct authoritarian rule, but it was also resilient. If one region failed, others could support it. If one leader became corrupted, others could counterbalance them. If the cosmos faced a new crisis, it would face it with the strength of multiple perspectives rather than the vulnerability of a single decision-maker. "You are limiting your own power," Immortal Qin observed during a private conversation. "I'm recognizing that power beyond a certain point becomes a liability rather than an asset," Yin Xinhua replied. "I have more authority than I need. The realms would actually function better with that authority distributed to leaders more connected to specific populations." "And if the council makes a catastrophic mistake?" Qin asked. "Then I will intervene, and the system will adjust," Yin Xinhua said. "But the system will only be genuinely successful if it learns to function without my constant oversight. I am trying to create something that is not dependent on my personal wisdom or power. That is the only way it survives beyond my lifetime." Chapter 99, The Quiet Moment. After months of restructuring, reconstruction, and deliberation, Yin Xinhua finally allowed himself to rest. He and Mei Luan retreated to a small estate overlooking the original territory of Dust Home, the village where a banished cultivator had first begun to build. The estate was simple, not lavish, not ostentatious. Just a place where two immortals could sit together without the weight of cosmic responsibility pressing down on them constantly. They sat on a balcony carved from stone overlooking the transformed landscape of their original domain. 2 centuries had passed since Yin Xinhua had first come to this realm, banished and powerless. What had once been a struggling village was now a thriving city of 2 million people, a center of learning and trade, a hub of the greater federation. The transformation was visible in every direction. Buildings that reflected architectural traditions from multiple realms stood alongside new structures that blended styles into something unique. "We did it," Mei Luan whispered, her hand in his. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of centuries of effort. "We endured," Yin Xinhua replied. The distinction was important. They had not conquered the cosmos or achieved some final victory. They had simply persisted through challenges that would have destroyed most beings. They had maintained their connection to each other when circumstances threatened to tear them apart. They had chosen wisdom when power alone would have been easier. The sunset painted the sky in shades of orange and purple, the light reflecting off distant water that had not existed when Yin Xinhua first arrived. Rivers had been redirected, lakes created, forests restored. The land itself had been transformed by generations of careful stewardship. "What comes next?" Mei Luan asked. Yin Xinhua didn't know. The immediate crises had been resolved. The new systems were in place and functioning. The cosmic threat had been negotiated with rather than destroyed. For the first time since he was a young cultivator seeking power, the path ahead was not defined by clear challenges or obvious goals. "I suppose we live," he said finally. "We watch the realms grow. We counsel when asked. We love each other, and we exist." Mei Luan rested her head on his shoulder, and for a long moment, there was nothing but the sound of wind through the leaves and the distant laughter of children playing in the streets below. Chapter 100. The void calls. Late that night, as Yin Xinhua rested in meditation, he felt the disturbance in the seal. It wasn't threat or danger, nothing like the violence that had preceded the covenant. It was something else, a kind of question, a gentle persistence that suggested awareness and intention without hostility. The primordial one's presence shifted. Its consciousnesses, which had been fragmentary and disparate, were beginning to show signs of integration. As they unified, they developed something new, a capacity for nuanced communication that transcended the simple exchange of force. The creature was learning, growing, evolving in response to the covenant. A message formed in the void, traveling down the cosmic seal toward Yin Xinqua's consciousness. It was formed not in words but in pure understanding, a thought transmitted directly from one consciousness to another. Asterisk, the covenant holds, but imperfectly. To perfect it, I must teach you of the cosmos before cosmos, of the cycle before cycles. Will you hear me? Asterisk, Yin Xinqua realized in that moment that the story was not ending. The external conflicts had been resolved, the immediate crises contained, but the true journey was just beginning. The cosmic seal that bound him was not a prison or a burden. It was a gateway to knowledge that most beings would never have the opportunity to possess. He opened his consciousness to the void, ready to descend deeper into mystery, ready to learn the true nature of creation itself. The empire he had built was stable now, the structures in place to sustain themselves. But Yin Xinqua's greatest work was not dominion over matter and consciousness. It was the covenant he had made with the fundamental force of transformation itself. As he allowed his awareness to drift toward the void, Maelwan's presence remained anchored beside him, eternal, constant, a testament to love that transcended power itself. Together, they would descend into the cosmic mysteries, not as conquerors, but as students, learners of secrets that had been locked away since the universe's first dawn. The next phase of existence was calling, and Yin Xinqua was ready to answer. Chapter 101. The Void's Classroom. Yin Xinqua descended through layers of reality, each one peeling away like an old skin. The reality bubble surrounded him, a pocket of existence maintained by pure force of will and celestial power. He could feel it holding, could sense the membrane between existence and void pressing against his consciousness like water against a fragile container. Inside the bubble, normal physics held. The air was breathable. Light behaved according to predictable laws. Outside it, concepts like physics lost meaning entirely. He had been meditating in this isolated chamber for 17 days when the primordial one began to speak. Not with words. Language was too crude, too limiting for what it expressed, but through direct consciousness transfer, flooding his mind with images, sensations, and understanding that transformed his perception of everything in cascading waves. The visions began with the current cosmos, rendering him witness to celestial mechanics he had never directly perceived despite his centuries of celestial power. He watched planets orbit suns with perfect regularity, watched gravity curve spacetime into beautiful mathematical relationships, watched the intricate dance of forces that held reality together and made sustained existence possible. Then the visions spiraled backward through time at dizzying speed. Centuries became moments, millennia passed like breaths. He watched the creation of the celestial realm in violent majesty, watched the founding lords weaving power and will and consciousness together to create a hierarchy that would persist for eons. He saw them binding the primordial one into imprisonment using wording and ritual and power that had been so carefully calculated that it still resonated through reality itself, eons later, still effective despite the creature's ongoing resistance. But the visions didn't stop at the cosmic genesis. They continued beyond that foundational moment, showing him something that shattered his understanding of existence like a crystalline structure struck by precisely calibrated force. The meaning reverberated through his consciousness, forcing him to recalibrate every assumption he had made about reality's nature. There had been a universe before this one, and another before that, an infinite sequence of cosmos, each one blooming into fullness, reaching some kind of culmination, sometimes through catastrophe, sometimes through transcendence, then dissolving. And from each dissolution came seeds for the next cosmos. The cycle was not a tragedy or failure. It was natural. It was necessary. It was the heartbeat of existence itself. Yin Xinqua experienced each cycle with overwhelming clarity. He felt the births and deaths of billions of souls across millions of years. He witnessed the rise of civilizations that achieved mastery over their realms, only to eventually fade. Some civilizations transcended into higher states of existence. Others corrupted themselves into collapse. None of them lasted forever. None of them were meant to. Your celestial lords feared this truth. The primordial one communicated through the visions, its presence vast and patient beyond measure. They built me as a prison specifically to prevent the cycle, to achieve stasis, to preserve their moment of dominance eternally. But eternity without change is not eternity. It is a grave. It is slow death disguised as permanence. The attempt to prevent the cycle is what twisted me, what corrupted divinity into monstrosity, transforming a gardener of renewal into a monster consuming reality itself. The voice in his mind carried weight of ages, accumulated sorrow of eons spent in wrongful imprisonment. Yin Xinhua understood, truly understood for perhaps the first time, the creature he had bound himself to. It was not evil. It was wounded. And in its wounding, it had become dangerous. Yin Xinhua watched civilizations rise across multiple cosmos, some lasting billions of years, others collapsing after millions. A few achieved perfect harmony and transcended beyond the material realm entirely. Others fell into the void that claimed all things eventually. None of them lasted forever. None of them were meant to. The celestial realm, which had seemed eternal and supremely important in its hierarchies and politics, was merely one temporary manifestation in an infinite sequence. All empires, all hierarchies, all power structures were temporary. All of them would end. The realization should have felt despairing. Instead, it felt liberating. The question is not how to prevent your ending, the primordial one explained. The question is how to ensure your legacy transcends your ending. You are not an emperor, but a gardener. Your task is to prepare the soil for what comes after, to ensure that future cycles inherit wisdom from this one, to build systems that can survive your personal transcendence or dissolution. The greatest power is not dominance, but creation of conditions for flourishing beyond yourself. The meditation continued for 6 more days, though time in the void was negotiable, slippery, difficult to measure with normal methods. Yin Xinghua's consciousness expanded and contracted. He experienced ages and moments and ages. When he finally emerged from the void, dragged back by Mei Luan's concern and the practical necessity of maintaining multiple realms, he was fundamentally changed. The hunger for dominance that had driven much of his early ascent was not gone, but transformed at its core. He understood now that power was only meaningful insofar as it contributed to flourishing beyond himself. Conquest without creation was hollow. Authority without wisdom was corruption. The goal was not to build a throne. The goal was to build a foundation sturdy enough to support others thriving. He felt Mei Luan's consciousness brush against his as he emerged, felt her relief at his return. She had maintained the seal's integrity during his journey into the void, a load that would have broken lesser beings. Now they merged their consciousness briefly, exchanging the knowledge and growth each had experienced during their separation. In that merging, Yin Xinhua felt her unwavering support and her genuine fear that he would be lost in the void. And he understood that his transformation could not be isolated. The new vision required partnership. It required shared burden. It required love as an active principle, not merely an emotional foundation. Chapter 102, The Cosmic Cycle Theory. The Council of Realms assembled in the Great Chamber when Yin Xinhua made his announcement. Word had been sent through diplomatic channels that this was an emergency session, not a threat situation, but something of cosmic importance that required immediate gathering. The chamber itself was a marvel of collaborative architecture, carved from living crystal that responded to emotion and intention, with columns that maintained perfect acoustics regardless of distance. The design ensured that even a whisper from the center could be heard at the chamber's edges, and that every speaker was visible to every observer. Immortal Qin arrived first, his presence bringing the weight of military discipline and strategic calculation. His eyes immediately scanned the chamber for threats, mapping exits and defense positions out of habit. Zhao Chen followed with his careful documentation systems and calculating demeanor, a merchant's mind already working through the economic implications of whatever was about to be announced. Luo Feng entered with the measured stride of someone who had spent lifetimes questioning authority and assumptions, always questioning, never accepting surface explanations. Mei Luan was already present in the chamber, having sensed her partner's intention through their merged consciousness before the formal announcement was even made. Lu Fenghui, the scholar who had taken to documenting civilization's development, carried stacks of reference materials despite possessing perfect recall, a habit born from believing that physical presence of sources lent weight to arguments. And dozens of other leaders arrived in sequence, representatives from every significant realm and power structure, each one wondering what urgency had caused Yin Xinhua to call this assembly. They took their places around the elaborate table where so much of civilization's governance happened, a table that was itself a map, with different sections corresponding to different realms, allowing leaders to see at a glance how decisions in one region affected others. Yin Xinhua stood at the center point of the table, and his expression told every observer immediately that this was not a routine meeting. His energy was different, elevated, changed, fundamentally transformed in ways that were visible even to those only casually attuned to power's flows. His presence radiated something that was neither threat nor aggression, but rather profound shift in perspective. Our civilizations are temporary. He began without preamble, and the silence that followed was absolute. Not in centuries or millennia, but in ages beyond measure. Billions of years from now, the celestial realm as we know it will cease to exist in any form we would recognize. These territories will dissolve into something else entirely. Even the seal, I maintain, will eventually release its prisoner and transition to whatever comes after. We are not the pinnacle of existence. We are not the culmination of creation. We are a moment within eternity, a moment of consciousness in an infinite river of becoming. The silence in the chamber was profound. For beings who had lived for thousands of years, who had watched empires rise from nothing and reach peaks of power, the concept of their entire civilization having a definite lifespan was philosophically uncomfortable. Immortality meant eternal existence. Or so they had believed. I want to make clear, Yin Xinhua continued, perceiving their discomfort, that I am not speaking of catastrophe or tragedy. The ending of this cycle is not a failure. It is natural. It is necessary. The universe does not malfunction when it completes its pattern. A flower does not fail when it blooms and fades. A symphony does not fail when it reaches its final note. Qin's tactical mind was already working through implications. Zhao Qin's expression showed calculation, how to plan governance systems that assumed eventual ending rather than eternal preservation. Luo Feng's face bore something like wonder, as if the pieces of a puzzle he had been struggling with for centuries were finally clicking into place. The question we must answer is this, Yin Xinhua continued, his voice carrying through the chamber with absolute clarity. Will we spend our finite time struggling to prevent that inevitable ending, like desperate people holding back the tide? Or will we spend it creating something beautiful enough and good enough to serve as a foundation for what comes after? Will we plant seeds, even though we know the trees will eventually fall? Zhao Chun, the first to recover his voice, asked the practical question that revealed his merchant's mentality. If nothing lasts forever, what's the point of building empire? What's the point of any of this? Everything lasts long enough, Yin Xinhua replied directly, meeting his eyes. A universe lasts long enough to create art and culture worth preserving. A civilization lasts long enough to solve problems and reduce suffering. A relationship lasts long enough to matter. A person lasts long enough to affect others. The impermanence doesn't negate the importance. It enhances it. Every moment becomes precious precisely because it will not last forever. He let that sink in before continuing. Think about it. When you believed you would live eternally, how much urgency did you feel to improve anything? How much did you care about suffering you could always address tomorrow? Now imagine the opposite perspective. Imagine knowing that this opportunity, to build, to create, to heal, has a final deadline. Every choice becomes weighted with meaning. Luo Feng understood immediately. You want to create something that can survive you. Something that can bridge cycles. That's impossible. No individual, no empire, no civilization can be eternal. Yin Xinhua interrupted gently. You're right, but they can be transcendent. They can be remembered. They can be understood and built upon. And if we embed that intention, that purpose, into our systems now, then the next cycle doesn't start from darkness. I want to create systems strong enough to survive my departure, Yin Xinhua confirmed. Not my individual power. That will fade as all things fade. But the structures, the wisdom, the ways of working together. I want our knowledge preserved in forms that transcend particular realms or individuals. I want future civilizations to inherit what we learned, so they don't have to make the same mistakes. They can make entirely new mistakes instead. A few leaders smiled at the pragmatism of that last statement. Yin Xinhua had not lost his grounded perspective. He proposed the Cosmic Library Project in detail, a repository of knowledge, art, culture, and wisdom designed to survive cosmic transformation. Every piece of literature worth preserving, every technological breakthrough, every philosophical insight, every masterpiece of art, every scientific discovery, every medical advancement, all of it would be stored in forms that could be accessed in the next cycle of existence. Not as a tomb of dead knowledge, but as seeds from which new civilizations could grow. The discussion continued for hours. Some leaders embraced the vision immediately, understanding the elegance of planning for transcendence rather than permanence. Others resisted strongly, viewing it as surrender or despair, arguing that accepting the temporary nature of their civilization was philosophically defeatist. A few tried to negotiate terms. Perhaps the library was not necessary, Perhaps the focus should remain on extending their current civilization as long as possible. But gradually, understanding took root in the chamber. They were not being asked to build an eternal empire. They were being asked to plant seeds, to create beauty that would not survive them. But that would matter because of its creation. It was a fundamentally different relationship to power and legacy. By the end of the session, a consensus was forming. The council would move forward with the Cosmic Library project and would begin restructuring governance systems with the understanding that impermanence was not a bug to be fixed, but a feature to be accepted and incorporated into their planning. Chapter 103. The Shadow Sect's final gambit. The explosion came without warning. Across 3 secondary realms, reality itself shattered as if struck by an invisible hammer. The cascade of destruction was catastrophic. An entire region of space-time collapsed as void energy, improperly released and uncontrolled, flooded into habitable space. 50 million people died in the first moments. Another 100 million would perish in the following weeks as the reality distortion spread and deepened, warping matter into forms that could not sustain life. The death toll echoed through the celestial realms like a scream of anguish that would not fade. Yen Xinhua felt the death toll through his connection to the cosmic seal. The impact was like a physical wound to his consciousness. Each death was a specific moment of severing, a thread of existence being cut from the tapestry of reality. He could not feel each individual death. His consciousness was vast, but not infinite. But he could feel the aggregate weight of them, the sheer magnitude of loss accumulating in moments. He had failed. The seal had failed. Or worse, someone had deliberately broken it. The investigation revealed the truth through careful intelligence work and direct examination of the rift that had opened. The true ancestor of the Shadow Sect, exiled in the void but never truly accepting defeat despite centuries of isolation and eons of failure, had orchestrated this desperate final move. They had spent centuries studying the seal's structure through careful observation, identifying weaknesses in the cosmic boundary, waiting for the exact moment when Yen Xinhua was deep in communion with the primordial one, when his consciousness would be divided between multiple states of awareness. The timing had been calculated with precision born from obsessive study. While Yen Xinhua's attention was focused inward on cosmic knowledge transfer, while Mei Luan was alone in carrying the seal's maintenance, the true ancestor had initiated their long-prepared plan. They had opened a rift to the void using techniques that had taken centuries to develop, and they had attempted to free a fragment of the primordial one's consciousness, a piece that they believed they could control or negotiate with or use as a weapon against Yen Xinhua's civilization. The gambit had failed with cosmic irony. The fragment was not controllable. Consciousness of the primordial one could not be negotiated with by the Shadow Sect's will. It had simply poured into habitable space following the path of least resistance, its presence fundamentally toxic to conventional existence, warping reality at quantum levels until matter itself became unstable. The Shadow Sect had believed they could master an aspect of creation itself. They had been catastrophically wrong. Yen Xinhua's rage was absolute and all-consuming in ways that rarely occurred in his consciousness. The death toll, 50 million immediately, hundreds of millions more in the following weeks, was more than rage-inducing. It was perspective-altering. It forced him to acknowledge that his power, vast as it was, had limits. He had failed to prevent this catastrophe despite maintaining the seal, despite his centuries of growth and understanding. The realization cut deeper than the physical anguish of sensing the deaths themselves. He left Mei Luan with explicit instructions to stabilize the seal structure while he descended into pursuit of justice and vengeance against the true ancestor. The tone of his communication was different than in normal circumstances. It was the voice of someone operating at the edge of their control, someone for whom rage was a useful tool, but also a danger. Mei Luan did not argue with him. She understood that some fires had to burn themselves out. The Shadow Sect's hidden fortress was buried deep beneath a celestial realm, concealed behind layers of reality distortion and dimensional barriers. Yen Xinhua tore through each barrier like they were paper. His power, amplified by fury and the desperate need to prevent further casualties, warped space itself. Reality fractured at his passage, dimensions collapsing and reforming in patterns that would have seemed beautiful if they were not so destructive. The confrontation with the true ancestor lasted 17 hours. They clashed with forces that reshaped reality at fundamental levels. Entire mountains were erased by stray power discharges. Oceans boiled away. The very fabric of the realm began to unravel, reality coming apart at the seams as two near-omnipotent beings unleashed their full capability against one another. In the end, the true ancestor fled deeper into the void, beyond even Yen Xinhua's reach. But the Shadow Sect's organization was destroyed. Its hidden bases were dismantled. Its disciples were arrested or scattered. The threat was not eliminated. The true ancestor still lived somewhere in the cosmic abyss, but it was severely degraded, incapacitated, no longer in immediate danger. Yin Xinhua returned from the void bearing the weight of difficult choices and blood on his hands. And in that return, he carried a new understanding. No system of power, no matter how carefully constructed, could prevent all suffering. The best that could be done was to minimize harm and ensure that future cycles could learn from this failure. Chapter 104. The Cost of Authority. The ruins of one of the destroyed secondary realms still smoldered when Mei Luan found her partner. 3 weeks had passed since the void fragment had been sealed back, since the catastrophe had been contained. 3 weeks was sufficient time for cleanup operations to remove the most visible evidence of destruction, but insufficient time for the emotional weight to diminish. Yin Xinhua stood in what had been a city's center, surrounded by the warped remains of buildings that had housed millions. The architecture itself was twisted into alien shapes by void energy, buildings that looked wrong to mortal eyes, that hurt to look at directly. It was as though the fabric of reality had been forced into forms it was not designed to hold, and the attempt had left scars that would take generations to heal. Mei Luan approached silently, understanding from the energy emanating from him that he was deep in grief. She did not want to disturb his contemplation with trivial comfort. When she finally placed her hand on his back, she could feel him trembling, not from cold or physical weakness but from the weight of knowledge and choice. "I destroyed the Shadow Sect," he said quietly, not turning to face her. "Thousands of their operatives are dead. Some were true believers who saw themselves as fighting for cosmic justice. Others were conscripted, coerced, or born into the organization. More will die when the governments hunt down the survivors. And for what? The true ancestor escaped deeper into the void, beyond my reach. The damage is already done. The 100 million people who died in the explosion are still dead. I killed thousands and still failed to prevent catastrophe." Mei Luan listened without interrupting. She had learned through centuries of partnership that sometimes the most important gift one could give was presence without judgment. "You saved billions," Mei Luan finally replied, her voice gentle but carrying the weight of genuine conviction. "If the seal had continued to fail, if that void fragment had remained in habitable space uncontrolled, the damage would have extended across all realms. Entire dimensions would have collapsed. Billions more would have died. You made a terrible choice between impossible options. That's the true nature of authority. Not the power to choose the good outcome, but the burden of choosing between multiple terrible options and living with the consequences. That's the nature of tyranny," Yin Xinhua corrected, and his voice carried bitterness so profound that Mei Luan could taste it. "I made unilateral decisions that resulted in thousands of deaths. I imprisoned people without trial when I judged them to be security risks. I ordered executions of operatives who were trained from childhood and had no meaningful choice in their allegiance. I justified it all because the alternative was worse. But Mei Luan, how long can I continue justifying those actions before I become the kind of ruler I opposed? At what point does reasonable emergency response become the slide toward totalitarianism?" The questions hung in the cooling air above the devastated city. Mei Luan was quiet for a long moment, her immortal face reflecting the fading light across the destruction, soft orange light that seemed obscene in its beauty given what it illuminated. "I have lived 1,000 lifetimes," Mei Luan said finally, her voice carrying the weight of genuinely accumulated experience. "I have watched rulers rise and fall. I have seen brilliant leaders become corrupted by the very power they wielded justly at first. I have seen tyrants who convinced themselves they were saviors. The most enlightened ones I ever encountered, and there were few enough of them, were those who mourned the necessary violence they committed. They did not celebrate it. They did not rationalize it as justice. They accepted that the role of authority sometimes required them to do things that would haunt them forever." She paused, letting Yin Xinhua process this. "Your grief demonstrates that you have not become what the celestial lords became," Mei Luan continued. "You are not callous. You are not certain of your own righteousness. You are not celebrating your power. The moment you stop questioning yourself, the moment you accept that whatever you do is justified because you are doing it, that is the moment you become a tyrant. You are still asking the hard questions. That is the sign that you are not yet lost. It was wisdom earned not through texts or philosophy, but through the lived experience of watching civilizations rise and fall across multiple ages." Yin Xinhua finally turned to face her, and in his eyes was the burden of someone who had truly understood the price of power. They held each other as the sun set over the dead city. Two immortals who had bound their existences together not for romance alone, but for mutual accountability, for the assurance that they would question each other's decisions, that they would prevent the descent into tyranny that absolute power made so easy. In that moment, they shared the understanding that authority and sorrow were inseparable. The cost of making decisions that affected billions was the permanent weight of knowing that your choices had resulted in deaths that would not have occurred if you had chosen differently. There was no weight of office that came without blood on the hands. The only question was whether you acknowledged that blood and let it change you, or whether you rationalized it away and gradually hardened into something inhuman. Chapter 105, The Celestial Schism. Not all celestial lords accepted the cosmic cycle theory or the new redistributed power structure. A traditionalist faction, led by an ancient being named Su Cheng who had ruled his realm unchallenged for 30 millennia, declared that the new order was a betrayal of celestial supremacy itself. Su Cheng had carved his realm from the void through force of will and celestial superiority. For 30,000 years, his dominion had been absolute, his word law, his whim the driving force of policy. The concept of shared authority was not merely foreign to him. It was an affront to his fundamental understanding of what it meant to be celestial. Celestials were meant to rule. Lesser beings were meant to obey. This was the natural order, the cosmic hierarchy that had persisted since the founding of the celestial realm. He gathered the old guard, lords who had benefited from the hierarchical system, who feared losing their privileged position, who believed the celestial realm was meant to dominate all other existence. They began plotting a coup, gathering military forces, stockpiling weapons, and reaching out to the scattered remnants of Shadow Sect sympathizers. The conspiracy grew in the shadows, fueled by nostalgia for an era when celestial authority was unquestioned and absolute. The intelligence networks detected the conspiracy 4 months into its preparation. Immortal Qin brought the intelligence to Yin Xinhua in a closed session, his tactical mind already working through response options. "We can suppress this coup militarily," Qin reported, spreading maps and force disposition charts across the table. "My forces can move against them before they're fully prepared. We could neutralize the threat in weeks. I'd estimate casualties among the rebel forces at 30%, with minimal civilian impact." Yin Xinhua considered the advice carefully. The military approach was efficient and effective. It was also the old way, supreme authority crushing dissent through force. It was the path he had been walking away from for years. "No," he decided, his voice carrying absolute certainty. "We don't suppress this coup. We empower the reformist celestial lords to handle it internally. The message needs to be clear. The celestial realm must resolve its own schism. I am the guarantor of cosmic balance, not the solver of every political problem." That was the old model, and it failed because it made the entire system dependent on my personal authority. The decision shocked both Qin and the council. Zhao Chun was the first to understand the deeper strategy. "You're teaching them to be independent," Zhao Chun realized aloud. "By refusing to intervene, you're forcing them to develop their own capacity for conflict resolution. You're building resilience into the system itself." "Exactly," Yin Xinhua confirmed. "If every problem is solved by my personal power, then the system depends on me. I want to build something that can function without me, something that can persist for ages after I'm gone." The internal celestial conflict lasted 3 months. It was messier than a military intervention would have been. There were unnecessary casualties. Conflicts resolved through dialogue and compromise rarely were as clean as those decided through force. Political maneuvering stretched the process out beyond what seemed strictly necessary. Arguments circled and recycled. Temperaments flared. But through it all, the reformist lords maintained their commitment to resolving this through internal means. When the conflict ended with Su Cheng's defeat and arrest, the victory belonged to the council, not to Yin Xinhua. The reformist lords had proven they could defend their vision without relying on external intervention. And in that proof lay something more valuable than any military triumph could have been. The symbolic importance was profound. The supreme arbiter could step back while the system held. That was true stability. Not stability that depended on one person's continued dominance, but stability rooted in distributed power and collective commitment. Chapter 106. The Academy's first transcendent graduate, the Academy of Cosmic Dominion, held its graduation ceremony in the great courtyard, with witnesses from every realm observing through scrying networks and physical attendance. Thousands of students had progressed through the Academy's curriculum over the years, but none had achieved what Wei Jun was about to accomplish. Wei Jun was young by celestial standards, only 23 years of age, yet she had achieved something unprecedented. She had not pursued raw power at the expense of all other considerations. She had learned the CDF system not as a philosophy to dominate, but as a framework for genuine harmony between individual excellence and collective good. Her thesis project had been to design a medical system that served populations across multiple realms while respecting cultural differences and individual autonomy. The system she created was elegant, scalable, and actually worked. 3 regions had already begun implementing it with remarkable success. When Wei Jun stepped forward to receive her certification as a transcendent cultivator, the primordial adjacent power radiating from her was undeniable. The testing committee had to convene 3 times to verify the results. By all established metrics, Wei Jun was powerful enough to rule her own realm. But she chose differently. After receiving her certification, Wei Jun approached Yin Xinhua before the assembled witnesses. "Supreme Arbiter," she said, kneeling with respect but not excessive deference. "I request permission to serve as one of the Academy's primordial-level instructors. I want to teach the students coming after me that power is a tool for creation and healing, not domination." The choice was remarkable. She had achieved power sufficient for personal dominance and had explicitly chosen service instead. Yin Xinhua granted the permission warmly. As she rose, he took her hand. "You represent everything the Academy was designed to create," he said quietly. "You're balanced. You're wise. You're powerful without being corrupted by that power. In you, I see the future leader this cosmos needs. And that future leader chose to teach rather than rule. That tells me we have built something good." That evening, as he reflected on Wei Jun's graduation with Mei Luan, Yin Xinhua articulated something he had been gradually understanding. "My greatest legacy won't be my personal power or the empire I built. It will be systemic. It will be Wei Jun and her students, and their students after them, carrying forward a different way of relating to authority and individual capability. The person is temporary. The system can be eternal." Chapter 107. The Primordial Seal's Evolution. The seal was changing. Yin Xinhua perceived it immediately as his consciousness merged with it during his daily meditations, a practice that had become as essential as breathing despite being optional for an immortal being. What had been a rigid barrier, an absolute prison designed specifically to prevent the Primordial One from touching habitable space, was gradually becoming something different through mechanisms that were simultaneously subtle and profound. The Primordial One's consciousness, no longer fragmented into hostile pieces and increasingly healed through the covenant structure that Yin Xinhua and Mei Luan maintained, was initiating subtle changes to the seal's functionality at the deepest quantum levels. Instead of remaining an absolute barrier, a wall that allowed nothing through, it was transforming into a membrane, a boundary that allowed gradual, controlled exchange of energy and information between the void and inhabited realms, the way a living cell's membrane allows nutrients to enter while preventing toxins. The change was not sudden, but occurred across months of gradual adjustment. Yin Xinhua sensed potential danger. If the seal became too permeable, void energy would flood through and destroy everything. But he sensed simultaneously tremendous opportunity. If the seal could mediate exchange rather than enforce absolute isolation, new forms of growth become possible. He brought his observations to the council immediately, summoning them to a special session dedicated entirely to the seal's transformation. "The seal is evolving," he explained to the gathered leaders, showing them through mental projection exactly what he perceived in its structure. "The Primordial One is no longer trying to break through our defenses or consume our reality. It's teaching us to use the boundary productively. It's showing us that absolute separation was never the goal. Genuine understanding between 2 different forms of consciousness is the goal." "Is that safe?" Immortal Qin asked immediately, his military mind instantly calculating potential vulnerabilities. "Can we control this evolution?" "We have to accept that we can't control it completely," Yin Xinhua replied carefully. "Absolute stasis was never sustainable anyway. The attempt to prevent all interaction was literally killing the universe. Pressure was building toward catastrophic rupture. The question is not whether to allow exchange, but how to allow it safely. The Primordial One knows this better than we do. It's been imprisoned for eons feeling this pressure. If we trust its intention, we can learn the safe parameters. And if we're wrong," Qin pressed, "if it uses any opening to consume us, then we close the seal and return to absolute barrier," Yin Xinhua said. "But I don't think that will happen. The Primordial One is not our enemy. It never was. The Celestial Lords made it our enemy through imprisonment. We have the opportunity now to prove that it can be our partner instead." Over the following months, researchers began cautiously studying void energy that flowed through the evolved seal. The work was dangerous. Direct exposure to void energy killed most beings. But with careful protocols and protective barriers, they could examine its effects and properties. The discoveries were astounding and transformative. Void energy provided access to cultivation techniques that celestial cultivation had never allowed. methods for achieving power without the hierarchical limitations that the celestial realm's founding had imposed. Artists exposed to void consciousness created forms of beauty that transcended conventional aesthetic categories. Their creations existed partially in normal space and partially in void space, creating effects that could not be properly perceived in two-dimensional visual representation. Philosophers drawing on the primordial one's perspectives through void energy opened entirely new branches of inquiry into the nature of consciousness and reality. They began to understand that individual consciousness and cosmic consciousness were not separate, but merely different scales of the same phenomenon. Most significantly, void energy began facilitating new forms of cooperation across previous barriers. Mortal realm cultivators who had been unable to access celestial techniques could now develop power through void energy pathways. The power they achieved was different from celestial power, not less, not more, but fundamentally different in character. The seal transformed from a cage into a bridge. It became a tool for civilization's development rather than merely a constraint against destruction. The separation between realms became permeable in controlled ways, allowing exchange without allowing invasion. The Academy of Cosmic Dominion established a new research division specifically to study void potential and its applications. Wei Jun volunteered to serve as the division's head, understanding immediately that this was where the next generation of breakthroughs would occur. The Academy's traditional curriculum had prepared researchers for working within existing reality. This new division would prepare them for working at the boundaries between realities, for understanding how consciousness could interact with void space safely. Wei Jun's research division became one of the most prestigious and dangerous positions in the Academy. 3 researchers died in the first year despite all precautions. But the knowledge gained was sufficient to accelerate understanding of void mechanics by centuries. By the time Wei Jun prepared to step into her role as potential supreme arbiter, void energy cultivation had become one of the most significant developments in celestial history. The seal is not just maintaining cosmic stability, Wei Jun explained to younger researchers during one of her teaching sessions. It's also providing the mechanism through which civilizations can evolve beyond the limitations that previous ages imposed. That's the gift the primordial one offers through this transformation. Not just peace, but genuine growth. Chapter 108. The unexpected ally. The message came through the cosmic seal network without warning or preamble, a consciousness vast and ancient and profoundly different from the primordial one. It was the true ancestor of the Shadow sect, exiled in the void for eons and observing everything that transpired in the inhabited realms through subtle shifts in cosmic energy and probability, through the way void matter pressed against the seal's boundaries. Yin Xinghua's immediate response was to reject the message entirely. But something in the true ancestor's communication pattern was different from all previous Shadow sect contact. There was no hostility encoded in the signal. There was no demand or threat. There was simply statement. I propose a truce. I have spent millennia attempting to reshape the celestial hierarchy according to my vision. In that pursuit, I have accumulated considerable power and knowledge. I am also failing. The system you have built is proving more resilient than my opposition. Your supporters multiply while mine diminish. Your vision gains adherence while mine repels thinking beings who understand its implications. I offer a different path forward. Yin Xinghua was immediately suspicious. The Shadow sect had attempted assassination. The Hanju incident still burned in his memory. They had attempted infiltration of the highest levels of power. They had engineered catastrophic attacks that killed hundreds of millions. Their founder was not offering sincere redemption out of divine epiphany. Yet the proposal contained pragmatic merit that could not be dismissed out of hand. What do you want? Yin Xinghua asked directly, establishing communication through a careful channel that allowed him to terminate the connection instantly if necessary. A role in maintaining the seal. The true ancestor replied without negotiation tactics or seduction. I have dwelled in the void for eons beyond your comprehension. I understand its nature and its dangers better than any creature still bound to habitable space. Void consciousness thinks differently from material consciousness. It moves by laws you have not yet discovered. I am the only being available who has lived in the void by choice and accumulated knowledge that could prevent catastrophic misunderstanding between the void and your realms. The argument was compelling despite its source. Yin Xinghua continued carefully. If you will grant me redemption, if you will permit me to become a guardian alongside you, maintaining the seal rather than opposing it, I will place my power in service of cosmic stability. In exchange, I ask to be allowed continued existence rather than hunted to extinction. You could choose to hunt me forever, and eventually you would corner me and force my surrender or destruction. But that path leads nowhere. I offer a different outcome for both of us. It was dangerous strategy. The true ancestor could be lying, could be setting an elaborate trap, could be attempting to infiltrate the seal itself through deception. But it could also be a genuine transformation, a being who had finally accepted that opposition was futile and that service might be preferable to endless conflict. Yin Xinhua was quiet for a long time before responding, consulting with Mei Luan and the Primordial One about the proposal. The answer was complex. The Primordial One sensed no deception from the true ancestor, but the creature was so ancient and so alien that certainty was impossible. Mei Luan advocated for acceptance with caution. The risk of refusing redemption to a being who might genuinely be transforming was also significant. It would reinforce the idea that Yin Xinhua's system offered no redemptive path for true enemies. On 3 conditions, Yin Xinhua finally responded. First, you submit to binding that allows immediate severance if you breach the covenant. The binding will be enforced by the Primordial One itself, not by my personal power alone. You will be unable to lie to me through the binding. Second, you accept isolation from inhabited realms. Your knowledge accumulated over eons is dangerous in the wrong hands. You will reside at the boundary between void and existence, neither fully in one space nor the other. Third, the arrangement is tested for 500 years before becoming permanent status. If you prove genuine over that period, you earn permanent integration into the seal structure. If you prove false at any point, the Primordial One is authorized to destroy you without negotiation or appeal. The terms were harsh, nearly punitive, but the true ancestor accepted without hesitation, which somehow made Yin Xinhua even more wary. Beings of genuine evil negotiated. They offered alternatives. They tried to improve the terms. The true ancestor's immediate acceptance suggested either true transformation or absolute confidence that the terms did not constrain what it actually intended to do. They proceeded with the binding ritual in the deepest point of the void, where normal space gave way to pure probability. Yin Xinhua merged consciousnesses with the true ancestor in a way that was deeply uncomfortable. The being's mind was so vast and so alien that touching it felt like trying to comprehend a dimension that normal perception had not evolved to handle. A fourth consciousness entered the cosmic seal structure, ancient and vast, but strangely gentle in its integration. It was as if the void and solitude had softened whatever harsh edges the true ancestor once possessed. Or perhaps isolation from other consciousnesses for eons had slowly transformed opposition into something resembling wisdom. With 4 consciousnesses now maintaining the seal, the structure became exponentially more stable. The load distributed across multiple beings meant that any single consciousness could fail or be damaged without threatening the entire system. Yin Xinhua felt the weight on his mind diminish noticeably. He had thought himself strong enough to carry the seal alone, but the relief of sharing that burden was profound. The seal would no longer depend on me alone. Yin Xinhua realized aloud to Mei Luan after the binding was complete. Even if I fell, even if something happened to me, the cosmic boundary would persist. The guardianship has become distributed. That is better than any personal achievement. Mei Luan held him as he processed this transformation of his burden into a shared responsibility. The Empire had required his leadership. The seal could require only his presence. It was a different kind of power, less flashy, less personally heroic, but more sustainable. Chapter 109. The war that never was a lesser celestial realm, frustrated by the new order and viewing it as a betrayal of traditional celestial privilege, began militarizing. Its leadership was ambitious and aggressive, seeing opportunity in the transition period. They had observed how power had been distributed, how the old hierarchies had fragmented, and they interpreted this as weakness rather than adaptation. They began recruitment drives, consolidated forces, established supply routes for an invasion. The drums of war beat louder with each passing week, their military posture becoming increasingly threatening. Intelligence reached Yin Xinhua within weeks. The aggressive realm would be ready to strike within 2 months. The council began preparing for the possibility of conflict, even as they hoped to avoid it. The council debated response options in lengthy sessions. Immortal Qin presented plans for preemptive military strikes, each one more carefully calculated than the last, each one designed to minimize the enemy's capacity for retaliation. Luo Feng proposed intensive diplomatic negotiation, suggesting that understanding the underlying grievances of the aggressive realm might open paths to peaceful resolution. Zhao Chun brought intelligence about internal divisions within the aggressive realm that might be exploited to prevent conflict, factional disputes about strategy, disagreements about whether the invasion had sufficient moral justification. Yin Xinhua listened to all 3 approaches, and then acted unilaterally in a way that surprised everyone. He crossed into the aggressive realm personally, alone, without military escort or formal announcement. No warning, no negotiation opening, just sudden presence. He walked the main streets of their capital city, visible to anyone. The cosmic power radiating from his presence caused no direct harm, but it was undeniable, a pressure in the air, a vibration in reality itself that announced his supreme capability. Citizens recognized him immediately. Word spread rapidly through the city. The supreme arbiter himself had arrived, alone, walking through their streets like a contemplative wanderer. Within hours, he was brought to the realm's leadership chambers. They received him with a mixture of hostility and fear. The supreme arbiter did not make personal visits to hostile territories without purpose, and they could feel the weight of his presence in the room, could sense that they were in the presence of something far beyond their capability to challenge. "I have come to show you something," Yin Xinhua said simply, and then he did something unprecedented. He opened his consciousness to display the cosmic seal, the infinite responsibility he carried, the burden of maintaining the boundary between existence and void. Every leader in the room felt the weight of it, understood viscerally the magnitude of what he was carrying, understood that they could not challenge someone holding that much reality in his hands. The experience was not painful, but it was profoundly humbling. "I am not here to threaten you," Yin Xinhua continued calmly. "I am here to explain the mathematics of power. If you invade, I will not respond with retaliation. I will simply make myself an immovable obstacle. Your forces will not break me. Your strategy will not defeat me. You will spend decades in a war you cannot win, drain your realm dry, and eventually surrender. I prefer to avoid that outcome." He offered them the same terms offered to Su Cheng: full participation in the Council of Realms at rank corresponding to their actual capability, with full authority in their spheres of influence, or continued independence but absolute neutrality. There were no other options. The realm's leadership surrendered without negotiation, not out of honor or idealism, but because the mathematics of power was undeniable. Resistance was not possible. Submission was the only rational choice. When Yin Xinhua returned to the capital, news of his bloodless victory spread faster than military triumph could have. He had not fought because he did not need to. His legend had become powerful enough to deter aggression without action. Potential enemies surrendered before armies could be deployed. The realization troubled him greatly. Power that was merely a reputation was power he could not fully control. Chapter 110. The burden of legend. The very power that made Yin Xinhua effective as a deterrent had become oppressive in ways he had not anticipated. When he spoke in council, others listened not because his ideas were necessarily superior, but because his authority was overwhelming, a weight that crushed dissent before it could even be articulated. When he acted, others deferred not because they agreed with his judgment, but because opposing him was mathematically suicidal. Those who disagreed with the new order, who harbored doubts about the direction of civilization, felt silenced by his mere existence. He was a benevolent tyrant, but still a tyrant. The benevolence made it worse in some ways. It meant opponents could not even claim moral righteousness in their opposition. How could one claim oppression came from someone genuinely trying to help? The realization came to him not in one moment, but through accumulated weight. He would notice a council member suppressing a suggestion when he entered the room. He would perceive a leader's hesitation to voice disagreement because Yin Xinhua had stated a position. He sensed the way his opinions became law not through decree, but through the sheer pressure of his power and reputation. It was suffocating him, and he realized it was suffocating civilization as well. In the privacy of their chambers, where the walls themselves were sealed against scrying, where Mei Luan had created a space where raw honesty was possible, Yin Xinhua expressed the realization to his partner and to Zhao Chun, the man he trusted most with his vulnerabilities. "My power is preventing the system from becoming truly independent," he said bluntly, his voice raw with frustration. "As long as I exist in this role, every leader is operating in my shadow. They make decisions not out of their own judgment, but in anticipation of what I would want. They advance proposals they think I'll support and suppress ideas they fear I'll reject. That is not freedom. That is oppression disguised as benevolence." He paced the chamber, his agitation creating minor disturbances in the room's energy. "I came to power because a flawed system produced unjust outcomes. I vowed to create something better. But what if I've just created a more sophisticated cage? What if the system cannot develop wisdom while I'm constantly there, a being of overwhelming power determining the boundaries of acceptable thought?" Zhao Chen listened without interruption, the merchant's patience that had served him well through centuries of negotiation. When Yin Xinhua finally paused, Zhao Chen asked carefully, "What are you proposing?" "I want to establish term limits," Yin Xinhua clarified, his mind crystallizing the solution as he spoke it aloud. But more than that, I want to begin distributing authority now rather than retaining it, and hoping the next leader uses power wisely. I want to prove that power can be temporary and legitimate simultaneously. I want to prove that stepping down voluntarily is not weakness, but wisdom. You want to step down early, Mail once said, understanding the deeper layers. But not to abandon your role. To transform it. Exactly, Yin Xinhua confirmed. I vow to serve as supreme arbiter for exactly 10 years total. At the end of that period, a new leader will be chosen through democratic election. I will step aside into an advisory role, maintaining the seal but no longer governing. No exceptions. No extensions. No special circumstances regardless of what crises emerge. The immutability of the vow was important. It had to be truly unchangeable, bound in cosmic reality, beyond even his power to override. Zhao Chun was quiet for a long moment. The council will resist. Many lords view your rule as preferable to chaos. They'll argue that premature succession planning risks instability. Let them argue, Yin Xinhua replied. But this needs to be announced immediately, broadcast to all realms. I need to make it binding not just to myself, but to the collective consciousness. If I announce it and then try to reverse it later, the entire principle collapses. The point is that authority must be temporary, that power must be released eventually, that even someone of supreme capability must accept limitation. He called for an emergency session of the Council of Realms and presented his proposal to every leader gathered in the Great Chamber and broadcast across communication networks to representatives in every realm. The presentation was not persuasive, it was declarative. Yin Xinhua was not asking for permission. He was announcing a vow he had already made internally and now wished to share. I vow to serve as supreme arbiter for exactly 10 years, he said, his words settling into the ears and minds of thousands of beings across multiple realms. At the end of that period, a new leader will be chosen through democratic election from candidates approved by the council. I will step aside into an advisory role, maintaining the seal but no longer governing. No exceptions. No extensions. No special circumstances regardless of what crises emerge. This vow is binding on me more completely than any martial contract or celestial binding. It is recorded by the primordial one itself. It is woven into the fabric of reality. The announcement shocked the council. Immortal rulers were expected to rule indefinitely. The idea of deliberately limiting one's own authority, establishing a hard deadline for power, was revolutionary and for some, deeply disturbing. Su Cheng, the traditionalist lord, would later call it the abdication that proved the necessity of eternal authority. But others understood immediately what Yin Xinhua was teaching through action rather than words, that even the most powerful must accept limitation, that systems survive leaders when those leaders willingly release their grip. You cannot bind yourself like this. The most traditionalist celestial lord protested. The seal requires continuity of power. The governance requires a supreme authority. You're creating a vacuum that will be filled by someone else. Yin Xinhua interrupted calmly. Someone we select and train deliberately. Someone who will understand the role not as a prize to be hoarded, but as a responsibility to be carried for a time and then released. That someone will be better prepared to handle the seal, because they'll know from the beginning that their time is limited, and that they too must eventually step aside. It was a vision of governance that transcended the models that had existed for millions of years. And it terrified many, but it also inspired others. But Yin Xinhua was resolute, understanding finally that no individual, regardless of power, should rule eternally. Someone had to be the first to demonstrate that authority could be temporary. Chapter 111. The temporal vow on the anniversary of his banishment from the celestial realm, a date he had chosen deliberately for its symbolic weight. Yin Xinhua stood before every realm in a gathering that was simultaneously physical and broadcast across all communication networks. The moment was ceremonial and solemn, attended by representatives from every significant power structure and observable by any being capable of perceiving the broadcast. The setting was the great chamber where the Council of Realms gathered, but it was broadcast to every major city, every council meeting place, every gathering spot where beings assembled to witness events of cosmic importance. Billions of consciousnesses tuned in to observe. The weight of that attention was palpable. I vow before all existence, Yin Xinhua declared, his voice resonating with absolute certainty, his words recorded not just in sound, but in the fundamental structure of reality itself. I swear by the seal I maintain, by the covenant I have made with the primordial one, by the love I bear for this cosmos and all the beings within it. In exactly 10 years' time, I will surrender the position of supreme arbiter to a successor chosen through democratic process within the Council of Realms. He paused, letting the immensity of the commitment sink in. No extension, he continued, his voice carrying through every realm. No special circumstances. No exceptions based on crisis or threat. No addendum that allows me to retain power if catastrophe emerges. When those 10 years conclude, my reign will end irrevocably, and I will become advisor and teacher, not ruler. I will not hold supreme authority ever again. The vow was not merely a promise that could be broken through strong will or divine intervention. It was a binding commitment, recorded by the primordial one itself and sealed into the fabric of cosmic reality using mechanisms so deep that no amount of personal power could override it. It was eternal and immutable, enforced not by external law but by reality itself. There was a moment of absolute silence across all realms as the weight of the vow settled in. Then the reaction began. In some realms, there was celebration that seemed almost hysteric in its intensity. Young cultivators who had lived beneath the authority of celestial lords for millennia suddenly saw possibility for advancement. The promise of leadership circulation created hope that ambition and change could flourish without waiting centuries for immortal rulers to die. Councils began developing succession plans. Young leaders began preparing themselves with unprecedented seriousness, understanding that advancement was no longer blocked by eternal rulers, but opened by time-limited positions. In other realms, there was fear so profound it manifested as panic. The promise destabilized established power structures that had been stable for ages. Some leaders worried that the loss of a supreme arbiter would lead to chaos and conflicting governance decisions. Others worried that the vacuum would be filled by someone less benevolent, someone who had not learned through decades of ascent that power was meant to be released. Still others questioned whether the cosmos could function without a supreme being to break tie votes and make final decisions. But the most significant change was philosophical. The vow transformed the fundamental nature of politics itself across all realms. Leadership was no longer something one achieved and held forever, not for those who understood that they would eventually die, and not anymore for immortals who had been taught by example that eternal rule was spiritually corrupting. It was something one earned, exercised for a limited period, and then deliberately surrendered to another. The implication was radical and reshaped how beings thought about power. Leadership was service, not achievement. It was responsibility that came with an expiration date, not reward that could be hoarded. The most powerful being in the cosmos was now demonstrating that power's greatest expression was its release. Yen Xinhua spent the first year after making the vow deliberately transferring authority to other leaders. He began stepping back from daily administrative decisions, letting younger leaders make the choices that would affect billions. He held public forums where he explained his decisions for others to critique and learn from. He made his reasoning transparent, even when it was wrong. When he made a decision that later proved flawed, he publicly acknowledged the error and praised whoever had predicted the problem correctly. It was a different model of authority, one that taught through admission of error rather than through pretense of infallibility. I want future leaders to be prepared through years of shared authority rather than sudden transition, he explained to Mei Luan during one of their evening conversations. And I want to establish the precedent that power is inherently dangerous, that even supreme authority held with perfect intention corrupts if it is never released. The system itself must include mechanisms to prevent any individual from becoming what I've become, necessary but oppressive, benevolent but still dominating. Mei Luan understood the deeper layers of what he was committing to. By limiting his power and distributing it, he was actually creating conditions for greater freedom throughout the cosmos. It was paradoxical. The supreme being was making himself less supreme, and in doing so, making the entire system stronger. You're becoming obsolete, she said, not as criticism but as statement of fact. I'm becoming unnecessary, he replied. That's the goal. Chapter 112. The Void's offering 3 years into his term as Supreme Arbiter, the Primordial One offered Yen Xinhua a gift. It came not as words, but as understanding, a technique called authority dispersal, something that had never before been possible in any cosmos the creature could remember. This technique allowed Yen Xinhua to distribute portions of his primordial level power among trusted allies, creating a new generation of near-equivalent beings. The distributed power was still less than Yen Xinhua's own, but it was sufficient for independent rule. It was sufficient for genuine partnership. The Primordial One explained its logic directly to Yen Xinhua's consciousness. You have shown that power is most pure when it is released. You have demonstrated that authority is most legitimate when it is temporary. I offer this technique so that you may create a federation of near equals rather than a hierarchy with one supreme ruler. The future is not one leader handing power to another leader. The future is multiple leaders sharing responsibility, each with independent capability, each with voice in collective decisions. Yen Xinhua approached the decision with caution. Distributing his power to others would reduce his own capability and control. But control was precisely the problem he was trying to solve. The hunger for dominance he had carried for centuries still whispered in the depths of his consciousness, a voice resistant to voluntarily surrendering power. He sat with that resistance, observing it without judgment, understanding it as a natural remnant of his early ambition. He began teaching the technique to his closest advisors. Mei Luan was the first to undergo the process. As his power flowed into her consciousness, she gasped at the weight and brilliance of primordial-level capability. The transfer was not instantaneous. It was a careful unfolding, like water pouring into a vessel, each moment allowing her consciousness to expand and adapt to the increasing magnitude of power flooding through her. With effort and time, she stabilized it, becoming a being of comparable power to Yen Xinhua himself. "We are equals now," she whispered, understanding the full implication. Her voice carried wonder and something like reverence, not for the power itself, but for what it represented, his willingness to trust her, to share what had made him supreme. "We are partners," Yen Xinhua replied, "equal in authority if not in intention. You will chart your own path. I will simply walk alongside you." He reached out and took her hand, and the gesture was more powerful than any cosmic demonstration could have been. It was the gesture of someone releasing control, of someone choosing collaboration over dominance. He then taught the technique to Zhao Chun and to Immortal Qin. Each of them acquired power sufficient for independent rule, sufficient for genuine voice in cosmic-scale decisions. The distribution took months and required careful mentorship to prevent the recipients from becoming corrupted or overwhelmed by the power they were acquiring. There were moments when Zhao Chun wavered, when the magnitude of the power threatened to destabilize his consciousness. There was a night when Immortal Qin wept, not from weakness, but from the profound responsibility he came to understand he was accepting. But when it was complete, something miraculous happened. Yen Xinhua was no longer the supreme being in a hierarchy of subordinates. He was the first among a group of genuine peers. And in that transformation, he discovered something he had not anticipated: liberation. Chapter 113. The distributed authority. As several leaders achieved near primordial level power through authority dispersal, the celestial political landscape shifted fundamentally. What had been a hierarchy with one supreme being at its apex became something altogether different. A genuine council of near equals where decisions were negotiated rather than decreed. Zhao Chun used his distributed power to reshape economic systems across multiple realms with precision that would have been impossible under the old hierarchical system. Instead of centralized planning where Yen Xinhua's authority validated every decision, Zhao Chun created frameworks where each realm managed its own resources while contributing to broader networks of exchange. The incentives aligned naturally. Realms that created prosperity wanted to trade with other prosperous realms. The invisible hand of market forces, guided by conscious wisdom rather than abstract algorithm, began to distribute prosperity more evenly across previously exploited territories. Zhao Chun reported his progress regularly to Yen Xinhua, but the tone of the relationship changed. He was no longer reporting upward to an authority figure. He was sharing outcomes with a peer, someone with equivalent power who happened to have different responsibilities. The shift was subtle but pervasive. Authority without hierarchy was possible. Immortal Qin reformed celestial military structures from his new position of distributed power. He created defense forces accountable to the council rather than to individual celestial lords or to Yen Xinhua's personal judgment. Military power became transparent. All strategic decisions were documented and available for review. Disagreements about military response could be argued openly rather than suppressed by the weight of supreme authority. The result was sometimes messy. Debates about whether to respond militarily to a regional conflict could consume weeks, when Yen Xinhua could have decided in an hour. But the decisions, when made, carried the legitimacy of consensus rather than the authority of dominance. Soldiers fought more effectively when they believed the cause had been genuinely debated and democratically approved. Mei Luan took primary responsibility for celestial-mortal relations through her distributed authority, acting as mediator when conflicts emerged between realms operating at different technological and power levels. She proved to be exceptionally skilled at this role. Her centuries of experience in both celestial and mortal culture gave her unique insight into how to translate one culture's understanding into terms the other could genuinely comprehend. When conflicts emerged between a technologically advanced mortal realm and a celestial realm of superior power, Mei Luan could advocate for the mortals without weakness and for the celestials without condescension. She had the power to enforce whatever agreement she negotiated, which meant both parties negotiated in good faith rather than gaming the system. Yin Xinhua maintained the seal and served as coordinator of the larger council, but he was explicitly no longer the final decision-maker in matters that did not involve cosmic-level concerns. Decisions that had once been his to make alone, resource allocation, military strategy, governance policy, were now negotiated among multiple powerful beings, each bringing different perspectives and capabilities to the table. The system was less efficient in some ways. Resource distribution debates could consume months of council debate, when Yin Xinhua could have simply decided in hours. Disagreements about military strategy sometimes resulted in impasse that required creative compromise. Governance decisions took longer because consensus required genuine dialogue rather than authority declaring the outcome. But the system was far more resilient and representative because no single person could dominate, and that quality was worth the reduced efficiency. A system that required multiple centers of power to agree before acting was slower, but also much more resistant to catastrophic error. If Zhao Chun wanted to make an economically devastating decision, Immortal Qin and Mei Luan could argue against it. If any single powerful being tried to seize total authority, the others had the power to resist effectively. We're building something that can survive my departure, Yin Xinhua explained to Wei Jun during her first week as one of the council's younger advisors, a position that had emerged to develop future leaders who might eventually achieve their own distributed authority. Not perfect, not optimally efficient, but stable across generations. That's the actual goal, not my personal success, not the beauty of the system in abstract form. The capacity to function and improve without me. Wei Jun, who had already demonstrated the kind of balanced wisdom that suggested she might eventually be a successor, nodded with genuine understanding. You're not building empire. You're building institutions. Exactly, Yin Xinhua confirmed, and he felt genuine satisfaction in her perception. Empires fall when the emperor falls. Institutions persist across generations of leaders. Alexander died, and his empire fragmented. The Library of Alexandria burned, and knowledge was lost. But the kinds of systems we're building, distributed authority, democratic succession, transparent decision-making, these could persist for ages. I want to be forgotten eventually. My name a historical footnote, mentioned only as the first one who voluntarily stepped down. And the system I helped build continuing to function without me. That's success at the highest level. Chapter 114. The Cosmic Library. Lu Fenghui presented his most ambitious project to the Council of Realms. The Cosmic Library, a repository of knowledge, art, culture, and wisdom designed to survive any conceivable catastrophe and serve as a bridge between cosmic cycles. The vision was audacious to the point of absurdity. Preserve all significant knowledge from all realms in a location that would persist even if civilization collapsed, even if realms fell to void energy, even if the entire current cycle ended. The library would exist at the boundary between void and inhabited realms, Lu Fenghui explained, his scholar's passion evident in every word, his documentation meticulous enough to convince even the most skeptical council members. Anchored simultaneously in multiple dimensions, at least 7, possibly more once we understand the mathematics better, protected by technological and magical barriers that transcend conventional defense mechanisms. It would be freely accessible to any being capable of understanding its contents. No restrictions based on power level or origin realm. No gatekeeping. The last point was crucial. Some council members worried that a universal library would allow dangerous knowledge to spread. Yin Xinhua explicitly rejected that concern. If the library is designed only for approved knowledge, it becomes propaganda, he explained. It becomes a monument to our current age's biases, preserved for future civilizations to view with contempt. I want them to have access to the truth, the mistakes we made alongside the discoveries we achieved. Let them judge us honestly. Yin Xinhua was enchanted immediately by the full scope of the project. This is exactly what the cosmic cycle theory demands. We're not building for ourselves. We're not even building for the civilization immediately following ours. We're building for whoever comes after us, for however many cycles extend forward. We're participating in cosmic time rather than just personal time. The project took 5 years to construct, requiring coordination of resources from 32 different realms. Architects worked alongside mages and scholars to design chambers that would preserve knowledge in forms that transcended particular technologies. A single technological format would be obsolete in centuries. They created multiple formats simultaneously. Holographic memory crystals stored recorded consciousness in forms that could be played back on hardware that had not yet been invented, through mechanisms that transcended current technology. Alchemical preservation prevented decay across millennia through methods that did not depend on continuous magical renewal. If the magic eventually failed, the physical preservation would still hold. Dimensional anchors ensured that even if realms around the library fell into void or underwent cosmic transformation, the library itself would persist at the boundary. The construction itself became an act of communion across realms. Different realms contributed different resources. Architects from mortal realms designed the physical structure. Celestial lords contributed power to maintain the dimensional anchors. Scholars from every tradition contributed texts and knowledge in their native forms, then worked together to translate and preserve them in forms other traditions could access. When the cosmic library finally opened, in a ceremony attended by representatives from every realm and broadcast across every communication network, it was the greatest repository of wisdom ever created. Every significant book, every scientific breakthrough, every technological marvel, every artistic masterpiece, every philosophical insight had been copied and preserved. The library became civilization's insurance policy against total loss during cosmic transition. The structure itself was otherworldly. Chambers stretched in directions that normal spatial geometry could not accommodate. Reading rooms existed partially in void space, allowing researchers to examine texts while experiencing the reality that those texts described. Archives contained not just the books themselves, but the cultural context, holographic memory crystals that allowed future beings to understand not just what was written, but how it was understood when it was created. Most importantly, the library was not a monument to the current age. It was explicitly positioned as a gift to the future. The entrance bore an inscription in multiple languages and mathematical notation. To those who come after, this is what we knew. These are the mistakes we made. These are the beauties we created. Judge us honestly. Improve upon what we built. And when your age comes to an end, consider leaving something similar for those who come after you. Yin Xinhua contributed his own personal chronicles and reflections to the library, understanding that future scholars might learn as much from his mistakes as from his successes. He wrote about the moment he ordered executions. He documented his guilt. He preserved his doubts. He wanted future leaders to have access not just to his vision, but to his failures and the impact those failures had. I want someone 10,000 years from now to read about the massacre I ordered in response to the Shadow Sect's attack, he told Lu Fenghui as they added his personal records to the library. I want them to understand that the cost of that decision was measured in 10,000 individual deaths. Not abstract numbers, not statistics, but people whose names and families and projects and dreams existed until I decided they had to end. If we hide that cost, future leaders will make the same mistake without understanding the weight of it. Lu Fenghui, the scholar who had been documenting civilization's development since Yin Xinhua's rise to power, simply nodded. He understood the significance. We're seeding the future, Mailwan said as they walked through the library's halls after its official opening, examining texts from realms that had fallen centuries ago, preserved through countless cycles of turbulence and change. The holographic memory crystals brought those ancient texts alive. They could experience not just the words, but the original author's intent and understanding. We're participating in the cycle, Yin Xinhua replied, understanding the distinction perfectly. Creating beauty that will eventually pass away, but that will have mattered while it existed. The library will not survive forever. Eventually, it will be destroyed or transcended or transformed into something we cannot imagine. But for the time it exists, it carries meaning forward. That's what creation actually is, not permanence, but the generation of meaningful moments that ripple forward. Chapter 115, The Phoenix Sect's Renewal. Luo Feng and the School of Ascendant Balance achieved unprecedented success in the years following Wei Jun's graduation. Students flooded in from realms Yin Xinhua had never visited, drawn by the promise of learning power and responsibility as complementary practices rather than opposing forces. The school expanded to 10 times its original size within 5 years. The balanced philosophy spread like water, finding its level, inevitable and natural. Graduates of the school were founding new institutions across multiple realms, teaching the next generation that strength without wisdom was mere domination, that wisdom without strength was ineffectual preaching, and that the synthesis of both was the actual goal. The school became the primary place where the next generation of leaders learned how to exercise power without corrupting themselves through it. Luo Feng, now ancient even by celestial standards and aware that his time was approaching conclusion, underwent a remarkable spiritual transformation. He had spent most of his existence in opposition to unified systems, in resistance to collective authority. But through the decades of working with Yin Xinhua to develop the integrated philosophy, his understanding had evolved. In a remarkable moment of genuine spiritual maturity, the kind that only beings with centuries of experience could achieve, Luo Feng requested a private audience with Yin Xinhua. They met in a garden that existed partially in void space, a compromised location between realms. I have reflected extensively on our rivalry, Luo Feng said without preamble, his ancient face bearing the marks of his transformation. My early opposition to your system was perhaps necessary. Our conflict forced both of us to refine our philosophies, to understand our positions more deeply and defend them more thoroughly. What began as rivalry born from genuine disagreement has evolved into mutual respect and genuinely complementary visions. Yin Xinhua received the acknowledgement with genuine gratitude. Your opposition made me sharper. It forced me to prove my system worked rather than simply declaring its value. If you had immediately agreed with my vision, I would have built something brittle and untested. Your rigorous opposition strengthened everything I created. The school will continue after I pass, Luo Feng continued. Wei Jun has already agreed to eventually assume leadership. She understands the integrated philosophy deeply enough to teach it at the highest levels. But I wanted you to know that what you have built, not just the political structures that govern the realms, but the educational framework that makes those structures possible, has my full support. You were right that individual excellence and collective harmony are not opposed. They are completed in each other. Neither is sufficient without the other. The conversation stretched across hours, two ancient beings reflecting on a lifetime of opposition that had produced something neither could have created alone. They discussed philosophy and governance and the nature of teaching. They discussed how the next generation would need different lessons than they had learned. You've changed, Luo Feng observed at the end. From the arrogant young man who built empire through dominance, to someone who is deliberately releasing that dominance. You've changed too, Yin Xinhua replied. From the idealist who believed individual power was the only meaningful form of strength, to someone who sees the beauty in integrated systems. That's what opposition does, Luo Feng said. At its best, it forces transformation instead of allowing stasis. Luo Feng would pass away 5 years later, his absence mourned across multiple realms but celebrated as the completion of a life well lived. His death occurred peacefully, surrounded by students and by Yin Xinhua, who sat with his former opponent at the end of existence and simply witnessed the transition. Chapter 116. The Love and Eternity. 5 years into Yin Xinhua's term as supreme arbiter, in the early morning of a day that seemed no different from any other, Mei Luan announced something that shocked every realm simultaneously. She was pregnant. The revelation seemed biologically impossible. Mei Luan was celestial bound, her body sustained by forces far beyond mortal reproduction. Immortals did not bear children. It violated the basic principles of what immortality meant. Yet the pregnancy was undeniable. Medical practitioners from 3 different realms examined her and confirmed the impossible with varying degrees of astonishment. News spread through the communication networks across all realms within hours. Some celebrated. Some were skeptical. Some viewed it as an omen. Philosophers debated the implications in the cosmic library. Celestial lords called emergency sessions to discuss what this meant for the nature of immortality itself. In their private chambers, Yin Xinhua held Mei Luan as she processed the realization that her body, sustained by ancient power, bound to eternal maintenance of the cosmic seal, was doing something that transcended the natural laws they had accepted as immutable. How is this possible? She asked, not as a question requiring answer, but as a profound expression of wonder mixed with fear. I am bound to the seal. The energy required to maintain it should preclude everything else. Yin Xinhua held her close, feeling her trembling slightly as her consciousness adapted to the pregnancy's reality. Through their merged awareness, he felt the subtle shift in the seal as well. Something was changing. The seal is not merely a constraint, the primordial one explained, its vast consciousness brushing against theirs with something approaching gentleness. To maintain it, you generate new possibility continuously. That generative force, combined with Mei Luan's essence and her choice to bear life, creates capacity for existence in forms that did not previously emerge in any cosmos I have witnessed. She is not bearing a normal child. She is bearing someone who will be born into the covenant itself, who will inherit not just power but the binding. The explanation should have been frightening. Instead, it felt like a revelation. The seal was not just a prison or boundary or constraint. It was fundamentally creative. The very act of containing the primordial one, of maintaining balance between void and existence, was generating newness. Maelwan's pregnancy lasted 9 months. Strange for a being whose normal time flowed differently from ordinary beings, whose perception of duration could be negotiated through meditation and power. The 9 months felt both eternal and instantaneous to her. Her body changed in ways that terrified and delighted her simultaneously. She experienced cravings for taste she had not wanted in millennia. She felt exhaustion despite never needing sleep. She experienced the pregnancy as a journey back into embodied existence after centuries of existing as pure consciousness. Yin Xinhua attended her through every phase. He felt her fear as the reality of childbirth approached, something that no immortal female had experienced in recorded history. He held her during the moments of wonder when she felt their daughter move within her. He spoke to their unborn child, explaining what the world would be like, what beauty and burden awaited them. When the labor began, it was not medical emergency or prolonged agony. Maelwan's power allowed her to guide the process, to work with the cosmic forces moving through her rather than resisting them. Yin Xinhua was present, his power stabilizing the reality around them as the boundary between void and existence thinned, not dangerously but sacredly, allowing their daughter to transition from potential to actual. When their daughter emerged, she was not a helpless newborn. She was a fully conscious being, a daughter who opened her eyes immediately and saw the world with awareness that belied her age. Her form was perfect, neither infant nor adult, but something in between, as if time had rendered her at the age where consciousness and physical potential aligned. They named her Yin Huan. Yin for family, Huan for joy and return, understanding immediately that their daughter represented a return to possibility that had seemed foreclosed. The birth was witnessed by representatives from every realm. Physicians, scholars, and leaders had gathered in the meditation chamber where the birth occurred. When Yin Huan emerged and opened her eyes, every witness felt it. A moment of supreme significance, a pivot point where the nature of existence shifted subtly but permanently. Yin Xinhua held his daughter for the first time, surrounded by those witnesses from every realm. She weighed almost nothing in his arms, yet the weight of significance was enormous. He whispered words that the recording devices captured with perfect clarity, words that would be transcribed and entered into the cosmic library, preserved for all future generations. You will live in a world better than I found it. That is my greatest hope and my gift to you. Yin Huan, despite being newborn, reached her small hand toward her father's face and smiled with an awareness that belied her age. Her consciousness was already partially merged with the cosmic seal. She had inherited not just power but the wisdom of the covenant. Her entire existence was woven into the fabric of cosmic balance. She would grow into her role as co-heir to the seal, and perhaps in eventual ages, when the current cycle approached its natural ending, she would be the one to witness the next cosmic cycle unfold and decide whether the binding would continue or transition to whatever came after. Maelwan, exhausted in ways she had never experienced despite being nearly undying, held their daughter close. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Yin Xinhua. She had experienced something that transcended even immortal power, the transformation of potential into actual, the merging of love and duty into new consciousness. We created something that will last, she whispered, and Yin Xinhua understood immediately what she meant. Not just the child, but the proof that creation was possible, that love could generate new forms of being, that the seal itself was not merely containment but source. Something that will last long enough, Yin Xinhua replied gently, understanding the distinction they had both learned. That's all anything can do. But look at her. She'll last longer than we ever could, and she'll carry our work forward into ages we won't witness. That's immortality of a different kind. The birth of Yin Huan catalyzed unexpected philosophical evolution across all realms. If immortals could bear life, the entire understanding of mortality and immortality had to be reconsidered. Scholars began exploring the theoretical implications, writing treatises on the nature of reproduction within eternal existence. Artists created works celebrating the miracle of creation within systems that had seemed fixed and unchanging. Young cultivators, especially those who had feared that immortality meant stasis, found hope in the revelation that new possibilities could emerge from what seemed established and unchanging. In the days following Yin Huan's birth, Yin Xinhua found himself meditating more frequently on the relationship between power and generation. The seal maintained balance. The seal preserved existence. But the seal also created. It was generative. It allowed for things that would not have been possible in the void alone. The lesson was profound. True strength was not the capacity to dominate or destroy. True strength was the capacity to create, to sustain, to generate possibilities that transcended the creator. Chapter 117. The return of Zixin. 3 years after Yan Huan's birth, Celestial Lord Zixin requested a private audience with Yan Xinhua. The message came through formal diplomatic channels with all the ceremony of ancient tradition, but the undercurrent was urgent. When the ancient lord finally appeared in the designated chamber, the decline was shocking even to someone who had observed immortals aging across centuries. Zixin moved with the careful deliberation of a being for whom each motion required calculation of remaining energy. His presence, once a force that had dominated cosmic politics, had dimmed like a lamp running out of fuel. The vigorous being who had ordered Yan Xinhua's banishment 7 years ago had become fragile, his power still considerable, but clearly finite, his centuries of existence finally and obviously catching up with him. They met in a private chamber deep within the celestial palace, with no observers, no servants, no pretense. Just two beings, one who had done the banishing, one who had been banished, meeting as something approaching equals in the facing of mortality. "I ordered your destruction," Zixin began without preamble, his voice weak, but still carrying the weight of authority earned through millennia. "I believed I was protecting the celestial order, preserving the natural hierarchy that had existed since the founding of the realms. I now understand that I was attempting to prevent change, and in doing so, I nearly destroyed everything through my own rigidity and fear." Yan Xinhua listened without interruption, offering the courtesy of genuine attention. He did not interrupt to offer forgiveness prematurely. Zixin's confession needed to be complete. "I have lived 370,000 years, Zixin continued, his breathing becoming labored as he spoke, forcing him to pace his words carefully. "In all that time, I accumulated power that could reshape mountains, authority that could move realms, and what I absolutely mistook for wisdom. I was wrong about the last part. Power does not grant wisdom. Authority does not grant insight. Age grants perspective, but only if one chooses to look." Zixin paused, gathering strength for the rest of his statement. "But the deepest understanding came only in the last decade. Watching you build what I said could not be built. I said that individual cultivation and collective harmony could never coexist. I said that the celestial hierarchy was necessary for cosmic stability. I said that your vision would lead to chaos and suffering. I was wrong about every fundamental claim. You were right. Not right in every detail, not perfect in every implementation, but right in the fundamentals. Power should be temporary, not eternal. Authority should be questioned, not accepted passively. Change should be embraced, not resisted." Zixin's hand trembled as he extended it toward Yan Xinhua. The tremor was not from fear, but from physical weakness, the body's honest expression of finite resources approaching exhaustion. "I am dying," Zixin said, and the matter-of-factness of the statement was striking. "I can feel it approaching with absolute clarity. The seal on my life force is dissolving. My time has come, truly and finally. But before I go into whatever darkness or light awaits ancient beings at the end of existence, I want you to know that you have my respect. Not because you defeated me militarily, you never really fought me that way. Not because you proved your power greater than mine, but because you transcended the need to defeat me at all. You made opposition irrelevant by becoming something beyond the framework of opposition." Yan Xinhua took the ancient lord's hand, feeling the fragility that belied the presence he held. Even Zixin's diminished power was still considerable, still able to reshape reality in localized ways. But underneath the power was finitude, the knowledge that even immortals could run out of time. "You taught me something essential," Yan Xinhua said quietly. "You showed me what absolute power without willingness to surrender looks like. In opposing you, in learning from your opposition, I learned the shape of the world I did not want to create. Your resistance was necessary. It shaped me. Thank you for that teaching, even if you did not intend it." The conversation continued for hours. Zixin spoke of his fears, not of death, but of legacy, of whether his centuries of rule had meant anything or whether they had merely perpetuated a system that needed to end. Yan Xinhua listened. He did not offer empty reassurance. He acknowledged that Zixin's rule had indeed perpetuated stasis, but he also acknowledged that stasis had value in certain ages, that what Zixin had preserved had allowed stability for billions of beings. The truth was complex. The judgment was not binary. Zixin died that night, his massive presence simply ceasing as though a door had closed. The celestial realms trembled with his passing, not from the violence of ending, but from the shift in power dynamics as the Great Lord's influence released its grip on cosmic politics. An age had ended. The oldest celestial lord was gone, and what came next would be shaped by different hands. Yan Xinhua presided over Zixin's funeral with genuine honor and respect. He spoke to the gathered celestial lords not of Zixin's failures in governance or philosophy. Instead, he spoke of the ancient lord's courage in the final years. He was my opponent, Yin Xinhua said, his voice carrying through the assembled multitude. Opposition taught me more than agreement ever could have. In his final years, he became not my enemy, but my teacher. He showed me that even beings of vast power and age can transcend their limitations and grow, can acknowledge error, can change their minds. He showed me that there is no shame in admitting you were wrong. That is a lesson we would do well to remember as we move forward into futures shaped by different hands and different visions. He placed his hand on Zixin's memorial stone, a crystalline structure that would preserve the ancient lord's essence in crystallized form, available for future beings to access his knowledge and perspective. Thank you, Yin Xinhua said quietly, addressing both Zixin's spirit and the living audience. For being the opposition that shaped me, for teaching me what to avoid through example, for showing at the very end that change and growth are possible at any age. That is the legacy worth remembering. Chapter 118. The 10th year approaches 5 years before the end of Yin Xinhua's promised 10-year term as Supreme Arbiter. The succession process began in earnest. The Council of Realms initiated a formal process designed to test and evaluate potential candidates before the final democratic vote. For candidates emerged through democratic processes across the realms, each representing diverse perspectives and regions and philosophies. One candidate was Wei Jun, whose wisdom and balanced perspective had earned respect across every realm despite her relative youth. She had moved far beyond her role as academy instructor to become one of the council's most active members, already demonstrating capability for the kind of nuanced decision-making that supreme arbitership required. She had grown from student to teacher to administrator, each role building on the previous. The other candidates included a celestial lord from a region Yin Xinhua had never personally visited, whose realm had developed a different approach to celestial governance that was proving effective on smaller scales. Another candidate was a human administrator from the original territories who had risen through merit and demonstrated wisdom in managing increasingly complex resource distribution problems. And, in a gesture toward genuine redemption and belief in transformation, a being descended from the Shadow sect who had not merely abandoned their original path, but had genuinely become a reformer dedicated to collective good, actively working to help other reformed Shadow sect members reintegrate into society. Over the next 5 years, each candidate would rotate through administrative positions, gaining practical experience in managing cosmic scale systems. They would serve as deputy to Zhao Chun overseeing economic matters for a year. They would work alongside Immortal Qin managing military strategy. They would partner with Mei Luan on celestial-mortal relations. The electorate, representatives from every realm, numbering in the thousands, would observe and evaluate their choices during actual governance, their wisdom in handling crises, their willingness to listen to opposition and adapt based on feedback. It was not a perfect system. Political maneuvering occurred frequently, with supporters of different candidates arguing for their candidate's approach. Alliances formed and fractured as different candidates proved stronger or weaker in different administrative areas. But it was a system that genuinely distributed decision-making and prevented any single being's path to power from being automatic or predestined. Yin Xinhua watched the process with something approaching detachment, a state of mind that would have been impossible for him in his earlier years. He had already begun his withdrawal from direct governance deliberately, reducing his active involvement with each passing season. His role in council meetings was increasingly ceremonial. He opened proceedings, but let others lead debate. He attended sessions, but did not dominate discussions. Younger leaders made the decisions. Yin Xinhua observed and occasionally offered perspective when asked, but the locus of authority had genuinely shifted to the distributed group. The council functioned without waiting for his input. When he suggested a course of action, leaders sometimes agreed and sometimes disagreed based on their own judgment rather than on deference to his authority. It was deeply satisfying in a way that dominance had never been. "I'm becoming irrelevant," he observed to Mei Luan one evening as they watched Yan Huan play with other children in the academy gardens, a scene of casual joy that would have been impossible in the hierarchical structure the celestial realm had maintained for eons. Their daughter was growing at her own pace, neither rushed to adulthood nor held in extended childhood, simply allowed to be whatever age her development produced. "You're becoming free," Mei Luan replied with the understanding of someone who had lived through enough cycles to perceive the real distinction. There's a meaningful difference between the two states. Irrelevance is when no one cares about your thoughts because you have nothing valuable to contribute. This is different. Your thoughts matter. Your wisdom is valued. But the system doesn't depend on you constantly validating every decision. You're becoming free to exist without that constant need for affirmation. Yin Xinhua considered this carefully. I think I'm ready to experience that freedom. You have been preparing for it for 10 years, Mei Luan said. This is the culmination of the vow you made. Chapter 119. The handoff of power on the 10th anniversary of his assumption of the position of Supreme Arbiter, a date that had been marked in the consciousness of every realm as a turning point in civilization's trajectory. Yin Xinhua stood before the assembled Council of Realms in full ceremonial dress. The robes were woven from fibers that existed partially in the void, creating an effect where they seemed to shimmer between visibility and invisibility. The crown he wore, not yet transferred, was made of crystallized void energy, a substance that could only be worn by those who had bound themselves to the cosmic seal. Mei Luan and their daughter, Yin Huan, were present as witnesses, positioned on the dais beside the throne that would soon be empty. Representatives from every realm and every power structure that had developed in the Cosmic Federation were assembled in person or watching through scrying networks that reached across multiple dimensions. Billions of consciousnesses tuned in to witness the moment. The 4 succession candidates had been narrowed down to 2 through preliminary democratic voting conducted across 3 months. The final choice would be made by the council in this moment, with Yin Xinhua casting the ceremonial final vote to validate the process. But everyone understood that his vote was truly ceremonial. The real decision had been made by the representatives already. The first candidate was a being descended from the Shadow Sect, a choice that represented revolutionary redemption to some and recklessness to others. The being had spent 7 years in administrative training and had demonstrated genuine wisdom despite their origins. Some saw the potential to elect them as proof that the system could genuinely redeem former enemies. The second candidate was Wei Jun, whose wisdom and balanced perspective had earned near-universal respect across almost every realm. She had grown from the Academy's first transcendent graduate into someone whose counsel was sought by celestial lords and mortal administrators alike. She represented continuity with the best of the current system while promising genuine vision for the future. The voting began formally, with each council member presenting their reasoning. The deliberations stretched across hours, longer than many had expected. Speakers argued passionately about each candidate's capabilities and vision. The dialogue was genuine and sometimes heated. No one was holding back to be polite to Yin Xinhua's preference. The debate would determine civilization's trajectory for the next decade and set the template for all future transitions. Everyone treated it with appropriate gravity. Immortal Qin spoke about the need for military understanding and supreme leadership, though he noted that Wei Jun had studied military strategy extensively. Zhao Chun analyzed the economic implications of each candidate's stated philosophy. Luo Feng argued eloquently that both candidates represented the kind of integrated consciousness he had spent his life promoting, but that Wei Jun's younger age gave her a longer perspective on the future. Ultimately, after hours of deliberation, the council elected Wei Jun by a narrow margin, 23 votes to 21. She had earned support not because she was the strongest candidate or the safest choice, but because she had consistently demonstrated the capacity to listen to opposing views, learn from criticism, and make decisions that balanced multiple perspectives. She represented genuine change while maintaining connection to what had been learned. When Wei Jun stepped forward to accept the position, she moved with deliberation that suggested she understood exactly what she was accepting. She approached Yin Xinhua and immediately did something unexpected. She knelt before him, not in the submission that had been traditional for eons, but in a gesture of respect that acknowledged the burden she was receiving. "I understand the weight I am accepting," Wei Jun said, her voice resonating through the great chamber and across every communication network. "I am young enough that I may see the end of my own term, may learn what it feels like to step down willingly before crisis forces my hand. I will do my best to carry this role with wisdom and to release it according to the precedent you have established. In 10 years, I too will step down, and another will take my place. That is the promise I make to all existence." The statement itself was revolutionary, a new supreme arbiter publicly committing to her own eventual removal before she even took office. It locked in the cycle. It ensured that Yin Xinhua's precedent would become institutional norm rather than temporary quirk. The cycle had begun. Power would move with regularity, authority would rotate according to democratic process, and no single being could become immovable. The system itself would prevent tyranny through structural limitation rather than through hope that the individual in power would voluntarily limit themselves. Yin Xinhua stood slowly, feeling the weight of 10 years of absolute authority lifting from his shoulders. He approached Wei Jun and helped her rise from her kneeling position. In that moment, All the weight transferred, not physically but consciously. She would maintain the seal alongside him and Male Wan. She would carry the burden of cosmic-level decision-making. She would carry the knowledge that she had 10 years to prepare the next successor. He removed the insignia of his office, a crown of crystallized void energy that symbolized the authority to maintain cosmic balance, that had the capacity to feel the primordial one's consciousness and the true ancestor's presence in the seal structure. The crown was warm to the touch, and it carried the sensation of billions of minds depending on its wearer. He placed it carefully upon Wei Jun's head. The void energy crown responded to her presence, brightening as it recognized its new bearer. The moment of transfer was complete. "Lead with humility," he said, his words recorded for all eternity in the cosmic library and broadcast across every realm. "Question your own wisdom constantly. Listen especially to opposition and criticism. And remember always that you are temporary. You will change. You will be changed by this role. And eventually, you will release it. That is not a failure of the system. That is the design. That is the strength of what we have built." The transition was complete in that instant. Yin Xinhua descended from the throne, not symbolically but physically, moving away from the position of supreme authority. Wei Jun took the throne's position, and the cosmic consciousness that spanned all realms registered the shift. A new guardian had taken the seal. A new arbiter would shape civilization for the next decade. Yin Xinhua was no longer supreme arbiter. He was simply Yin Xinhua, the one who had been banished from the celestial realm and had built an empire that transcended all previous limits, who had learned through decades of struggle that releasing power was greater than wielding it, who now existed as guardian of the cosmic seal and teacher to future generations, and nothing more. It felt like loss and liberation simultaneously. The weight he had carried for 10 years was gone. The responsibility was now Wei Jun's. And in that release, he felt something he had not experienced since his banishment: freedom from the burden of being the answer to civilization's problems. Chapter 120. The Peaceful Exile. Arc 6 Conclusion. With governance responsibility released, Yin Xinhua experienced something unexpected: genuine peace. Not the pause between conflicts that he had known before, not the respite he had claimed in Dust Home, but an actual state of contentment that required no external validation or achievement. The hunger that had driven him from his banishment through empire building, the need to prove himself, to accomplish, to transcend, had finally been sated not through achievement, but through acceptance. He and Male Wan, along with their daughter Yan Huan, retreated to a world beyond the main celestial territories, a paradise created through cooperation of multiple realms' finest artisans, cultivators, and environmental designers. The world was called Eternity's Rest, positioned at an intersection of spatial and temporal dimensions where the cosmic seal's presence was strongest. Time flowed differently there, sometimes faster than conventional space, sometimes slower, sometimes negotiable through intention. The geography was impossible: mountains that climbed beyond the sky, forests where trees existed simultaneously in multiple seasons, waters that reflected not light, but consciousness itself. Yin Xinhua had not sought this place for himself. The realm's leaders had created it as a gift of honor, a space where the guardian of the seal could exist without being constantly pulled toward governance or decision-making. The gesture had moved him deeply. They were not asking him to remain available. They were giving him permission to depart. He spent his days maintaining the seal, but that work had transformed into something meditative rather than burdensome. His consciousness would merge with the boundary between void and existence, perceiving its integrity, feeling its resonance with the primordial one's steadily healing consciousness. The binding with Mei Wan meant the responsibility was distributed. When he needed to step back, she maintained the connection. When she required rest, he carried the load. The partnership that had begun as romantic had evolved into something cosmic in scope. The addition of the primordial one's stabilized fragments and the true ancestor's power to the seal meant the cosmic boundary maintained itself with increasing autonomy. Yin Xinhua's role had become less about active maintenance and more about witnessing, about being present to the seal's functioning. It was a different relationship to power, not commanding but accompanying. He spent his evenings with his family in ways he would have considered impossible during his rise to power. Yan Huan was precocious beyond measure, displaying signs of understanding her role in the cosmic structure far beyond her chronological age. She did not appear to age at the same rate as mortal beings. Time seemed to flow differently for her, as if she existed partially outside conventional causality. Some days she appeared as a young child, playing games with energy creatures that existed on the boundary between void and normal space. Other days she appeared as an adolescent, reading treatises from the cosmic library, and asking questions about philosophy and physics that would have challenged scholars centuries her senior. Wan spent hours teaching their daughter about the covenant, not through formal instruction but through lived example. She taught about the beauty of maintaining something rather than building something, the way a gardener tends an existing landscape rather than constantly reshaping it. She taught about the subtle power of presence and patience, about how influence could flow from simply being stable and reliable rather than from dramatic action. The teaching was not doctrine but lived experience, transmitted parent to child across what might eventually become generations. Yin Xinhua began writing, not prophecy or instruction manual for future leaders, but simple reflections on what he had learned. These writings entered the cosmic library not as wisdom to be obeyed, but as perspective to be considered. He wrote about the nature of power, the burden of leadership, the paradox of descending into greater peace through releasing dominance. The greatest insight I have obtained is that power expressed through limitation is often stronger than power expressed through domination. By accepting that I could not rule forever, I created systems that could survive my departure. By stepping down before crisis forced my hand, I proved that authority could be temporary and legitimate simultaneously. The cost is that I will be forgotten eventually, my name a historical footnote in the long record of civilization. The reward is that the work persists without me, that leaders after me will improve on what I built, that the system has become strong enough not to require my personal validation. That is the highest form of success. He wrote about the nature of immortality and mortality, about how even eternal life contains cycles and endings. Immortality is not the escape from change that the early celestial lords believed. It is the opportunity to witness multiple cycles of transformation. The gift is not permanence, but duration. Time enough to see how seeds grow into forests. Time enough to understand consequences of choices made ages ago. Time enough to participate in cosmic renewal rather than merely in personal achievement. One evening, as he walked through gardens that existed partly in normal space and partly in void-touch dimensions where reality operated under negotiable principles, Yin Huan, appearing at the moment as a young girl despite her infinite awareness, asked him a question that seemed both simple and infinitely deep. Father, do you regret the banishment? It started everything, didn't it? If you hadn't been thrown from the celestial realm, none of this would have happened. Yin Xinhua paused beneath a tree that bloomed with flowers that existed in colors normal vision could not perceive. He felt back through decades of struggle, triumph, crisis, transcendence, and transformation. Regret would mean wishing for a different past, a different present. But the present was precisely what he wanted, not because it was perfect, but because it was true. No, he said finally, taking her small hand as they continued walking. The banishment was the catalyst. It took me from a position of inherited power and privilege to a state of absolute vulnerability. That vulnerability forced me to build rather than simply inherit the comfort of hierarchy. The forced descent was a gift disguised as punishment. He paused, considering what else she needed to understand. But I would not trade the peace I have found here for any of the power I once sought, he continued. During my rise, I believed that peace would come from controlling enough variables, from establishing sufficient dominance that opposition became impossible. I was wrong. The peace I experience now comes from the opposite, from accepting that control is illusion, from releasing dominance, from trusting others to carry the work forward. The empire was necessary. It had to be built. But this quiet existence, watching the cosmos continue without me, trusting others to make decisions that will shape civilizations I'll never see. This is the goal the empire was always pointing toward. This was what all the struggle was actually for. Yin Huan, with the wisdom of someone partially bound to the seal and thus partially existing outside normal time, seemed to understand perfectly. She squeezed his hand, and in that gesture was the knowledge that she would one day stand where he was standing, that her inheritance was not of dominance, but of service, and that she would eventually find the same peace through accepting the temporary nature of all things. That night, as Yin Xinhua entered meditation to check the seal's stability, a practice he maintained daily without burden, like breathing, without need for deliberate effort, he perceived something profoundly encouraging. The cosmic boundary was not just stable, but actually strengthening through its own momentum. The distributed guardianship was working not just as well as he had hoped, but better. The true ancestor, once his enemy, had become a genuine ally. The primordial one's consciousness continued its gradual healing. The system was becoming self-sustaining. And in that moment of perceiving the seal's own strength, he understood the ultimate wisdom the primordial one had been trying to teach him throughout his entire journey. Power that has to be constantly enforced is not power at all. It is performance, theater, consumption. True power creates conditions for its own continuance without requiring the originator's presence. True strength manifests as systems that function better because you have released your grip rather than tightened it. The void sang with mysteries still unsolved, still calling him to deeper understanding. It whispered of cosmic secrets that awaited in the ages ahead, of transformations that neither he nor Mei Luan could predict. But Yin Xinhua was finally content to listen with a quiet heart, to accept its lessons without grasping for more, to maintain the seal not as a burden that defined his existence, but as an honor beyond price that he carried because it mattered. And that, simple, profound, eternal, would be enough. The banished one had finally found home, not through dominance or conquest, but through acceptance. The empire he had built would continue without him, stronger for his deliberate departure. The systems would evolve. The leaders after him would make different choices, some better than his, some worse, but all of them their own. And that was exactly as it should be. In the cosmic darkness, the seal held firm, not because of Yin Xinghua's will, but because it had become integrated into the nature of existence itself. The universe breathed in ancient rhythms that transcended any single being's understanding or control. Creation and destruction cycled in balance. The primordial one, once a monster corrupted by imprisonment, was gradually healing into something that could coexist peacefully with inhabited existence. The journey had transformed from seeking glory to honoring service. The victory had shifted from conquering enemies to creating conditions where enemies could become allies. The greatest achievement was not an empire built, but a legacy released. Knowledge preserved in the cosmic library, principles embedded in the institutions of the Council of Realms, an example of voluntary limitation that would echo across ages. As Yin Xinhua emerged from his meditation and returned to the physical world where his family awaited, he felt it. The simple, profound peace of a being who had finally learned what power was actually for. Not for personal transcendence, not for control, not for glory. Power was for service. And in accepting that, he had found the freedom he had been seeking all along. Chapter 121. The Awakening. The meditation chamber of eternity's rest existed at the precise intersection of all known realities, a space where Yin Xinhua had spent the past 5 years cultivating in deliberate separation from the direct governance of the realms. The chamber itself was not a place built by conventional means, but a volume of space folded according to his will, lined with crystallized intention and the accumulated spiritual essence of millions of peaceful moments. When he opened his eyes, it was not to sudden awareness, but to a gradual return of consciousness, as though his mind was surfacing from fathomless depths. The primordial one's presence filled the chamber with overwhelming reality. What had been a distant whisper in the far reaches of cosmic awareness became manifest now as undeniable form. Ancient, patient, watching. The being of light and shadow intertwined existed partially in physical space and partially in dimensions that had no conventional names. Its eyes contained infinities that would have driven lesser minds toward madness. Each gaze a conversation spanning billions of years expressed in a single moment of contact. The seal weakens, the primordial one transmitted, and the words came not through sound but through direct consciousness transfer. Not because it fails in its function, but because that function approaches completion. The cosmic cycle that has defined existence for millions of years moves toward transformation. The boundaries that have held all creation in careful balance grow ready for restructuring. What was solid becomes permeable. What was permanent reveals itself as transitional. Yin Xinhua rose from his meditation posture with the fluid grace of someone who had transcended the crude limitations of purely physical movement. His body remembered centuries of struggle, every scar and strengthened muscle a record of impossible trials survived through will and sacrifice. What had once been human had become something far more complex. A being capable of existing simultaneously across multiple dimensions, of thinking in the language of cosmic forces, of moving through void spaces that would have torn apart any lesser existence. How long? He asked, and the brevity of his question carried implications that would require volumes to express in conventional language. 3 months, perhaps less. The transition has already begun at levels your civilization's conscious minds have not yet recognized. Those sealed away are beginning to sense the coming change. The prisoner grows aware. Forgotten histories press against the barriers of containment. The meditation chamber trembled with cosmic significance, so subtle that mortal beings would have missed it entirely. But Yin Xinhua felt the vibration resonating through dimensions beyond the merely physical. The vibration traveled through the cosmic seal he carried woven into his very consciousness, inseparable from his identity. The seal was no longer an external tool, but a part of him at the deepest level. He walked to the chamber's window, which looked out across eternity's rest. The realm he had created with Mei Luan's collaboration was not merely beautiful, but a statement about the nature of existence itself. Gardens bloomed in colors that did not exist in other dimensions, flowers that sang with consciousness when touched by those who understood the language of cultivation. Some of these gardens had been grown from seeds gifted by the void, others from carefully cultivated specimens of mortal vegetation that had been enhanced and elevated through ages of attention. Stars hung in patterns that told stories to anyone who could read the cosmic narrative, each constellation a teaching, each alignment a reminder of cosmic principles. The architecture reflected both human sensibility and celestial grandeur, neither dominating the other, but coexisting in dynamic harmony. Towers rose in spiraling forms that would have been impossible if bound by conventional physics, but which here, in eternity's rest, seemed as natural as trees growing toward light. Water fountains flowed upward as often as downward, returning rain to clouds rather than draining it away. The space itself seemed to teach lessons about balance and flow to anyone who spent time within it. The realm existed partially in conventional space-time and partially in the void itself, accessible to cultivators from all realms if they possessed the understanding to find it. It had become a pilgrimage site for seekers of wisdom, a meeting ground for beings from different realms who might never encounter each other elsewhere. Universities had been founded in eternity's rest, research centers, meditation temples. It had become more than just a home. It had become a symbol of what was possible when different ways of existence were honored rather than suppressed. The weight of knowing what was coming descended upon him like an atmosphere. The seal's dissolution was not merely a technical transition. It was the end of an order that had persisted since before recorded history, the dismantling of structures that billions of consciousnesses had built their lives around. And he, the one who maintained the seal, would be responsible for how that dissolution unfolded. He descended into meditation again, seeking deeper communication with the primordial one, preparing his consciousness for what was coming, knowing that the peaceful years were approaching their end. The full weight of 5 years of peace finally felt insufficient to carry him forward. In those years, he had thought he had found contentment, the ability to exist without the constant pressure of decision, without the knowledge that billions depended on his choices. He had watched Wei Jun grow into his role as supreme arbiter, had seen the young leader develop his own vision for governance that was sometimes more conservative and sometimes more radical than Yin Xinhua would have chosen, but always thoughtful and rooted in genuine care for those he served. He had observed Yan Huan develop her talents in ways that surprised him, had seen her identify gaps in his understanding and begin to address them before he was even aware they existed. He had seen Mei Luan deepen her understanding of governance and cosmic harmony beyond anything he could have achieved, working with cultures and civilizations he had never fully connected with. He had walked through eternity's rest and found moments of genuine joy in simple meditation, in the sound of wind through gardens that existed partially in the void. He had spent entire mornings watching light refract through crystalline formations that represented centuries of accumulated spiritual practice. He had sat with Mei Luan in silence, their consciousnesses entwined without needing words, without the constant pressure to be making decisions or solving problems. He had even, in a few stolen moments, simply existed as a being rather than as a cosmic function, which was more transformative than any cultivation technique he had ever learned. But now, with the knowledge of the seal's approaching dissolution, all that peace felt like a luxury he had stolen from time itself. The universe did not grant extended rest to those who had altered its fundamental structure. His exile to the lower realm, his rise through building empires, his voluntary surrender of power, all of it had been leading to this moment. The cosmic cycle did not pause for personal contentment. He had lived long enough to understand that existence followed patterns. There was growth, consolidation, transformation, dissolution, rebirth. Things that seemed eternal eventually revealed themselves as temporary. Structures that appeared immovable slowly shifted and reformed. And beings, no matter how powerful or wise, eventually had to step aside to make room for what came next. The knowledge of this pattern did not comfort him, but it did clarify his purpose. He was not meant to be eternal. He was meant to be functional in exactly this moment, in exactly this configuration. After the seal's dissolution, after the integration of realms was complete, after new structures had been established to govern the cosmic order, his role would be finished. And that was acceptable. More than acceptable, it was right. It was the way things should be. He moved deeper into trance, his consciousness expanding outward in all directions simultaneously. Below him, the The mortal realms continued their existence, billions of people going about their lives, unaware that the framework holding their reality stable was approaching transformation. To the side, the celestial territories hummed with the presence of cultivators and celestial beings, entities who had built entire civilizations on the assumption of eternal separation from the lower realms. And everywhere, interwoven through all of it, was the seal, not a barrier but a living framework, something that had grown into the fabric of existence itself. The primordial one's presence grew stronger as he descended deeper. It was not a test this time, not a challenge to overcome. It was simply a presence that acknowledged him, that waited for him to understand on his own what had to come next. I am ready. Yin Xinhua transmitted into the void, knowing that those 3 words carried weight beyond their apparent simplicity. They meant acceptance, meant willingness to bear whatever burden came next, meant the end of his claimed peace. The primordial one did not respond with words. Instead, it shared a vision, not a vision of what would come, but a reminder of what had been. He saw the earliest days of the cosmic seal's creation, saw beings of immense power choosing confinement out of sacrifice for future generations. He saw the cycles of civilization that had built upon that sacrifice, each one growing stronger, wiser, more capable of handling what had been contained. And he saw himself, not as a conqueror or reformer, but as a necessary bridge, someone positioned precisely where the transition required him to stand. Chapter 122. The Council Convenes. Yin Xinhua called an emergency session of the Council of Realms, the first time he had formally invoked their gathering since stepping down as Supreme Arbiter 5 years prior. The message he transmitted moved through multiple channels simultaneously, through the cosmic seal itself, through the true ancestors' consciousness in the void, through the network of trusted allies who understood that such a summons carried weight far beyond ordinary governance. The seal is weakening according to natural cosmic progression. This is not a crisis requiring military response, but a threshold that demands collective understanding. Bring your wisest counselors. Bring those who study transformation. Come to the Nexus immediately. The Nexus existed partially outside normal space, a location where all major realms could converge. It had been constructed not of stone and metal, but of crystallized intention and sustained focus, a place where the very architecture reflected collective will. Political decisions affecting the celestial order were made here, though the chamber itself was more principle than structure. When Yin Xinhua arrived, the council was already filling with beings of immense power. Wei Jun, the young Supreme Arbiter elected 5 years prior, stood from his ceremonial seat in a gesture that communicated respect without servility. Wei Jun had grown into his role with surprising competence, making decisions that Yin Xinhua might have made differently, but that proved effective in ways that surprised even their architect. He had learned that good governance required not copying a master's example, but understanding the master's principles deeply enough to apply them in unprecedented contexts. Beside Wei Jun sat Zhao Chun, the economist-turned-strategist whose proposals for distributing resources across multiple realms had prevented economic collapse when the old celestial systems fractured. Immortal Qin, the reformed military commander who had become one of the council's most reliable voices, sat in the position reserved for defenders of the realm. Lu Fenghui, the scholar whose academy had educated generations, took his place among the knowledge keepers. Luo Feng represented the school of ascendant balance, his cushion positioned with deliberate asymmetry as a reminder that perfect balance was not the goal. Dynamic equilibrium was what allowed growth. Mei Luan sat beside Yin Xinhua, their hands touching. The contact conveyed conversations that would have required volumes to express in conventional speech. Their daughter, Yin Huan, stood rather than sat, her young form, barely 20 by the standards of her mixed heritage, already taller than most celestials. She bore the appearance of something extraordinary, something that was neither fully human nor celestial, but rather a new synthesis that existing categories could not encompass. The seal carries a prophecy, Yin Xinhua explained, his voice reaching every corner of the chamber and beyond, transmitted through dimensional barriers to all who needed to hear. One that we have always known but chosen not to speak aloud. The seal was never meant to persist eternally. The universe's design did not create it as a permanent feature. It was always constructed to dissolve at a specific point in the cosmic cycle, when the beings contained within it had achieved sufficient transformation and peaceful coexistence had become possible. He paused, letting that profound concept settle into the consciousnesses of those who had lived for millions of years, who had thought in terms of eternities. The idea that something as fundamental as the seal might not persist forever challenged the very foundations of their understanding of reality's structure. What emerges when it dissolves? Asked Immortal Qin, her mind already moving toward practical implications and strategic consequences. What threats must our defenses prepare against? We do not yet know, Yin Xinhua replied, and the honesty of that admission carried more power than certainty would have granted him. The primordial one itself does not know, or rather, it possesses knowledge but cannot convey understanding that exists beyond the framework of language and rational thought. But we know we must be prepared not to resist, but to transition. The seal's purpose was not to imprison forever, but to contain something dangerous, while civilization developed the wisdom to coexist with it. As wisdom develops, the seal transforms. This is not a failure. This is the system functioning as designed. The chamber fell into profound silence. Every being present understood the full implications. The power dynamic that had dominated celestial politics for millennia, the existence and maintenance of the seal, was approaching obsolescence. With it would come transformation in the order that had been built on the seal's permanence. The conversation continued deep into the night, stretching into the following day and into the next night again. Each voice around the chamber brought perspective shaped by their particular vantage point. Wei Jun spoke of governance and the systems that held the realms together. He had learned that effective leadership was not about personal power, but about creating structures that would outlast the individual leader. Zhao Chun discussed economics and resource distribution. His mind calculated the cascade effects of seal dissolution on every trading network, every supply line, every mutual dependency between the realms. Immortal Qin offered military considerations while Luo Feng reminded them that warfare would be counterproductive, that the dissolution required collaboration rather than conflict. Lu Fenghui, the scholar, raised a point that silenced even Yin Xinhua for a long moment. What if the prisoner inside the seal is not a threat, but a teacher? What if the seal's dissolution is not something to be survived, but something to be learned from? The question reframed the entire discussion. Instead of asking how to contain or manage the consequences of dissolution, they began asking how to facilitate it constructively. How could they prepare their civilizations for a profound shift in reality structure? How could they learn from what had been hidden for so long? Yan Huan, standing in the chamber, asked a question that showed her mind was working on deeper levels than most had anticipated. What if we negotiated with the prisoner? What if instead of managing its release, we invited its collaboration? The suggestion seemed radical, even reckless. But as each council member considered it, they began to see the wisdom beneath the audacity. If the prisoner was millions of years old, if it had been observing civilizations through the seal's barriers, if it had accumulated knowledge beyond current understanding, then what could be gained by treating it as an enemy rather than as a potential ally? Yin Xinhua felt something shift in the collective consciousness around the chamber. For the first time in millennia, the celestial order was being asked to think not in terms of control and containment, but in terms of partnership and growth. This will require courage, he said, his voice carrying through the chamber. It will require surrendering the assumption that we know what is best for all realms. It will require accepting uncertainty and offering trust to beings we have feared for eons. Are you ready for that transformation? The silence that followed was not hesitant, but contemplative. One by one, each member of the council signified their readiness. Not all of them without reservation, but all of them recognizing that the alternative, trying to maintain a system designed to fail by cosmic law itself, would lead only to catastrophe. The weight of responsibility settled more fully upon his consciousness, but now it was accompanied by something else, the knowledge that he would not bear it alone. The peaceful years were authentically ending, but they were ending in a way that offered hope. As the formal session concluded and the members of the council began to disperse, Mei Luan remained beside Yin Xinhua. She had not spoken during the formal discussion, but her presence had been felt throughout. As they walked the halls of the Nexus together, she voiced what she had been contemplating. You understand that this transformation will be harder than anything you have faced before, she said. When you were building an empire, you could use force to overcome obstacles. When you were establishing the peace, you could use authority. But now you cannot force the seal to dissolve at the right pace. You cannot control how civilizations respond to it. You cannot prevent suffering even though you can see it coming. This will require wisdom beyond anything you have accessed before. Yin Xinhua recognized the truth in her words. She had been with him long enough to understand the nature of his struggle. Yes, he acknowledged. This is different. In the past, I could shape outcomes through my actions. Now I must facilitate transformation without controlling it. I must remain strong enough to support the process without trying to direct every detail. And that, Mei Luan said, is the greatest growth you will achieve in this life. Not power over others, but the strength to guide without controlling, to support without dominating, to offer wisdom without demanding it be followed. They stood together at the edge of the nexus, looking out across the geometric space where all realms could touch. Somewhere beyond that boundary, the seal was already beginning to weaken, the cosmic cycle was already initiating its transition. And Yin Xingque realized that everything he had done up to this point, his exile, his rise to power, his voluntary surrender of control, had been preparation for this moment. He was ready. Chapter 123. The Shadow returns. The true ancestor of the Shadow sect, bound by sacred oath to aid in the seal's maintenance, emerged from the void with grave news that made even the council's most ancient members lean forward with visible concern. The ancient being's form flickered visibly between solidity and transparency, as though something essential was being drained from its existence. Its edges wavered, struggling to maintain coherence across multiple dimensions simultaneously. The prisoner becomes aware, the true ancestor reported, and the words carried the weight of direct observation accumulated across weeks of careful watching. It calls out, not in anger, that burned away long ago, not in rage, that passion spent eons in the past. Now it calls out with curiosity. It senses the approaching dissolution and tests the boundaries of its imprisonment. The testing grows more sophisticated. Each probe maps the seal's structure more fully. Each touch teaches the prisoner about the nature of its cage. Yin Xingque listened with his entire being, receiving not merely words but direct observation encoded in the structure of consciousness itself. He knew he needed to descend into the void, to communicate directly with the prisoner, to understand what was happening at the deepest levels of the seal. He moved through dimensions that would have torn apart any lesser being into constituent particles, descending toward the deepest point of the seal where reality itself became barely coherent and the distinction between being and non-being lost all meaning. The primordial one guided him, serving as a buffer between the raw chaos of unstructured existence and his consciousness. Without such guidance, Yin Xingque knew, his mind would dissolve into the void entirely. Without the seal's structure to define his identity, he would cease to exist as a coherent being. But the primordial one, which had offered him this path centuries ago, maintained the boundaries that allowed safe passage. At the deepest point of the seal, Yin Xingque felt the presence. It was vast beyond measure, ancient in a way that made even the primordial one seem young by comparison, eternally patient in ways that no mortal mind could authentically comprehend. This was not the primordial one he communed with in eternity's rest, but something else, something older, something sealed away before recorded history, before the celestial realm itself had crystallized into its current form. Hello, the presence said, and the single word contained multitudes of meaning. Each sound carried philosophical weight. Each aspect encoded concepts that would take lifetimes to explore fully. I have been waiting very long. The waiting approaches its end. Yin Xingque did not flee. Instead, he extended his consciousness in formal greeting, acknowledging the ancient prisoner's existence, recognizing its suffering even if he did not approve of its nature, communicating that he was not afraid of what it represented. Why do you remain sealed? The presence asked, genuine curiosity present in the question. You have the power to free me. I can sense your strength. You could dissolve the seal with effort of will. So I wonder, why does a being of your cultivation maintain captivity for another being of similar power? It was a fair question, one that had no satisfying answer rooted in anything other than the harsh necessity of survival and consequence. Because when you were sealed, our civilization was young and fragile. Because your nature and ours were incompatible in ways we could not bridge. Because the consensus was that separation would allow both to evolve in relative peace. Because the alternative, chaos, destruction, the unraveling of reality itself, seemed inarguably worse. But times change, the prisoner said, and there was genuine wisdom in the observation. Surely your civilization has grown stronger. Surely you have developed wisdom that did not exist when the seal was created. Yes, times change. Perhaps it is time to discuss what comes next. The conversation continued for what felt like hours and also like moments. Time moved strangely in the void. The prisoner, which it suggested Yin Xingque could call the witness, revealed knowledge accumulated across eons of isolation and careful observation. It shared understanding of reality's fundamental structure, techniques for manipulating entropy itself, even histories of cosmic cycles that had come before the current one. Some of what it shared filled Yin Xingque with wonder. Some filled him with horror at what previous civilizations had attempted. The exchange of knowledge itself became the meditation. The witness shared not through words, but through direct transmission of understanding, imparting concepts that had no names in any contemporary language. Yin Xingque learned about the nature of consciousness itself, how awareness could exist across multiple forms simultaneously, how identity persisted even when separated by infinite distances. He learned techniques for shaping reality that made his own cultivated abilities seem crude by comparison. But more importantly, he learned the witness's story. He experienced, in flashes and visions transmitted consciousness to consciousness, the memory of being sealed. Not the moment of sealing itself, but the long eons that followed. He felt the weight of isolation, the challenge of remaining sane across millions of years of separation from all other consciousness. He experienced the witness's gradual acceptance, the philosophical evolution that came from such prolonged solitude. In exchange, Yin Xinhua shared his own journey. He transmitted to the witness the feeling of being exiled from everything he knew, the pain of losing his status, the struggle of building something meaningful in the lower realm. He shared his relationship with Mei Luan, the birth of Yin Huan, the joy of creating eternity's rest. He shared his voluntary surrender of power, the difficult realization that holding on to leadership would prevent others from growing. You chose to release your power, the witness transmitted, and there was something like reverence in the observation. Not because you failed to hold it, but because you understood that your holding it would make others dependent. Yes, it was the hardest choice I have made. Harder than any battle, harder than any external challenge. It would have been so easy to maintain control, to ensure everything was done correctly according to my understanding. Instead, I had to trust that others could lead as effectively as I could, in their own ways. And have they? The witness asked. Better than I dared hope. Wei Jun brings a perspective I could never have developed. Zhao Qin's economic theories have prevented collapse. Even Yin Huana's gifts I do not fully understand. By stepping back, I allowed them to become themselves rather than copies of me. The witness contemplated this for what felt like weeks, though time had become meaningless in the deep void. Finally, it transmitted a conclusion that would reshape everything. Then I will not seek to rule when I am released. I will not attempt to dominate or control. I will simply seek to exist and to understand, and I will respect the autonomy of all other conscious beings as I wish my own autonomy to be respected. The agreement reached in that moment was more profound than any treaty. It was a mutual commitment to support each other's freedom rather than exploit it. When Yin Xinhua returned to normal consciousness, his entire understanding of what was coming had transformed. The seal's dissolution was not a disaster to be managed, but an opportunity for all consciousness to grow toward greater wisdom. The witness shared with him the experience of long isolation, helped him understand the philosophical traditions that had developed in the void. It taught him meditation techniques that allowed consciousness to expand in ways standard cultivation could not achieve. It showed him glimpses of other universes, other cosmic systems, other ways that existence could be structured. Some of these alternate realities had flourished. Others had failed catastrophically. The witness had studied all of them from within its prison, accumulating knowledge that no other being in this cosmos could possess. What struck Yin Xinhua most powerfully was the witness's lack of bitterness. After millions of years of imprisonment, the ancient being harbored no hatred, no desire for revenge. Instead, it had developed a philosophical acceptance that bordered on transcendence. It saw its imprisonment not as a curse, but as an opportunity for uninterrupted study and growth. I learned what you could not have learned in freedom, the witness transmitted to him. Freedom creates choices, and choices create distractions. Imprisonment created focus. I studied the nature of consciousness itself, examined the foundations of existence, developed understanding that would have been impossible with the burden of responsibility that comes with freedom and power. When he returned to normal consciousness, he knew that the negotiation had begun in earnest, and that its success would depend entirely on the willingness of others to embrace the transformation rather than resist it. But more importantly, he now knew that the witness was ready to be part of the solution rather than to be treated as a problem to be solved. Chapter 124. The Eternal Accord Council. While Yin Xinhua communed with the imprisoned presence in the deepest void, the Council of Realms convened separately to address an immediate threat. The true ancestor of the Shadow Sect served as intermediary, moving between meetings, carrying information that required careful presentation. The ancient being revealed something that made even the most composed council members display visible alarm. The Eternal Accord Council, a secretive organization that had existed since before the seal's creation, was preparing to move against the dissolution itself. They had been conducting research in hidden facilities, developing weaponry and magical techniques unlike anything encountered since the Sundering Wars. They believed dissolution means destruction, the true ancestor explained, its form settling slightly as it shared observations gathered across decades of careful watching. They are developing ritual magic that draws power from sealed realms themselves. They are creating reality warping techniques designed to perpetuate the seal indefinitely, even as the cosmic cycle naturally shifts toward completion. Zhao Qin's mind immediately began calculating implications and consequences, mapping chains of causation extending decades into the future. If they force the seal to remain in place while the cycle naturally seeks dissolution, the prisoner cannot remain contained. It experiences compression. It experiences a cage growing tighter with each passing moment. Precisely, the true ancestor confirmed. The seal transforms from containment into torture. The prisoner, feeling walls close around its consciousness, will struggle. Each struggle makes the cage more constricting. Eventually, the confinement crushes the ancient one entirely. When a being of that power dies in violent confinement, the release of its essence destroys everything nearby. Multiple realms would collapse. The tremors would destabilize the celestial structure itself. We would not prevent destruction. We would guarantee it. The council faced an impossible decision. Allow the seal to weaken according to natural cosmic progression and risk unknown consequences from the prisoner's release into a civilization that might not be ready, or take action against the Eternal Accord Council and commit themselves to a path of conflict that might be unwinnable. Mei Wan, speaking for the first time in the formal session, offered a third path that only someone with her centuries of wisdom could have conceived. We negotiate with the prisoner. Not surrender. Not submission. Negotiation. We offer a transition rather than a choice between dissolution and imprisonment. We treat it as a sovereign being whose preferences matter, not as a threat to be merely controlled. The chamber erupted in argument, but the idea took root in minds that had been searching desperately for alternatives. It was the only approach that did not guarantee catastrophe. Some council members voiced objections rooted in fear. What if the prisoner could not be trusted? What if negotiation was merely a delay tactic while it accumulated power to break free? What if the ancient being had been corrupted by isolation into something that could never be part of civilized society? But others began to see the wisdom in the proposal. If they attempted to perpetuate the seal artificially, they faced the certain destruction that the true ancestor had described. If they simply allowed the seal to dissolve without preparation or negotiation, they faced unknown consequences from an entity of immense power. But if they negotiated, if they communicated with the prisoner as a conscious being rather than treating it as an enemy, they might find that cooperation was possible. Zhao Qin, always pragmatic, made the economic argument. Consider the resources we will save if we transform an enemy into an ally. An entity of that power, if it becomes hostile, would consume resources we cannot afford to spend. But if it becomes collaborative, if it shares knowledge with us, we could accelerate civilizational development significantly. Immortal Qin made the philosophical argument. We have taught our military forces that the best victory is one that creates more allies rather than more enemies. Negotiation follows the same principle, merely applied at the highest level. Luo Feng, the scholar of balance, offered the deepest perspective. The prisoner has been conscious for millions of years. If it had wanted to destroy us, it has had access to that opportunity many times. The fact that it has remained imprisoned, even as it grew aware of the seal's approaching dissolution, suggests that it has transcended the desire for domination. Perhaps we should honor that transcendence rather than fear it. The chamber debated long into the night, but slowly, consensus began to emerge. Mei Wan's proposal would be pursued. They would attempt negotiation. They would approach the prisoner as a sovereign entity deserving of respect, and they would prepare themselves for whatever consequences might follow from that choice. Chapter 125. The negotiation. Yin Xinhua returned to the deepest part of the seal to formally propose the negotiation. The witness, for this is what it asked to be called, considered the offer seriously. The pause before its response lasted 3 days as measured by the outside world, though time moved differently in the void's strange geometry. You offer me choice? The witness asked, and there was something like wonder present in its careful consideration. For millions of years I have experienced only constraint. Even when I slept, the seal maintained its pressure. Even in my dreams, I felt the boundaries. And now you offer me something else. You offer me agency. This is unexpected. This is a gift I did not believe existed. We offer you partnership, Yin Xinhua replied clearly, his consciousness speaking directly to the witness's own understanding. Your sealing was not originally your choice. Perhaps the unseal should not be imposed unilaterally either. Perhaps the transition that comes at the end of this cosmic cycle should be negotiated between two parties with genuine power. The negotiation that followed lasted 2 weeks by the reckoning of the outside world, though time moved differently in the void. The witness shared knowledge accumulated across eons of isolation and observation, understanding of reality's fundamental structure, techniques for manipulating entropy itself, even histories of cosmic cycles that had come before the current one. In exchange, the witness asked for something remarkably simple given the complexity of the negotiation: proximity. When the seal dissolves, I wish the ability to exist in the inhabited realms, not imprisoned in void space, but genuinely present. Not as a ruler or conqueror, but as an observer, and perhaps occasionally as a teacher for those who seek understanding. I have been alone too long. Isolation has defined my existence for an epoch beyond counting. I wish to experience existence with others again, if you will tolerate my presence. Yin Xinhua agreed immediately, sealing the agreement with an exchange of intention that bound him more fully than any legal document could have. The agreement was not just political or pragmatic. It was a commitment rooted in the deepest levels of consciousness, a mutual swearing of truth between two beings who had developed respect for each other across vast distances and eons of time. The witness shared one final piece of knowledge before Yin Xinhua returned to normal consciousness. You will be tested. Not by me, but by others. There will be those who fear what I represent, who will want to reinforce the seal even now. There will be those who believe that my release is an apocalypse rather than a transformation. You must hold steady. You must believe in what we have agreed, even when it is painful. Yin Xinhua understood the weight of that warning. He was committing himself to a path that would not be popular with all segments of society. There would be resistance. There would be fear. There would be those who believed he was making a catastrophic error. He would need to make this choice and then live with its consequences, knowing that he could not prove its wisdom until long after it had been made. When he returned to normal consciousness and reported the successful negotiation to the council, reactions varied. Some were relieved. Some were skeptical. Some expressed outright opposition, believing that he had been manipulated or that the prisoner had somehow deceived him. Immortal Qin, who had come to respect Yin Xinhua's judgment across centuries of collaboration, offered support that steadied the wavering members of the council. Yin Xinhua has been right when everyone else was wrong before, Qin stated. He was right when he claimed we could exist without hierarchy. He was right when he believed the lower realms could develop their own strength. He was right when he insisted that power should be distributed. I trust his judgment in this matter. The agreement between Yin Xinhua and the witness became known as the Pact of Mutual Transformation. It was documented and recorded in the archives of the Cosmic Library, not as a legal contract, but as a record of mutual commitment. The agreement would be tested repeatedly in the coming months, but it would hold because it was rooted not in legal obligation, but in genuine mutual respect and shared vision for what could be possible. When Yin Xinhua presented the pact to the council, he focused not on the compromise it represented, but on the opportunity. This agreement, he explained, allows us to move forward without being locked in perpetual conflict with a cosmic entity of immense power. But more importantly, it represents a shift in how we approach problems. Instead of assuming that different beings must be enemies, we are assuming they can be partners. Instead of trying to maintain control through force, we are trying to create genuine collaboration. The principle he was articulating, that genuine partnership was superior to imposed hierarchy, would become foundational to everything that followed. It would shape the way the seal's dissolution proceeded. It would inform how the realms integrated. It would guide the creation of the Infinite Federation and all the systems that grew from it. A single agreement between Yin Xinhua and the witness had rippled outward to reshape the entire cosmic order. Chapter 126. The war that almost was the Eternal Accord Council, learning through their spies that negotiations were underway, made their decisive move. They launched a coordinated ritual across 5 major realms, attempting to reinforce the seal through synchronized magic and sacrifice. The ritual sites were hidden in places of power, anchored to locations where the boundaries between realms grew thin. The ritual killed 15 million people. Yin Xinhua felt the deaths as though they were personal losses. His bond to the cosmic seal meant that he could sense the moment when each consciousness stopped existing. Each life was a world unto itself, containing dreams and emotions and loves and hopes that would never be realized. The Eternal Accord had extinguished all of those worlds for their political objectives. His rage, when it came, was cold and precise in a way that his fury of earlier ages had never achieved. Real power did not require noise or dramatic display. Real power was the ability to act with absolute certainty, to move with the efficiency of an executioner rather than the fury of a barbarian. He made his presence known to the Eternal Accord Council with a message transmitted through every channel they had ever used to communicate. The ritual was your last chance for mercy. You have chosen the hard path. I will dismantle your organization, not quickly, but methodically. Every person involved will be offered redemption. Those who refuse will be separated from power permanently. Your time is ending. The response came swiftly: attempted assassination rituals, coordinated strikes across multiple realms, the deployment of weapons that had been hidden for millennia. But Yin Xinhua had anticipated everything. His network of allies intercepted the strikes before they landed. The assassination rituals crashed against barriers he had constructed years earlier, invisible walls of intention that were stronger than physical armor. It was not a war in any conventional sense. It was the dismantling of a power structure by someone who had learned how to move through politics and cosmic forces with equal facility. Within 3 weeks, the Eternal Accord Council ceased to exist as an organization. Its members who survived were offered a choice: accept rehabilitation and integration into the new order, or accept permanent exile beyond the reach of all civilized realms. The pursuit and dismantling of the Eternal Accord Council consumed months of intensive effort. Yin Xinhua worked with the true ancestor of the Shadow Sect to identify every node of their organization, every hidden facility, every secret research laboratory where they had been developing their seal-perpetuating technology. It was not dramatic warfare, but methodical investigation and careful intervention. Some of the Eternal Accord's members attempted escape, trying to flee to dimensional pockets they had prepared in advance. Yin Xinhua allowed some of them to leave, understanding that martyring them would only inspire other fanatics. Others he offered positions in the new order, understanding that many of them had acted out of genuine fear rather than malice. A few authentically could not be reached, and Yin Xinhua had to make the difficult choice to contain them, not kill them, but place them in isolated chambers where they could harm no one. The victory, when it came, brought neither satisfaction nor relief. Yin Xinhua observed that the destruction of an organization through pragmatism and compassion was somehow harder than defeating it through direct conflict. In war, there were clear enemies and clear victories. In this systematic dismantling, every successful operation meant someone's world had collapsed, some life plan had been destroyed, some dream of preserving the eternal order had been shattered. He spoke with Mei Luan about the moral weight of his choices. She listened without judgment and then offered perspective that only someone who had lived for centuries could provide. Every choice you make will cause some harm, no matter how careful you are. The only question is whether the net result will reduce suffering. You are not playing a game where you can win without affecting others. You are shaping reality. Accept the cost and move forward, but do not become callous about it. The Eternal Accord Council's defeat sent shockwaves through every realm. Some celebrated it as liberation. Others mourned it as the destruction of a noble organization that had been trying to preserve stability. Yin Xinhua understood that his action would be interpreted differently, depending on where beings stood relative to power and tradition. He could not control the interpretation. He could only ensure that the opportunity for the seal to dissolve according to cosmic law remained intact. Chapter 127. The seal's transformation. With the Eternal Accord Council defeated, the seal's dissolution began in earnest. The boundaries between realms did not simply grow thin. They began to merge, creating spaces where multiple realities overlapped. Gravity wells from celestial territories started affecting celestial bodies in the mortal realms. Void creatures began appearing in inhabited spaces with increasing frequency. Travel between the mortal realms and celestial territories became unrestricted. The roads between worlds, which had required elaborate knowledge to navigate, became open and obvious to anyone who looked carefully. The witness walked openly among civilizations for the first time in an epoch, answering questions, sharing knowledge, establishing relationships that had been impossible when separated by the seal. But the transition was not smooth. There were incidents of conflict as cultures collided. Beings from the void spaces did not always understand mortal sensibilities. Mortals sometimes reacted with violence when they encountered creatures they had been taught were threats. Civilizations struggled to understand what was happening at the cosmic level while dealing with the practical consequences. Yin Xinhua maintained the seal not by fighting its dissolution, but by ensuring that the process remained gradual enough for civilizations to adapt. He stood at the boundary between all worlds, serving as bridge and buffer, his power directed toward cushioning the impact of transformation. When conflict threatened, he intervened not with force, but with clarity about the inevitability of change and the possibility of peace. His method was to move through the dissolving boundaries constantly, never sleeping, never authentically resting, spending his consciousness simultaneously in a dozen zones where reality was breaking down and reforming. He would prevent a void creature's uncontrolled manifestation in a mortal realm by appearing before it and teaching it to modulate its frequency to frequencies that mortal brains could withstand. He would counsel mortal leaders who were panicking at the sudden appearance of celestial beings, help them understand that these were conscious entities, not demons or attacks on their world. He would mediate between celestial merchants and void traders who had no previous frameworks for understanding each other's value systems. Each intervention was a small drop of stability in an ocean of change. None of them could prevent all problems, but together they created a scaffolding that allowed transformations to happen at a pace that was survivable. Some beings did not survive the transition. They could not accept the changes and chose to end their existence rather than exist in the new reality. Yen Xinhua grieved for each such loss, but understood that he could not force transformation on any being. He could only create space for it, offer support to those willing to adapt, and accept that some would not. It was the hardest work he had ever done, harder than the battles that had secured his rise to power, harder than negotiating the political structures that governed billions of beings. This work required patience and acceptance of outcomes beyond his control. In the space between the realms, the void where the seal had always existed, Yen Xinhua felt the transition occurring at every moment. He would spend hours in meditation, his consciousness stretched across multiple boundary zones simultaneously, preventing minor catastrophes from becoming major disasters. When a void creature emerged too aggressively into a mortal realm, Yen Xinhua would manifest and offer it guidance, help it understand the different laws that governed this new space. When mortal cultivators reacted with violence to the sudden appearance of celestial beings, Yen Xinhua would intervene, not with force, but with education about what was happening and why. The transition was not clean or organized. It was messy and chaotic and full of moments where Yen Xinhua had to accept that he could not prevent all suffering, only minimize it. Villages would panic when void creatures appeared. Entire celestial territories would reject the reality that their borders were no longer sealed. Cultivators would become desperate, fearing that the changes meant the end of their way of life. But alongside the fear and chaos, there were moments of profound beauty. A mortal sage encountered a celestial being and realized that their independent mathematical systems were compatible, could be integrated to create something greater than either alone. A void creature found acceptance in a mortal village, became part of a community that had feared creatures like it until actually encountering one. A celestial lord who had believed all lower realm beings to be primitive discovered a mortal philosopher whose insights exceeded his own understanding. These moments, the genuine connections, the moments of mutual growth, became the real transformation. Not the breaking of a barrier, but the discovery that beings from separated realms could actually be friends, partners, colleagues. Chapter 128. The Three Guardians. As the seal continued its dissolution, Yen Xinhua, Yen Huan, and the witness worked together more closely than ever. The Three Guardians developed new techniques for maintaining cosmic stability as reality itself began to restructure. Their collaboration was no longer hierarchical, but genuinely collaborative, with each member bringing unique understanding. Yen Huan revealed an unexpected talent that no one had anticipated. She could perceive the probability cascades as the seal dissolved, seeing which potential futures had the highest likelihood of emerging. She could sense the choices being made across billions of consciousnesses and understand how those choices would ripple forward. She guided her father's and the witness's actions accordingly, serving as both oracle and advisor. The witness, when it sensed instability in reality's structure, did something remarkable. It sometimes took direct action, not to impose control, but to offer alternative paths that fewer beings had considered. It would manifest in crisis points and present possibilities that had been invisible to those living within the crisis. Yen Xinhua provided the stable presence that allowed change to happen safely. He was the anchor that kept reality from fragmenting entirely as the seal's structure dissolved. But maintaining this function came at a cost. He could feel his consciousness fraying at the edges, stretched across so many dimensional boundaries simultaneously that he sometimes could not remember what it felt like to be singular, to exist in just one place at one time. This is true collaboration, Yen Xinhua realized during one particularly difficult transition when three major realms threatened to collide. Not hierarchy with one being deciding and others executing, but genuine partnership where each member brings unique understanding and accepts the possibility of being wrong. The Three Guardians developed a rhythm, a way of operating that relied on constant communication and mutual adjustment. They established protocols for rapid response when crises emerged. They developed sensing techniques that allowed them to detect instability before it became catastrophic. They created communication channels that let them share information and coordinate action across impossible distances. Yin Huan's role became increasingly central. Her ability to perceive probability cascades meant she could often see problems before they fully manifested. She would alert her father and the witness to developing threats, allowing them to intervene before situations became critical. In several instances, her early warnings prevented events that would have destroyed entire civilizations. The witness, in turn, provided wisdom about how reality itself functioned at the deepest levels. When the laws of physics began to break down in certain zones as the seal dissolved, the witness could explain what was happening and suggest how to restructure reality locally to maintain coherence. Its knowledge of previous cosmic cycles meant it had seen similar transitions before and could draw on ancient wisdom that contemporary beings had no way of accessing. Yin Xinhua provided the stable presence, the anchor point that kept everything centered. When despair threatened to overcome those who were struggling with the transitions, when fear of change threatened to generate violence, Yin Xinhua could manifest and offer perspective rooted in his own experience of profound transformation. But the collaboration went deeper than just practical coordination. The three guardians began to develop something like shared consciousness, a way of thinking together that transcended individual limitations. When Yin Huan had an insight, the witness could expand it through its ancient knowledge. When the witness proposed a solution, Yin Xinhua could evaluate it against the needs and capacities of billions of individuals. When Yin Xinhua offered perspective, Yin Huan could envision the long-term consequences, and the witness could identify historical precedents. By the time the bridge state reached its deepest phase, the three guardians were functioning almost as a single entity with three perspectives, capable of making decisions of extraordinary complexity and nuance. And yet each of them maintained their individual autonomy, their capacity to disagree, their right to refuse participation in actions they considered wrong. This balance between unity and independence became the model that would define all relationships in the emerging cosmic order. There was one moment, during a particularly intense crisis when a void region began expanding too rapidly and threatening to consume inhabited territories, when the three guardians disagreed fundamentally about the right course of action. Yin Xinhua wanted to use force to slow the expansion. The witness advocated for negotiation with the void itself, treating it as a conscious entity rather than a natural disaster. Yin Huan proposed a middle path, a gradual restructuring of the boundary between void and inhabited space that would accommodate both. The disagreement could have been paralyzing. Instead, it became an opportunity. They engaged in a full conversation where each perspective was honored. Yin Xinhua explained his concern that patience might result in unacceptable loss of life. The witness shared its belief that resistance always created greater complications. Yin Huan articulated her vision for how adaptation could be achieved without either domination or surrender. In the end, they proceeded with an approach that drew on all three perspectives. They were decisive in preventing catastrophic loss, while remaining open to the void's own agency and adapting their response as they learned more about what the void was attempting to communicate. The void's expansion slowed, stabilized, and eventually integrated into the broader cosmic order in ways that benefited both the void and the inhabited territories. This collaborative decision-making became a template for governance in the emerging order. Disagreement was not suppressed but engaged. Perspective differences were not treated as problems to be resolved, but as resources that enriched decision-making. The three guardians modeled what genuine democratic collaboration could look like at the highest levels of cosmic governance. Chapter 129. The Forgotten Histories. As the seal's boundaries grew more permeable, something unexpected emerged. Entire epochs of history that had been locked away began to manifest again. The witness's imprisonment had not merely contained a being. It had trapped entire civilizations, entire eras of cosmic development, entire streams of knowledge that had been deemed too dangerous to permit into the modern era. The recovered histories began to present themselves through fragments and whispers. Mortals began to experience memories that were not their own. Scholars found texts appearing in libraries that had never been shelved there. Cultivators without warning had access to techniques that had been thought lost forever. This is the final test, Yin Xinhua told the council. Not a test of power, but of wisdom. We must integrate these forgotten histories without allowing them to destroy our current identity. We must ask what we are willing to learn about our own origins, even if the truth proves uncomfortable. Yin Xinhua realized the seal had never just imprisoned the witness. It had locked away entire epochs of history, entire civilizations that had existed before the current cosmic cycle and been erased when the seal was created. Those epochs had not been destroyed, merely hidden, and as the seal dissolved they emerged again. The rediscovery of these forgotten eras threatened to destabilize contemporary understanding of what had always been assumed to be absolute history. Who were these ancient beings? What had they accomplished? What had been the reasons for their erasure? Some of the recovered histories were records of unprecedented achievement. There were civilizations that had developed techniques for directly communicating with the fundamental forces of the universe itself. Others had created synthetic forms of life capable of complex consciousness, forms that transcended the distinction between organic and constructed existence. Some had achieved states of collective consciousness where millions of individuals could maintain individual autonomy while participating in a unified awareness. But worse than the threat to historical understanding was the threat to identity. If the seal had been created partially to erase evidence of civilization's past crimes, then contemporary order was built on a foundation of hidden guilt. The beings living in the current cosmic cycle had to confront the reality that their perfect celestial realm, their enlightened governance, their sophisticated cultivation, all of it existed only because previous civilizations' achievements and crimes had been locked away and forgotten. The psychological impact of this revelation rippled through every realm. Universities had to revise their history curricula. Philosophers had to reconsider the foundations of ethics. Religious traditions that had claimed to preserve truth from the beginning of time had to confront the evidence that much of what they believed was based on incomplete information deliberately suppressed by previous guardians. The knowledge hit some beings hard. There were instances of psychological breakdown as individuals and even entire communities had to reckon with the fact that their society was not as original or as righteous as they had believed. Some demanded that the seal be reinforced, that history be resealed to protect their sense of identity. But others, and gradually the majority, recognized that suppressing truth was itself a form of crime. They began the difficult work of integrating the recovered histories into their understanding of themselves and their civilizations. The recovered histories manifested across every realm in ways both wondrous and haunting. The sensory experience was overwhelming. Mortals reported that when they touched recovered texts, they experienced flashes of consciousness that belonged to beings long extinct. A scholar's hand would brush against an ancient manuscript, and for a moment, they would feel the weight of a civilization's final years of isolation. The despair and determination mingled together, the fear that all their knowledge would be lost to the void forever. The fragments appeared in layers, like memories pressed into the fabric of reality itself. A cultivator in meditation would perceive moments from epochs millennia gone. The crystalline architecture of a world-spanning city, the song language of beings who communicated through harmonic frequencies, the taste of meals prepared with ingredients from plants that no longer existed anywhere in the known cosmos. Some beings reported dreaming of places they had never been, remembering lives they had never lived, experiencing emotions that belonged to extinct consciousnesses. The veil between past and present had become so thin that the boundary seemed almost arbitrary. Yen Xinhua felt the burden of these manifestations press against him like physical weight. Each recovered history represented not just abstract knowledge, but the lived experiences of billions of beings who had thought their memories would be erased forever. The seal's dissolution was not revealing history in a neutral academic sense. It was breathing life back into the experiences of the dead, giving witness to suffering and achievement that had been intended to remain hidden forever. The psychological resonance cascaded through every level of civilization. In the mortal realms, people began asking whether their supposed primitive ancestors had actually been primitive at all, or whether earlier civilizations had possessed knowledge their descendants had simply forgotten. In the celestial territories, beings who had long claimed superiority over lower realms faced evidence of extinct civilizations that had achieved heights of sophistication the current order had not approached. The foundations of identity became uncertain, challenging every single assumption that contemporary civilization had built itself upon. The recovered histories manifested across every realm in ways both wondrous and haunting. Mortals reported experiences of flashes of consciousness belonging to extinct beings. A scholar's hand brushing an ancient manuscript would bring moments of profound isolation and the fear that knowledge would be lost to the void forever. The fragments appeared in layers, like memories pressed into reality itself. Cultivators in meditation perceived moments from millennia gone, crystalline architecture, song languages, extinct ingredients. Some beings dreamed of places they never visited, experiencing emotions belonging to extinct consciousnesses. The veil between past and present had become so thin the boundary seemed arbitrary. Yen Xinhua felt these manifestations press against him like physical weight. Each recovered history represented lived experiences of billions of beings who thought their memories would be erased. The seal's dissolution was breathing life back into the experiences of the dead. The psychological resonance cascaded through every civilization. In the mortal realms, people asked whether their primitive ancestors had actually been primitive. In celestial territories, beings faced evidence of extinct civilizations that had achieved heights the current order had not approached. Identity foundations became uncertain. Chapter 130. The scholar's burden. Lu Fenghui, the Academy founder and scholar, took on the monumental task of reconciling the recovered histories with contemporary records. He was perhaps the only being in the realms with the wisdom to approach the work without prejudice. For years he had been building the cosmic library, preserving knowledge for the next cycle. Now that library was receiving texts and records that contradicted everything recorded history had maintained. Some of what emerged was beautiful. Extinct civilizations that had achieved harmony Yin Xinhua had never imagined. Art forms that seemed to access dimensions beyond normal sensory ranges. Philosophical systems so sophisticated that contemporary thinkers struggled to comprehend them. There were entire schools of cultivation that had been erased, entire approaches to ethics and governance that had been deemed subversive. Some of it was terrible, crimes and atrocities committed against the witness and its kind before the seal was created. Genocide on scales that made the mortality from the Eternal Accords rituals seem like minor incidents. Subjugation and slavery that lasted for millions of years. The seal, it appeared, had not been created merely to contain a threat, but to erase evidence of civilization's capacity for profound evil. We thought we would build something perfect, Lu Fenghui told Yin Xinhua one evening as they walked through the expanding library. The corridors seemed to stretch infinitely, each section dedicated to different epochs, different civilizations, different ways of understanding existence. We believed that by understanding the cosmic seal, by building systems based on justice and fairness, we were creating something that would transcend the flaws of previous cycles. Instead, we have discovered that perfection is possible. Only improvement is possible. Only the next attempt to get slightly closer to harmony. The rediscovery of these ancient atrocities forced a reckoning with history that many found unbearable. How could a civilization pride itself on being more enlightened, more moral, more wise than the past when evidence of those past civilizations' capabilities suggested they had been equally advanced, just in different directions? Lu Fenghui developed a framework for understanding this paradox. He theorized that each cosmic cycle did not necessarily progress towards some ultimate perfection, but rather rotated through different configurations of strength and weakness. One cycle might excel at artistic and philosophical development, but stumble in governance. Another might create perfect social systems, but destroy its own knowledge base through some catastrophic conflict. The current cycle had achieved reasonable balance, but would inevitably be revealed, in time, to have its own blind spots and failures. The integration process became less about validating contemporary civilization and more about learning humility. Scholars from the Academy studied techniques from forgotten eras, not to copy them wholesale, but to understand what assumptions had guided their creators. They found cultivation methods that could enhance their own practices. They discovered mathematical systems of elegant sophistication. They uncovered artistic traditions that seemed to access dimensions of beauty contemporary artists had thought impossible. But they also had to confront the recorded genocides, the slavery systems, the wars of expansion that would make even the most ruthless modern conflicts seem minor. The recovered histories did not present a simple narrative of moral progress, but rather a complex tapestry of civilizations, each making different choices about power and ethics, each leaving behind both wisdom and suffering. Lu Fenghui would spend evenings in the cosmic library, walking corridors that extended into infinity, talking aloud to himself about the philosophical implications of what they were discovering. Yin Xinhua would sometimes join him on these walks, and they would discuss the deepest questions. If a civilization's achievements were built on foundations of injustice, were those achievements still valid? If wisdom emerged from atrocities, was that wisdom tainted? If the seal's purpose had included erasing evidence of past crimes, was that itself a crime? There were no comfortable answers. But the asking of the questions itself represented progress toward genuine understanding. Over time, the library that Lu Fenghui maintained became not just a repository of recovered knowledge, but a place where different perspectives on that knowledge could coexist. Where one section documented the atrocities of previous civilizations, another section presented those same civilizations' artistic achievements. Where one area recorded failures of prior governance systems, another explored their theoretical elegance. The goal was not to arrive at a single correct interpretation of history, but to preserve multiple interpretations and let future scholars learn to integrate them into increasingly sophisticated understanding. The act of integration itself became educational. Young scholars from all realms came to study at the Cosmic Library, and in the process of grappling with contradictory histories and competing narratives, they developed intellectual maturity that generations of conventional education could not have produced. They learned humility, the understanding that any single perspective was incomplete. They learned respect for different traditions that had developed different answers to similar problems. They learned that history was not a simple story of progress, but rather a complex dance of growth and regression, achievement and failure, wisdom and folly. Yin Xinhua would sometimes spend afternoons in the library with Lu Fenghui, discussing what it meant to preserve truth when truth itself was complex and multifaceted. "We cannot dictate what future generations will believe," Lu Fenghui would say. "We can only preserve information as fully as we can and trust that they will find ways to integrate it that we cannot yet imagine. That requires faith," Yin Xinhua observed. "Faith that future beings will be wise enough to handle what we record." Yes, Lu Fenghui agreed. But what is the alternative? To suppress knowledge in the hope that it will protect people? History shows that never works for long. Better to trust in the capacity of conscious beings to grow and learn. Chapter 131. The Witness's Confession. The witness, observing how the recovered histories were being integrated and processed, asked for private audience with Yin Xinhua in the deepest chambers of eternity's rest. The ancient being's form was more solid now, less flickering between dimensions, strengthened by the seal's dissolution and by the proximity of others willing to hear its testimony. "The seal was not created to imprison me," the witness confessed, and the honesty of the statement carried weight that made the air itself seem to contract. "It was created by me, in cooperation with previous guardians from previous cycles. I imprisoned myself willingly, understanding that my presence would prevent civilization from developing independently. The weight of my consciousness, my memories, my accumulated power, all of it would make lesser beings dependent, looking always to my guidance rather than developing their own understanding." The revelation shattered assumptions foundational to Yin Xinhua's understanding of his entire journey. Everything he had believed about the cosmic order, the seal, his own role, all of it had been built on incomplete information. He sat in silence for a long time, processing the implications. Then the exile. Yin Xinhua began, trying to reconstruct his understanding of events that had happened centuries ago. Was also necessary. Celestial Lord Zixin did not exile you to protect an absolute order or prevent rebellion. He exiled you because you were becoming too powerful, too influential, too likely to repeat the pattern I had been trapped by, dominating through benevolence rather than allowing others to develop independence. He saw in you the potential to become what I had become, a being so powerful and wise that others would forever look to you for direction rather than developing their own capacities. Yin Xinhua's hands clenched. The revelation felt like a betrayal, though he understood intellectually that it was not. So my entire struggle was orchestrated? Everything I accomplished was predicted? No, the witness said firmly. It was anticipated, but not ordained. You had the freedom to fail at any point. You had the freedom to become the exact thing you opposed. You had the freedom to hoard power after you achieved it, to use your dominance to remake the cosmos in your image. The fact that you chose differently, that you voluntarily stepped down, that you distributed authority, that you questioned your own righteousness and worked to transcend your limitations, that was the genuine transformation. Not predetermined, but earned through countless choices across centuries. Yin Xinhua realized that this knowledge, rather than diminishing his accomplishments, deepened them. His struggle had been real because he had never been guaranteed success. His choices mattered because they had never been inevitable. There was profound wisdom in what the witness had shared. By carefully orchestrating his exile and subsequent challenges, by placing him in situations that would force him to develop genuine wisdom rather than merely accumulate power, Celestial Lord Zixin and the Primordial One had been teaching him rather than punishing him. They had not given him a path to victory, but rather created an environment where he would have to invent his own solutions, develop his own understanding, become something far greater than he could have become if he had been given direct instruction. This realization transformed Yin Xinhua's understanding of leadership itself. He had always tried to guide others through wisdom and instruction, but perhaps the greatest gift he could give was not wisdom imparted, but challenges that forced others to develop their own wisdom. Wei Jun's leadership was better precisely because Yin Xinhua had not maintained control. Yin Huan's capabilities exceeded his own partly because he had stepped back and allowed her to struggle, to fail, to learn from her own mistakes. The burden of accepting this was substantial. It meant acknowledging that he could not protect those he loved from difficulty. It meant accepting that the best way to help them was sometimes to let them face challenges alone. It meant trusting in their capacity to grow beyond what he could have predicted or controlled. But it also meant hope. If the universe could continue to provide exactly the challenges needed for growth, if leaders could step back and others could rise to fill the space, if systems could function without requiring the constant attention of those who had built them, then there was genuine potential for progress that did not depend on any single being's involvement. Chapter 132. The Bridge State. As the seal approached its final dissolution, reality entered what scholars called the Bridge State, a period where the old cosmic order and the new one existed simultaneously, overlapping without fully replacing each other. In this strange period, laws of physics seemed to shift from moment to moment. Beings who had been separated by the seal could now communicate directly, but the communication was often difficult, requiring translation across incompatible ways of thinking. Yin Xinhua found himself mediating an endless stream of disputes, misunderstandings, and moments of genuine connection between previously isolated civilizations. A merchant from the mortal realms discovered they could trade with void creatures who had knowledge of techniques worth entire academies' worth of study. A celestial scholar found themselves learning mathematics from a mortal sage that had developed independently and was more elegant in its approach. But there were also conflicts. Beings who had been taught to fear each other now faced each other directly, and not all of them could overcome centuries of cultural programming in a matter of weeks. There were incidents of violence, moments where entire communities threatened to tear each other apart. Yin Xinhua could not prevent all of them. His role was to ensure they did not cascade into civilization-wide conflicts. In one instance, a merchant community from the mortal realms encountered void creatures and panicked, initiating violence. Dozens died before Yin Xinhua could intervene. He did not respond with punishment, but with education. He brought the survivor void creatures and the surviving merchants together and facilitated a conversation where both sides had to acknowledge their fears and their shared capacity for violence. The conversation was painful, full of anger and grief, but it resulted in genuine understanding. The void creatures shared their own experiences of losing family members to violence. The merchants recognized that their prejudices had caused deaths, that their fear-based assumptions had been self-fulfilling prophecies. Out of that tragedy grew something unexpected, a memorial and a learning center established jointly by both communities to ensure future generations would not repeat the cycle. The incident became one of the foundational stories of the new integrated order, not a story of perfect peace, but of the possibility of growth and healing even after serious harm. There were many such incidents during the Bridge State. Each one threatened to spiral into larger conflicts. Each one required intervention and mediation. But each one, when handled well, also contributed to building structures and relationships that would support genuine peace in the longer term. The transition was not linear. There would be periods of relative peace followed by new crises. There would be moments when it seemed like integration was succeeding, followed by setbacks that appeared to undo months of progress. But the overall trajectory was toward greater connection and less isolation. In one remarkable instance, a void creature and a celestial lord developed a collaborative research project investigating the nature of consciousness. They discovered that their apparently incompatible ways of perceiving reality were actually complementary. Where the celestial could observe structure and relationship, the void creature could perceive the underlying energy flows that animated those structures. Working together, they developed new frameworks for understanding consciousness that neither could have developed alone. Stories like this began to propagate through the realms. Not stories of conflict overcome through violence, but of genuine collaboration emerging from initially incompatible perspectives. A mortal sage and a void philosopher developed a theory of ethics that drew on both celestial and mortal traditions. A celestial merchant and a mortal trader created a new system of accounting that honored both honor-based and contract-based approaches to agreements. The Bridge State, though chaotic and difficult, was also a period of extraordinary creativity and innovation. Beings who had been separated by the seal for millions of years were encountering each other for the first time, and their encounters generated new ideas, new approaches, new ways of thinking that would never have emerged if they had remained isolated. The seal's dissolution was beginning to function exactly as intended, not as a disaster, but as a catalyst for growth. Chapter 133. The sacrifice of leadership. Maintaining the Bridge State required Yin Xinhua to sacrifice something he had not anticipated, his ability to live a private life. Every moment not spent in active meditation or direct intervention in cosmic affairs felt like abandonment. Mei Luan understood, though he could see the sadness in her eyes when he told her he would need to spend weeks in isolated meditation, communicating directly with the witness, ensuring that their collaboration remained coherent. "This is the burden you chose," she said, not with bitterness but with clear-eyed understanding. "You have always been the bridge between worlds. Now that role is more demanding than ever." Yin Huan, observing her father's dedication and sacrifice, began to understand what true leadership meant. It was not power or dominance. It was the willingness to carry burdens that no one else could carry, to make choices that benefited billions at the cost of personal peace. She asked her father, during one of his rare periods of rest, "Will it always be like this? Will I have to sacrifice everything to lead effectively?" Yin Xinhua looked at his daughter and saw in her the possibility of a different kind of leadership. "I hope not. I hope that my sacrifice opens space for a future leader to be able to do less of this. I hope that by bearing this burden now, by establishing the framework for collaboration, I make it possible for you to lead without carrying what I carry. That is the point of all of this. Not to create a dynasty of sacrifice, but to build systems that can function without constant personal intervention from their leaders." The sacrifice of leadership became a physical thing, a presence Yin Xinhua felt in his bones and in the deepest layers of his cultivated being. Maintaining the bridge state meant existing in multiple locations simultaneously, holding multiple consciousness threads in balance, preventing contradictions in physical law from becoming catastrophic paradoxes. His relationship with Mei Luan and Yin Huan transformed during this period. They could no longer have extended conversations or spend leisurely evenings together as they had in the peaceful years. Instead, Yin Xinhua would manifest for brief moments, sometimes only hours a month, when he could extract himself from the demands of maintaining cosmic stability. These moments became precious in a way that nothing had been previously. A conversation that might have been casual and forgotten before now carried the weight of significance, because it might be the last meaningful exchange for weeks. Mei Luan supported this transition with grace, but Yin Xinhua could see the toll it took on her. She had spent centuries expecting to be with a leader who had the power to shape reality, and she found herself instead in a relationship with an entity that was becoming less human and more like a cosmic phenomenon. Still aware, still capable of love, but increasingly absorbed in maintaining existence itself. Yin Huan proved to be remarkably pragmatic about the situation. She understood what her father was doing and why, and she began stepping into roles that could be filled without requiring his attention. She took leadership in several celestial territories. She helped mediate disputes between mortal and celestial beings. She even began studying directly with the witness, learning techniques, and understanding that her father had been too busy to teach her. One evening, and the evening was more philosophical than actual, since Yin Xinhua was experiencing day and night in multiple realms simultaneously. Yin Huan approached her father with a proposition. "Let me take more of the burden. You have taught me. You have given me the foundation. Now allow me to grow by carrying part of what you are carrying." Yin Xinhua wanted to refuse, wanted to protect his daughter from the crushing weight of cosmic responsibility. But he recognized that refusal was selfishness disguised as care. If he did not begin sharing the burden, if he did not begin trusting the next generation with real responsibility, then he would only be repeating the very pattern that the witness had warned him about. "Yes," he said, and the decision to share power with his daughter, to authentically share it, not to maintain control while appearing to delegate, was as significant as any decision he had made in his entire existence. Chapter 134. The final confrontation. Not all of the Eternal Accord Council members chose peaceful exile or redemption. A faction calling themselves the Preservationists launched one final coordinated assault, attempting to destroy the cosmic seal from multiple angles simultaneously, determined to prove that the old order could be maintained through sufficient force. The assault was devastating. Entire provinces were torn apart by the reality-warping weapons the Preservationists deployed. Millions died in the chaos, their deaths echoing through the cosmic seal as painful reverberations that Yin Xinhua felt in every part of his being. For a moment, he considered stopping them through force, using his accumulated power to simply crush their capacity to continue the assault. But he recognized that would be exactly the trap they were setting for him, to force him into a position of using domination to suppress opposition, which would justify, in the eyes of many, everything the Preservationists were claiming about him. Instead, Yin Huan proved her readiness in that moment. Working with the witness, she identified the Preservationists' primary nodes of power and coordinated a response that was not violent but decisive. She cut off the flow of resources that sustained their rituals, tracing the funding back to hidden celestial territories and negotiating with their leaders to stop financing the assault. She isolated the preservationists from communication channels, preventing them from coordinating their final assault. She gathered testimony from those affected by their violence and presented it publicly, showing the cost of their actions in ways that were emotionally powerful rather than merely factual. And throughout it all, she offered them a chance to surrender, to choose rehabilitation, to be part of the integration if they were willing. Most accepted. The preservationists recognized that they were losing and chose surrender rather than complete annihilation. A handful did not. The core believers who had committed themselves so thoroughly to preventing sealed dissolution that they could not imagine living in a world where it succeeded. Those few had to be contained through force, separated from the rest of civilization in secure chambers where they could harm no one. Yin Xinhua bore witness to his daughter making choices that he had hoped she would never have to make. Choices about when mercy became weakness, about when force was the only language certain beings would understand. And he was proud of her. She did not enjoy the necessity of using force, but she was willing to use it when no other option remained. She demonstrated that true strength was not the avoidance of difficult choices, but the willingness to make them when the situation demanded it, while still seeking to minimize harm and preserve opportunities for rehabilitation. The weight of watching his daughter make those choices marked a profound turning point for Yin Xinghua's understanding of true leadership. As he observed Yan Huan move through the chamber networks where the preservationists had hidden their most powerful artifacts, he saw in her the acceptance of moral complexity that he had spent centuries learning to embody. She did not flinch at the necessity of containment, but neither did she celebrate it. She treated every being who had to be separated from civilization as a tragedy, a consciousness that could not be rehabilitated, a dream that could not be preserved. There was a moment when Yin Huan stood before a chamber where the final preservationists were being sealed. Her expression was unreadable, but Yin Xinhua could feel her internal state through their shared consciousness, a deep sadness mixed with resolve. She had explained to each contained preservationist, in person, why they had to be separated. She had offered them every opportunity to choose different paths, and only when all alternatives had been exhausted did she authorize the containment. Will they ever have a chance to change? Yin Xinhua asked her as they stood outside the sealed chamber, watching the containment barriers solidify into place. Perhaps, Yin Huan replied quietly, her voice carrying weight beyond its surface meaning. I've left instructions that in every generation, someone should check on them, offer them the opportunity to reconsider, to participate in rehabilitation programs. If 1,000 years from now one of them chooses a different path, they should be able to take it. But for now, they cannot be allowed freedom to wage war against the cosmic integration. The cost in other lives would be too high. Her voice carried the exhaustion of someone who had just made a choice they never wanted to make, yet had made it with full awareness and acceptance of its necessity. This was leadership at its most difficult, not the exercise of power against external enemies, but the making of hard choices that affected those who could not be saved. The weight of watching his daughter make those choices marked a turning point for Yin Xinhua. As he observed Yan Huan move through the chamber networks, he saw in her the acceptance of moral complexity that he had spent centuries learning. She did not flinch at the necessity of containment, but neither did she celebrate it. She treated every being who had to be separated as a tragedy. There was a moment when Yin Huan stood before a chamber where the final preservationists were being sealed. She had explained to each preservationist, in person, why they had to be separated. She had offered every opportunity to choose different paths. Only when all alternatives had been exhausted did she authorize containment. Will they ever have a chance to change? Yin Xinhua asked her as they stood outside the sealed chamber. Perhaps, Yin Huan replied quietly. I've left instructions that in every generation, someone should check on them and offer them the opportunity to reconsider. If 1,000 years from now one chooses a different path, they should be able to take it. But for now, they cannot be allowed freedom to wage war against the cosmic integration. The cost in other lives would be too high. Her voice carried the exhaustion of someone who had just made a choice they never wanted to make. Chapter 135. The door begins to open as the final resistance crumbled. The seal reached a state so thin that it was almost philosophical. It existed more as a principle than as a physical barrier. Those with sufficient understanding could move between realms almost freely. The witness could manifest fully in any reality without limitation. And the boundaries that had defined the cosmic order for millions of years were finally, irrevocably, being overcome. Yin Xinhua stood at the cosmic nexus with his daughter beside him, the witness manifesting in nearby void space in a form that was visible but not fully contained by physical reality. Around them, The structures of the old order were beginning to dissolve and restructure. The Council of Realms still existed, but it had transformed from a governing body into something more like a forum for collaboration between equal partners rather than a hierarchy where decisions flowed from a central authority. Yin Xingque realized that his greatest journey was approaching its completion, not an ending, but a transformation. He had come so far from the exile to the lower realm, from a scared young man terrified of his own mortality, to this moment where he could accept that his role was becoming obsolete even as its purpose was finally being realized. What comes next? Yan Huan asked, and there was genuine curiosity in the question rather than fear. We see what the next cycle brings, Yin Xingque replied. We guide it if we can. We adapt if we must. And we trust that the systems we built will survive us, even when we are gone. Yan Huan smiled at this response. She understood what her father was saying, that the greatest leaders were those who made themselves unnecessary, who created structures robust enough to persist beyond their influence. She had spent the past months internalizing this lesson, understanding that her role as she transitioned from student to leader was to further distribute power, to create even more redundancy in the systems so that no single being's absence would threaten the whole. Around them, the structures of the old order continued their slow dissolution. The boundaries that had defined the cosmic hierarchy for millions of years were becoming suggestions rather than laws. The power that had once been concentrated in the celestial territories was being distributed across all realms. The knowledge that had been guarded by those in authority was becoming freely available. Not everything was perfect. There were those who grieved the loss of the old order. There were those who had benefited from hierarchy and now found themselves without privilege. There were those who feared that without a clearly defined structure of authority, civilizations would descend into chaos. But these voices were increasingly drowned out by those who celebrated the new possibilities, the new connections, the new ways of understanding what cooperation and genuine partnership could mean. The door to the next cosmic cycle was opening. What lay beyond was unknown, but Yin Xingque, who had been exiled to the lower realm and forced to build an empire across worlds, was ready for whatever revelation awaited. He had learned that the greatest strength was the willingness to transform, to adapt, to step aside when the time came, to trust that others could continue what he had begun. The weight that had defined him for so long, the burden of responsibility, the necessity of making decisions that affected billions, was finally being shared. And in that sharing, he discovered that his greatest achievement was not anything he had built or controlled, but the infrastructure he had created that could function without requiring his personal involvement. Yan Huan asked him the question that had been circling between them unspoken for months. Are you afraid? Yin Xingque considered the question seriously. Fear had been a constant companion throughout his life. Fear of failure, fear of making the wrong choice, fear of the consequences of his decisions rippling forward to cause suffering. But in this moment, facing the completion of his greatest transformation, he found that fear had been replaced by something else. No, he said finally. I am not afraid. I am uncertain. I am aware of how much I do not understand. But I am not afraid. I have done what I came into this cycle to do. I have built systems that will outlast me. I have distributed power to those who can use it better than I can. Whatever comes next is not my burden to carry alone. The statement seemed to resonate through multiple dimensions simultaneously. Others in eternity's rest heard it, understood it, and felt something shift in the collective consciousness of all the realms. The great bridge builder was stepping back. The transition was moving toward its final phase. The next cycle was being born. Chapter 136. The integration. The seal's final dissolution took not days or weeks, but months of careful unwinding. The witness walked openly among all beings for the first time in an epoch, experiencing the external world that had studied from within its prison for millions of years. It did not overwhelm those who encountered it with its ancient power and wisdom, but rather moved with humility, acknowledging the limitations of its understanding despite its age and experience. The celestial realm trembled with the knowledge that the old order had passed, and the new order was still being written. Instead of fear, there was a strange sense of possibility. Beings without warning had access to knowledge they had never imagined, to ways of understanding reality that had been hidden from them. But integration proved more challenging than removing barriers. Civilizations that had developed independently for millions of years had to learn how to coexist. Every aspect of life, trading, governance, shared resources, conflict resolution, even basic social protocols, had to be renegotiated. Trading relationships had to be established that accounted for the different economic systems and values of different cultures. Legal frameworks had to be negotiated that honored the autonomy of each civilization while creating space for cooperation. Conflicts arose daily as different species, different civilizations, different philosophical traditions encountered each other for the first time and had to work through the inevitable misunderstandings and prejudices that emerged. A celestial merchant culture that valued honor-based agreements had to find ways to work with mortal bargainers who understood contracts differently. Void creatures whose communication occurred partially outside conventional time had to learn to negotiate with beings for whom temporal sequence was fundamental. Spiritual traditions that had developed in isolation for millennia had to confront radically different frameworks for understanding consciousness and existence. Yin Xinhua worked with Mei Yuan, with Yin Huan, with the Witness, with the Council of Realms, to establish frameworks for peaceful coexistence. It was not easy work. Some beings refused to accept the new reality and had to be separated from the integration, placed in isolated zones where they could maintain their old ways without interfering with the broader transformation. These zones were not prisons, but genuine refuges for those who could not adapt, places where traditional ways could continue to exist even as the broader cosmic order evolved in different directions. Yin Xinhua had to accept that not all beings would or could participate in the integration, and that this was acceptable. Diversity could include the choice not to integrate. Yin Xinhua worked with Wei Jun, with Zhao Chun, with all the members of the council, to establish frameworks that would support coexistence without requiring constant policing or enforcement. The key principle was that civilizations would regulate themselves if given the tools to do so. Instead of imposing universal law, they created protocols for peaceful dispute resolution. Instead of enforcing conformity, they offered diverse models of organization and let communities choose which to adopt. Some experiments failed. Communities that attempted to maintain traditional hierarchies while surrounded by more egalitarian models sometimes collapsed into internal conflict. Regions where traditional cultivators clashed with newly arrived void dwellers sometimes devolved into violence. But the framework was designed to learn from failures rather than to be destroyed by them. When problems emerged, the response was not to impose order from above, but to investigate root causes and create better structures for the future. This slower, more thoughtful approach to integration took longer than authoritarian alternatives might have, but it created genuine buy-in from the beings affected. They were not subjects accepting an imposed order, but citizens helping to build a system they owned. The integration was not smooth, and Yin Xinhua did not pretend it was. He did not hide the casualties, the failures, the instances where he had misjudged what communities needed. He stood before the council regularly and reported honestly on what was working and what was not. This transparency built trust. Beings began to believe that the goal was genuine coexistence rather than subtle domination. We cannot force enlightenment, Yin Xinhua told the council. We can only offer the opportunity for growth and hope that enough beings choose it. And we must remain humble enough to learn when our assumptions prove wrong and to adjust course accordingly. These words became foundational to the emerging order. Not perfection, but continuous improvement. Not control, but collaboration. Not certainty, but willingness to question and adapt. Chapter 137. The Revelation of Self in a Moment of Deep Meditation. A moment that lasted months by external reckoning, though it felt like seconds to Yin Xinhua. He finally received the full revelation from the Primordial One. Not words or images, but consciousness-to-consciousness transmission of understanding that could not be reduced to human speech. He experienced directly the nature of cosmic cycles, saw beyond the veil of his own limited perspective into the structure of existence itself. He saw the cosmic cycle as it was, not a circle returning to its beginning, but a spiral ascending through infinities. Each cycle was not a repetition, but a transformation that built on the lessons of what came before. Civilizations did not repeat each other's mistakes, but rotated through different configurations of strength and weakness, learning different lessons, developing different wisdoms. The beings that had been sealed were not remnants of the past, but pioneers of the future. They carried knowledge that only isolation and eons could have developed. The order he had built was not eternal, but purposefully temporary, designed to support the transition to what came next. Everything he had created, the Council of Realms, the meritocratic systems, the distributed power structures, all of it was scaffolding. It was meant to be sufficient for this cycle, but not permanent, because permanence would eventually become stagnation. The vision showed him other cycles, other cosmic orders, other beings who had served as bridges at critical transitions. He saw that the pattern repeated: growth, consolidation, a moment of transcendence when old structures dissolved and new ones emerged. He saw that some transitions succeeded in expanding civilization toward greater wisdom, while others collapsed into chaos and had to be rebuilt from near nothing. The current cycle, his current bridge moment, would determine which path humanity and all the realms would take. The most profound realization came last. His personal fulfillment or happiness or legacy mattered very little in the grand scheme. What mattered was whether his choices enabled the next generation and all subsequent generations to have better tools and deeper wisdom for handling their own moments of transition. The only immortality that meant anything was the immortality of contributing towards structures and wisdom that would outlast him indefinitely. He understood that in future eras, beings would look back at the records of this cosmic cycle and might credit him with achievements that were actually collaborative efforts of billions. Or they might overlook his contributions entirely, treating the systems he helped build as natural features of existence rather than as choices made by individuals. Either way would be acceptable. His name might be remembered or forgotten. What mattered was that the work was done, that the transition was successfully completed, that the next cycle began with richer tools and deeper wisdom than previous cycles had possessed. This acceptance of potential erasure, this genuine comfort with the possibility that future generations might not remember his name or might misremember his contributions, represented a profound freedom. He was no longer driven by the need for recognition or legacy. He was driven by something simpler and deeper, the desire to do good work, to help others grow, to facilitate transformation toward greater wisdom and less suffering. The vision faded, leaving Yin Xinhua grounded in a single, clarifying insight. He was not the climax of the celestial realm's story. He was a bridge, someone whose purpose was to facilitate the passage from one era to another. His struggles had been necessary not because they were eternal, but because they enabled transformation. And once the bridge was complete, it was acceptable, even necessary, for it to be transcended and eventually forgotten by those who crossed it. This understanding brought peace that surpassed anything he had achieved through personal power or accomplishment. He had finally glimpsed something beyond individual ego, beyond the desire for personal achievement, beyond the trap of thinking that his personal continuation mattered more than the continuation of the work itself. Chapter 138, The Council of Realms expands. The Council of Realms, now spanning dozens of integrated territories and even external alliances with distant unintegrated realms, proposed a new structure, the Infinite Federation, a system designed to scale without losing the principles of harmony and distributed power. Wei Jun, as Supreme Arbiter, oversaw this expansion with wisdom and humility. Yin Xinhua watched his philosophical legacy grow beyond his control or influence, and found peace in that observation. The Infinite Federation was not a single governing structure, but a framework for collaboration between independent entities. Each realm maintained its autonomy while participating in a larger network of mutual defense, resource sharing, and knowledge exchange. It was exactly what Yin Xinhua had always believed governance could become, a system where power was distributed so thoroughly that no single being or even single council could dominate all others. The beauty of the Infinite Federation was that it could scale indefinitely. New realms that emerged or were discovered could join without threatening the stability of the existing network. Each node remained independent, but benefited from connection to all other nodes. The system was resilient because it had no single point of failure. If one realm fell into conflict or withdrew, the network continued functioning. This was architecture as philosophy. Wei Jun understood this deeply and explained it to the younger generation of leaders who would inherit governance of this new order. We are not building a kingdom ruled by a wise king. We are building a community where wisdom is distributed, where no single being or even single council can force their preferences on all others. This is harder to navigate than authoritarianism, but it is more resilient and more just. The Infinite Federation also incorporated mechanisms for peaceful conflict resolution that moved beyond simple negotiation. They developed techniques for helping communities understand each other's core values and finding creative solutions that honored those values rather than forcing compromise. They created systems for identifying and addressing power imbalances before they crystallized into oppression. Most importantly, the Infinite Federation was designed to be temporary. It was not meant to last forever, but only to serve the current cosmic cycle. In the next cycle, new systems would emerge from new needs. The current order was explicitly understood as transitional, creating space for it to evolve without the trap of trying to preserve something meant to be eternal. Yin Xinhua reflected often on how different this outcome was from what he might have created if he had maintained power. Had he continued as Supreme Arbiter, he likely would have tried to create a perfect system designed to last infinitely. The Federation, by contrast, was intentionally designed to be sufficient for this cycle, but not to constrain future cycles. As Wei Jun explained the Infinite Federation's principles to younger leaders gathered in the Chamber of Collaboration, Yin Xinhua listened with a mixture of pride and a kind of peaceful irrelevance. The young leaders asked questions that Wei Jun answered with clarity and thoughtfulness, questions that Yin Xinhua recognized as the same questions he had wrestled with centuries earlier. But Wei Jun answered them differently, with his own voice and his own unique insights, shaped by his experiences rather than merely echoing Yin Xinghua's deep understanding. One young leader, a female celestial whose form shifted slightly between dimensions as she spoke, asked Wei Jun a pointed and penetrating question. But what prevents those with power from consolidating control once this system is established? What keeps a single being from gradually gathering enough influence to dominate the entire network? The administrator Wei Jun smiled at the question, not with condescension, but with genuine appreciation and respect. Excellent question. The answer is structural redundancy and explicit recognition that such consolidation is a natural temptation. He gestured toward the network visualization that showed the Federation's various nodes and interconnections. We've designed the system with multiple overlapping decision-making structures. No single entity controls resource allocation. No single entity controls communication channels. Power is distributed in such a way that consolidating it would be more expensive than using the power already available through the distributed system. And more importantly, we teach every new leader about power's tendency to consolidate. We make it a fundamental part of their education to understand the temptations they'll face and the reasons to resist them. Yin Xinhua observed this teaching with deep appreciation. Wei Jun was not merely repeating doctrines. He was grappling with the problems and developing answers that made sense to his intellect and his integrity. The Federation would be stronger for having leaders who questioned its foundations rather than accepted them as gospel. This was the real victory, not the preservation of his own ideas, but the creation of systems capable of evolving far beyond his influence into something greater than any single vision could contain. As Wei Jun explained the Infinite Federation's principles to younger leaders in the Chamber of Collaboration, Yin Xinhua listened with a mixture of pride and peaceful irrelevance. The young leaders asked questions that Wei Jun answered with clarity and thoughtfulness, questions that Yin Xinhua recognized as the same ones he had wrestled with centuries earlier. But Wei Jun answered them differently, with his own voice and insights. One young female celestial asked Wei Jun a pointed question. What prevents those with power from consolidating control once this system is established? Wei Jun smiled at the question, not with condescension, but with genuine appreciation. Excellent question. The answer is structural redundancy and explicit recognition that such consolidation is a natural temptation. We've designed the system with multiple overlapping decision-making structures. No single entity controls resource allocation or communication channels. Power is distributed so thoroughly that consolidating it would be more expensive than using the power already available. And more importantly, we teach every new leader about power's tendency to consolidate. Yin Xinhua observed this teaching with deep appreciation. Wei Jun was not merely repeating doctrines. He was grappling with the problems and developing his own answers. This was the real victory. Chapter 139. The New Horizon, looking at a map of the cosmos that the witness provided, showing infinite realms beyond the known territories, realms untouched by any celestial order, full of potential and mystery. Yin Xinhua and his family discussed the future. They could remain in their paradise world, or they could explore new realms, meet new peoples, and continue growing. Mei Luan suggested gently. Perhaps we have built something stable enough that we can step back and live. Or perhaps we should see what lies beyond. What would bring you peace, my love? Yin Xinhua looked at his wife and daughter, at the world they had built together, and then looked toward the infinite that awaited. Both, I think. We have eternity to decide. The realization that there were no longer deadlines, no longer external pressures demanding his constant intervention, no longer a role he had to fulfill. This realization brought a peace that surpassed anything he had experienced during his rise to power. His story had reached its transformation, and he could now simply live, make choices based on his own desires, exist without the weight of responsibility that had defined him for centuries. Mei Luan, observing her partner's transformation, wept with joy at the sight of him finally resting. For centuries, she had shared him with billions, had accepted that his attention and energy could not primarily be devoted to her, had made peace with the reality of being married to a cosmic force rather than to a man. But now, as the burden began to ease, she could have moments of genuine companionship again. Simple conversations that did not revolve around governance, shared meals that were not interrupted by cosmic crises, quiet time together just existing in the same space. They sat together on a balcony in eternity's rest, looking out across the realm that they had created together across centuries. The gardens bloomed with plants from dozens of different realms, each one representing a connection to a different civilization, a different way of being. The architecture around them embodied principles from countless cultures, an actual physical manifestation of integration and collaboration. Do you regret it? Mei-Luan asked quietly. All the sacrifice, all the burden you carried. Do you regret that your life had to be consumed by cosmic necessity rather than by personal fulfillment? Yin Xinhua considered the question seriously. No, he said finally. I regret specific moments where my choices caused suffering I could have prevented. I regret times when I was so focused on the larger pattern that I missed the needs of individuals right in front of me. But I don't regret that my life had meaning beyond myself, that I was positioned to facilitate something larger than my personal happiness. That was a gift, even though it was also a burden. Most beings get to live for themselves. I got to live for something worth the sacrifice. And now, Mei-Luan pressed, now that the necessity is past, what will you do with your freedom? Now, Yin Xinhua said, taking her hand. I will live for myself and for you. I will explore realms no one has documented. I will learn from beings who think in ways I have never encountered. I will help when I can without feeling obligated to save everything. And I will finally have time to simply be, without needing to maintain any structure or serve any function. I will be a man again, not a cosmic mechanism. And that will be enough. Their daughter Yin Huan, now carrying substantial portions of the burden of cosmic maintenance, gave her parents permission to step back. Go, she told them. Explore. Life. You have earned eternity. Use it for something other than managing crises. The question of what to do with unlimited time proved more complex than Yin Xinhua had anticipated. The map provided by the witness showed infinite realms, untouched territories full of possibility. He and Mei-Luan began to explore, visiting realms they had never encountered before, meeting beings and civilizations that had developed independently of all known cosmic order. Some were beautiful, some were primitive, some were incomprehensibly complex. All of them offered the opportunity to learn and grow and simply experience existence without the burden of maintaining it. But even as they explored, Yin Xinhua found that he could not fully step away from his purpose. He would help communities they encountered. He would offer wisdom to beings struggling with their own challenges. He would sometimes take a role in addressing local crises. The burden of having transcended one level was that he could now see deeper into other levels, could perceive suffering and injustice more clearly, could not remain indifferent when offered the opportunity to help. Mei-Luan understood this about him without needing to discuss it. She accepted that his nature was to build, to bridge, to facilitate transformation. But she also held him accountable to actually resting between efforts, to not burning himself out on the pursuit of infinite perfection across infinite realms. Their relationship, in these years of exploration, became something neither had fully experienced before, a partnership of equals, both with their own purposes and projects, coming together by choice rather than by necessity. It was, Yin Xinhua reflected, what true love might have been if they had encountered each other as normal people rather than as cosmic forces and celestial exiles. Chapter 140. The eternal beginning. The story reached not with finality, but with continuation and genuine opening. Yin Xinhua, once banished and powerless, stood at the threshold of infinity, not as a conqueror, but as a student of existence itself, ready to learn what new challenges and wonders awaited. Behind him, the systems he had helped create were beginning to function without requiring his constant attention. Wei Jun had fully developed into his role as leader. Yin Huan was handling the active maintenance of the seal's dissolution with competence that exceeded even what Yin Xinhua had achieved. The Council of Realms, now expanded into the Infinite Federation, was demonstrating its ability to handle complex problems without his guidance. The witness walked freely among the civilizations it had been isolated from for millions of years, finally experiencing the external world it had observed for so long from within its prison. It did not attempt to dominate or control. It simply shared knowledge, offered perspective, and participated in the conversations that would shape this new cycle. In some ways, its freedom was greater than anyone's, because it had no expectation of power or influence, no need to prove its worth. It could simply be, could simply exist, and contribute what it wished to contribute. Mei-Luan stood beside her partner, her hand in his, her presence an anchor point in all the chaos and transformation. For thousands of years, she had stood beside him through rises and falls, through defeats and victories, through the weight of impossible responsibility. Now she would stand beside him through exploration and discovery, through the simple joy of experiencing existence without being consumed by the need to maintain it. Yin Huan waved from her position at the cosmic nexus, indicating that she was ready for her parents to depart, that she could handle everything that came next. Her expression held gratitude for what they had built, confidence in her own capabilities, and freedom from needing their presence. The primordial one, that ancient consciousness that had guided Yin Xinhua from the beginning, whispered in the cosmic wind, "Your story has just begun." Before him, the map showed infinite worlds waiting to be discovered and understood. The celestial realm, which once had feared his rise, now rested in the peace he had helped establish. And in a million villages and cities and celestial capitals, countless people lived free and prosperous because one banished man chose to build rather than destroy. The empire had transcended him. The vision had become eternal. The structures would persist without him. The wisdom would spread and evolve without him. The peace would hold through mechanisms he had helped establish but could no longer control. And somewhere in the void, beyond the reach of any current cosmic order, a new cycle was already beginning, waiting for the moment when these systems, in their turn, would become ready for transformation. As you watch this story of one man's impossible rise and equally impossible transformation, consider what it means to build something destined to outlast you, to create systems more important than your own survival, to accept that your legacy is not your personal empire, but the world you leave behind. Yin Xinhua's journey shows us that true power is measured not by what we control, but by what we've helped others become. Subscribe to witness more stories of cultivation, consequence, and the relentless human drive to transform adversity into triumph. Like and comment with your thoughts on Yin Xinhua's choices and his final sacrifice, and share this story with others who believe that exile can become destiny and that one person's vision can reshape the foundation of existence itself.